Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Is this working? Are we live? Hold on, let me just check my audio. That was a little scuff just then. 179 slides? Yes. You are live? Hey! Hello guys. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you guys are. Yeah, this one took a while to put together. For those of you who are you still sick? Thankfully, no. This time I don't have the sniffles, although I don't want to jinx it because I've had instances where it started halfway through a stream before. Hello, Hapini. Hello. Oh, Makiris Olcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Right at the start of the stream. Thank you so much. Oh, Murray, welcome to the stream. It's a mess, yes. The funny thing about Bondlive, the deeper you go into the rabbit hole, the worse it gets. This is a disaster that has been in the making for arguably 3 years, no, 4 years even. Depending on, well, there are a few arguments for the, how do I say this? Based on certain events that have happened throughout its history, you could make the argument that it started all the way back in 2021. And that's that's crazy. Oh yeah, by the way, Mari, you pointed this out. Interesting to see if we get the same sort of stop talking about this, you guys newbies in chat. Alright. Warning. There have been other people that have tried to talk about this on stream before, and they have been brigaded by a bunch of burners. If you guys see anyone whose name you don't recognize in chat, they look like a burner account, and they're saying something along the lines of "stop talking about this isn't good to talk about," just ignore them. If they're burners, I'll clean them up in the VOD. But on the off chance that any of the talents show up, and I'm going to just preemptively get this out there. If any of the Bondlive talents happen to be watching this, or if you show up at some point during the stream, you are welcome to contribute to the discussion. We had a similar one last week about Nexus, and their talents, or the few that showed up, were perfectly fine here. However, if at any point during this stream you attempt to shut down discussion, or if you attempt some form of character assassination or ad hominem to prevent discussion of what has happened with that company, you will be removed. Can we mock the burners? Sure. Burners aren't people anyways. 07, I'm here to contribute. Let the hunt begin. When the BGM goes mute. Oh, is the BGM not playing for you guys? How's the BGM at the moment? Man, this is going to be weird since I'm more of a lurker. That's understandable. Burn the burners. We will. Just when I'm reviewing the VOD. It's quiet, but okay? Okay, great. Was VOD game with seeing an Aria on Nexus chat was great. Yeah. It was very nice of her to come in and clarify a few things while we were going through the stream. I hear it? Good. Quiet bed's there. That's ideal. I may... Welcome, Canary. Welcome. Oh. I'll get started in a few minutes. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 2. Face reveal when? Ooh, it's a hard question. I'm going to see if I can... Ideally, I would be able to buy a pair of sunglasses that are big enough to actually, fit. I'll let you know. Probably via Twitter once I find something like that. Billy, no. Billy, okay, thank you for the 5 feet. Ah, that's better. There we go. He's mixing it up. His wires are crossed. Just perfect thing to listen to while I'm at work. Oh, thank you, Midnight. It's very kind of you to say. Same as the feet reveal. Yes. Oh. I feel like we've had a little bit of a lull recently. January of well, with the exception of the Bondlive stuff, I think we're off to a pretty decent start to 2025. I think we're nothing has really caught on fire too severely. I don't think there have been any disasters as of late. I know that Niji had a little scuffle to do with tickets for an event, but I don't think that was too major. All in all, we're off to a pretty peaceable start. Present topic accepted. Armchair reveal gonna be like that one Junji Ito about that one chair, without a doubt. So far and yet, yeah. Oh, yeah, one other thing. I've been starting to... So, okay. The agenda for this month is going to be going through a bunch of different... So, what I'm planning for the next stream is something along the lines of going through all of the different bits of different marketing strats that small VTuber corpos or VTuber startups like to use as selling points, and just going through each of the ones that are a little misleading, sort of dismantling them. The aim is, by the end of the month, because I do have quite a few conversations with a bunch of other different creators, PR people, managers, etc., lined up over the next few weeks to talk about this, but the aim at the end of the month is to have some sort of trust rating system that I can propose to you guys, and that I can hopefully release out into the wild. Because I do think that in VTubing in this particular industry, something like a trust safety rating, or no, not a safety rating, but something like a trust rating that you can use to evaluate how credible a startup's claims are, how seriously you should take a startup's marketing, I do think that would be something that's quite helpful to a lot of people. So, will those talks be streams? We'll see. I don't want to promise anything, but... mostly behind the scenes, I would assume, but if there are any other creators that would be interested in talking about that with me on stream, I'm more than happy to oblige. That will be interesting. I hope so. Oh yeah, no, Noxon, I saw. Yeah. For those who don't know, this is quite a bit of lore, actually. Well, since we're talking about, sketchy small companies in the West, there is a Singaporean VTuber corpo by the name of Vols. VOLS. And in December of last year, so about 2 weeks ago, one of their talents was made to... oh, sorry, I shouldn't say was made. One of their talents mysteriously made the voluntary decision to delete a fertility meme that she posted and replace it with a public apology instead. And then the corporation itself quote tweeted her apology and basically went on this whole song and dance of, oh, that joke was offensive, we are so sorry, we'll never do this again, etc., etc. Now, understandably, everyone and their dog and mother ended up clowning on the agency for doing that, because it's a fertility meme. Everybody does that. There's nothing special there's nothing offensive about that. And if it offends people, it's too small a minority to care about. Everyone started speculating that the person who was offended must have been some member of management. Because, I mean, who else would you point the finger at? And then, fast forward, just under 2 weeks later, she recently put out another statement. This talent from Vols recently put out another statement saying, oh yeah, just to clarify, I made that decision to post the apology and remove the original meme all on my own. And the agency went on to say the same thing in a statement of their own. So everyone was just very confused because, one, they didn't talk about it for like 10 or 11 days. So why bring it up now? Because people were already moving on. And second, it's a little suspicious if after 10 days or 11 days of radio silence, all of a sudden you decide to dig this matter up again and say, oh yeah, don't worry, She did everything of her own volition. We just guided and advised her. Like, what game are we playing here? But yeah, that was the small little tidbit of small corpo drama. Oh, hi Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Nah, you're not late, don't worry. Vols more like a lack of balls. If you're not afraid... I said this last week, but if you're not afraid to... Evo, I can tell you as a Singaporean, that's the Singaporean management mindset at work. Ah, I see. But yeah, as I was saying last week and even the week before, if you are terminally afraid of offending people, you're never going to be able to make yourself stand out from the crowd. And when you're a small VTuber agency, especially for catering to the EN market, which at this point is extraordinarily saturated, for small corpos especially, why would you get in the way of your talent if they have some sort of appeal to a wider audience? Because the thing is, when that talent posted that meme, so for those who don't know, the talent's name is Adora Fortuna. She is a green-haired woman, kind of milfy in terms of the model. She posted the fertility meme around the same time, or around the same ballpark as when Fauna was about to graduate. So basically, the tweet ended up getting picked up by the algorithm and pushed to a whole bunch of people. It popped off because of a combination of all of those things, combined with the fact that the meme itself is a very popular format on Twitter. So that was, for all intents and purposes, a success. What I don't understand is why they then intervened and essentially removed all of that and replaced it with something that would leave a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. But yeah. Hence why every mainstream thing is the same grey sludge. Exactly, Master N, exactly. Oh, Jedi Dust, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Holy, thank you so much. That's 20 new footstools. Hope you guys enjoy the emotes. Azahara, her design was free real estate. Exactly. Why would you not just, let go, let your talent do their own thing? Because evidently they had their finger on the pulse. So, green like the grass we don't touch. Maybe that's why green VTubers are so appealing. Because since we don't touch grass, we just want the green from somewhere. Oh, Mizu, welcome to the stream. Welcome, Mizu. Welcome, Mizu watchers. Welcome, Puddle enjoyers. Just in time, we were about to start. Hope you had a good stream. Knowing what we're going to be talking about, it's quite poetic that you chose to raid me now. Hi, Amja, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, Whimsy. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. Had to hit factory reset after the last stream, but I'm better now. Green, large honkers, and hag, it was perfect combination. Amen, brother. Amen. Mercurius Orcus, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Alright, and with that, I think we'll get started. Hold on, give me a second. Let me just prep the water. Oko, thank you for the 5. Oh, we have the entirety of the Under the Tea squad here. I'm definitely looking forward to this. I hope to be able to deliver. All right, let me just switch scenes. There we go. Hello, guys. Okay, so before we begin, as per usual, whenever I'm discussing something of this nature, a few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form. I am going to be singling out individuals whose conduct and practices, as well as rhetoric, I will critique. I will be quite critical of those particular practices, rhetoric, and conduct. However, that is not a license to go and harass them or try to go seek them out in their own spaces in any way, shape, or form. Had this happen last week where Even if it was a little tempting to maybe touch the poo, even if the poo in question is a a misguided CEO of a borderline black corp, don't do it. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of a critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Additionally, everything that I am going to be reviewing is something that has been posted in a public place, meaning that it is completely fair game for I or anybody else to comment on it publicly. Third, dates may be affected by time zones. Like I said many times before, I live down under, so there may be a date or two that are maybe 1 or 2 days off, depending on the time zone in question. And finally, if something's covered by chat or my Fuji, don't worry. I'm going to be narrating pretty much everything on stream, and even if I don't, rest assured that you will be able to find it on your own and look at it in its entirety if you just go to my Patreon, where you can access all the slides from my previous streams, from all of my streams, for free. You can sign up as a free member, you have access to everything. Don't even need to pay any money. So, just go there. Alright. In order to understand some of the critiques I'm going to be leveling at some of the parties that are involved in this particular matter, I'm going to need to explain a certain concept that applies in media studies as well as in popular culture. And that is the concept, well, actually, I'll get to that in a second. I'm going to start with a little bit of a history lesson, right? And this goes more than 2 decades back in time. On October of 2002, an environmentalist and photographer by the name of Kenneth Adelman decided to embark on a project called the California Coastal Records Project. Essentially, what he wanted to do was take a bunch of aerial photographs of the entirety of the western coast for the purposes of archiving it and giving some sort of public record that shows the people how the coastline is changing over time. The whole point of this project was to give the public a usable resource so they had a better understanding of the place where they lived. Now, over the course of the next year, this website would end up accumulating over 12,000 individual photos. That is an absolute shit ton. However, nestled among these 12,000 was one photo in particular that would end up causing quite a bit of fuss, something that would become known as photograph 3850. And the reason why this kicked up a fuss was because this photo happened to contain the image of a mansion owned by a celebrity called Barbra Streisand. Now, Barbara was a singer, an actress, later a producer, but in this particular case, she, or her legal team, realized that a photo of her mansion had been published on this website. Now, this is very important. At no point, at any point in this website, any point in time, any point in this website, was it ever mentioned that this was her mansion. For all intents and purposes, to the average viewer, they would have just seen this as a random mansion owned by a random Californian. However, Barbara, in her infinite wisdom, decided on May 20th, 2003, to sue Kenneth Adelman for including a photo of her mansion on his website. And since this was publicly available, this suit was available to the public, people found out that that was a photo of her mansion where she lived. And people started writing news articles about this. For example, the Daily News. Barbra Streisand sues over photos of home. The Guardian. had a little bit of an existential crisis when I saw that little pop-up saying the article is more than 21 years old. Streisand sues to shield estate from aerial view. And once the news outlets started picking up on this story, it was all over. Within the span of a single month after she announced that she was suing, this photograph 3850, went from only being downloaded a total of 6 times, 2 of which were downloads made by Streisand's own lawyers in preparation for the suit, to being viewed over 400,000 times in that single month. This was a catastrophic backfiring of what Barbara had tried to do. And the worst part? She didn't even win. On December 31st, 2003, the last day of the year, the Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, West District, ruled that not only was it the case that Kenneth Adelman did nothing wrong, but Barbara had to pay all of his legal fees, and that shame was immortalized forever, to this day in fact, on Kenneth Adelman's website, where there is a specific webpage that is entirely dedicated to recounting how Barbara tried to sue and how Barbara was then forced to pay $177,107.54 in legal fees and court costs. And just for good measure, the guy included the photo here. Out of all of the innumerable, at this point, roster of photos that are currently hosted on the website, this one, front and center. Nobody can miss this because there's an entire part of the website dedicated to hosting it. This was an example of something we've actually talked about before on this channel. Reactance theory. Now, for those who don't know, or for those who didn't watch that particular stream where I talked about it, reactance theory is a psychological theory about how people behave, where it states that if an audience feels that their freedom is being restricted in some way, that audience will be moved to do something to reassert their feelings of freedom. In this particular case, Kenneth Adelman thought that his freedom was being restricted when he was sued. That's pretty understandable. However, after the suit was over and Barbara lost, Kenneth decided to reassert that freedom by permanently immortalizing everything that happened. However, this particular instance, this particular news story, despite how much it blew up, would not become a part of popular vernacular just yet. It would need about another year or two before it actually got to that point. And the origins of the actual term that some of you have already brought up in chat stem from the beginning of 2004, when a public website by the name of urinal.net, a website which is entirely dedicated to hosting random photos of random urinals across the world. By the way, this website is still functioning to this day. You can search this up yourself. It still works. And it's still doing the exact same thing. But in this particular year, somebody, random user on this website, posted a photo of a urinal from a hotel resort, a beachside resort from Marco Beach Ocean Suites. And in this particular case, for some reason, the legal team of this hotel chain, this resort chain, found that so offensive that they sent a cease and desist. And just like what happened with Barbara Streisand, the owners of this webpage decided to immortalize that cease and desist letter by creating an entire webpage dedicated to recounting that. Quote, "The urinals of a Marco Island hotel and vacation facility. According to a cease and desist letter received from a law firm representing the proprietors of this resort, Urinal.net is accused of violating federal laws that prohibit, quote, the use of in commerce of any word, term, name, or symbol or device that might, quote, cause confusion or to cause mistake, or to deceive as to affiliation, connection, or association, end quote, between urinal.net and the resort in question. Although the name of said resort cannot be published, the name does happen to be composed from the first name of the island on which it is located, 2, a word which describes a sandy shoreline used for recreation, 3, the term describing an immense body of salt water, of which there are 4 in the world, and 4, fill in the blank, facing a lawsuit. Website editors change the content as a last. Yeah. They basically just spelt out the name of Marco Marco Island Hotel Beach Resort or whatever, right? They basically just spelled out the name for the audience without ever having to say it directly. And the photo in question? The photo that demanded the cease and desist? Well, it wasn't even actually a real photo. It was an artist's rendition of a urinal from that resort. Quote, "This is an artist's rendition of an image submitted by an independent contributor who may have visited the island in search of Marco Polo. This rendition may or may not depict the elegant quality and creative designs that represent great value and importance to the proprietors of this vacation facility. In the opinion of the anonymous contributor, presumably after returning from the beach, this vacation facility is quite upscale. Rather surprisingly, when one opens the door to the men's room in the main lobby area, this urinal can be plainly seen by all passers-by. Civil Statute Section 495151 of the state of Florida, a state with 1,197 miles of ocean coastline, protects the proprietors of this vacation facility from, quote, injury to business reputation and dilution, end quote. Accordingly, the editors of urinal.net strongly urge all patrons to remain encouraged about and maintain a positive light on the resort. Yeah, no. This cease and desist wasn't getting anywhere. And yet again, we had another example of people trying to use legal threats, personal threats, as a way of trying to bury or suppress information, only for it to end up royally backfiring and propelling it in front of the eyes of infinitely more people than would have otherwise known about it. And about 1 year later, January 5th, 2005, a man by the name of Mike Masnick, on his personal blog called Tech Dirt, published an article titled, "Since when is it illegal to just mention a trademark online?" And this article was about exactly what happened just then, as I described, with urinal.net. However, the important part comes at the end of this article, where he states, quote, "How long is it going to take before lawyers realize that the simple act of trying to repress something that they don't like online is likely to make it so that something that most people would never ever see, like a photo of a urinal in some random beach resort, is now seen by many more people? Let's call it the Streisand effect." And a legend was born. This article, from what people in general can tell, was the inception point of a concept that we now know today as the Streisand effect. Sorry, I had a bit of a stroke there. A phenomenon in which a deliberate attempt to censor, obscure, or suppress something leads to more attention being focused on it instead. This is why, by the way, in VTubing, we have such a problem with vague posting. When you tell people that there is information that you are consciously trying to hide, all that does is motivate people to start digging deeper. Same thing goes for corporations, for example. If they issue, most of the time when they issue a blanket legal threat against people spreading misinformation online or speculating about something that's going wrong inside the company, almost every single time, pretty much universally, whenever somebody does something like that, it encourages the behavior that is the opposite of what is desired. This is a form of PR Darwinism for all intents and purposes. Those who understand the Streisand effect, those who respect it, will end up being able to hang on to their secrets, whereas those who don't, who underestimate it or are simply ignorant of it, will end up essentially spilling spaghetti. However, the Streisand effect is not something that occurs 100% of the time. It is possible to hide information from people without this effect occurring. And doing that usually requires a very specific kind of environment. An environment that is designed to, and I use this in the technical sense, so YouTube and its bots don't kill the channel. It requires a very specific kind of environment to retard the Streisand effect. And that system is something we've also talked about previously on this channel, called a black box system. Now, to reiterate what a black box system is, it's basically any sort of closed system where the internal mechanisms are completely obscure to the average observer. All the information you have about the internal mechanisms are what is put into the system, what comes out of the system, and that's pretty much it. Nothing about the mechanisms is ever disclosed. And the reason as to why the black box system is so effective at repelling the Streisand effect is because part of the Streisand effect is rooted in the audience becoming aware that something is being hidden from them, that something is being suppressed. However, the problem with a black box system is that the suppression of the information is so evenly distributed around this particular system, so inherently built into the way that the system operates, that it becomes impossible to observe the system as being essentially a concealment tool. And as a result, when people exist in the system, or when people observe this system without recognizing it for what it is, they won't realize that there is stuff being hidden from them. And there are three main ways that a black box attempts to keep itself sealed. Three main layers of defense. On the outermost layer, you have the legal enforcement of secrecy. This is pretty self-explanatory. Contracts, NDAs, anything that you can make people sign to stop them from blabbing about how your system works. The second layer of defense, you have controlling access to the information. If you can't make sure that everybody who becomes aware of your system can comply, you try to restrict how many people actually have any sort of knowledge about your system. And the innermost ring of defense? The obfuscation of data and mechanisms, making it so that, worst case scenario, if something does leak out to the public, it is phrased or constructed in such a way that even if the public gains access to it, they won't have any idea what the fuck is going on. These three, put together, form the main components that keep a black box sealed and, more importantly, stop a black box system from being recognized as a concealment tool. Now, you might be thinking, how does this apply to VTuber agencies? Well, not too much of a stretch to see how each of the equivalents of each of these three layers of defense. Outermost side, contracts and NDAs. Second ring of defense, hiring practices and requirements. Like I said, making sure that people who have access to the information you want to keep secret have to jump through some hoops in order to get there. And finally, on the innermost layer, you have your internal practices and jargon. Hold on, let me just correct that typo while I'm at it. Okay, there we go. Like I said, sometimes, depending on how obscure or how unintuitive your internal practices are, how much legalese you use in your documents, even if something does get leaked out to the public, it's a bit of a 50-50 as to whether that actually has any impact. Because, as I've said before, transparency is only half the battle. There's no point having complete transparency if you don't understand anything you're looking at. So only when the public has both transparency and comprehensibility are they in any position to argue with what is going on. Now, in terms of how you can disable these defenses, it's also pretty straightforward. If you want to bypass contracts and NDAs, you need leaks and informants, usually anonymous. If you want to bypass hiring practices and requirements, employee dissatisfaction. It doesn't matter how many hoops somebody jumps through in order to get into your corpo. If your corpo is shit enough, they will eventually reach a point where they don't actually care about staying loyal to the company. And finally, the innermost ring, internal practices and jargon. The way that you essentially bypass that is through the use of publicists and specialists. Specialists who can translate what is revealed into something comprehensible to the average person, and publicists who can boost that information in front of as many people as possible. Now, what happens when you disable all three rings of defense is that now the black box system, while its internal mechanisms may not be revealed, it has now been revealed as a black box system. People can now observe it as something that has been deliberately designed to keep information hidden, and as a result, the Streisand effect is then enabled. This is a very important step in order to understand the difference between just, having a corpo with awful practices that is able to remain discreet and having a corpo with awful practices that ends up attracting way more attention than it's prepared for in a way that can't actually be prevented. The thing is, when you think about VTuber corpo black box systems, what we are currently going to be talking about, what happened with Bondlive EN recently, proves that Bond Inc., Bondlive EN, is indeed a black box system. Now, at this point in time, we still have basically no details as to how the corpo works internally, or at least nothing that has been publicly confirmed, although there have been informants and leaks that have been making their rounds. So, for all intents and purposes, all we have to go off of is the inputs and outputs. For those who aren't aware of the story or what has been happening, Bondlive EN is a Japanese-English bilingual VTuber corpo that's been trying to access the English market for a while. However, as recently as, I think, 4 days ago, Bondlive recently, they put out an announcement that 8 of their talents were graduating at once. Something very obviously has gone very wrong here. But since we don't have any sort of public confirmation as to what the internal mechanisms are, all we can do is guess. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be unraveling every single scrap of publicly accessible information that has been put out by this company in order to try and understand how it works, why it does what it does, and understand how it got into its current predicament. Now, similar thing to what I did last week. I'm going to start off the stream by just slapping all of you guys in the face with how I think of this company now that I have spent time looking into it and how it cropped up. And my conclusion, at the end of all of the research that I've done, is that Bondlive EN was fundamentally designed to be exploitative. And its recent, publicized failings are not anomalies, but features of this design. Way before everyone started talking about Niji Sanji EN being a black corp, Bondlive EN was already doing a lot of the things that we then went on to criticize Niji for. And if you want to start, just go to a corporation's origin point. Its website, its about section, and that's where I went. I went to take a look at where Bondlive cropped up from by looking at its main website. So, brief history of Bondlive, or Bond Inc., I should say, because Bondlive is a separate branch of the overarching parent company. Bond was started in 2016, right? And if you translate their core values, right, this is the stuff that supposedly they want all of their employees to abide by. Their values translate to 3 main points. First, take on new challenges. Quote, identify what to continue and what to stop. Always take on new challenges and meet your unknown self, brackets team, without forgetting to have fun. Second point, act at 101%. Quote, you can expand your potential by acting at 101%. not 100. Make full use of the power of 101% collective. Third, everything is your own business. Quote, act as if things are your own business. Things won't move forward if you blame others. Resolve and act on your own. Now, I talked about this last week, but whenever you have a VTuber corpo and one of its core values is something along the lines of independence, yeah, that's a big red flag. However, when you consider these three values together, it gets even worse, because essentially, what do these core values amount to? The first one, take on new challenges. Basically, attempt difficult things. Second, act at 101%. Basically, commit all of the energy possible into doing whatever it is you're doing for us, and then go even further. And finally, third, everything is your own business. Now, ordinarily, I don't mind preaching independence. However, the way that this is being preached is quite concerning. Things won't move forward if you blame others. Resolve and act on your own. Whether it's intentional or not, what this ends up amounting to is instructing people to blame only themselves when things go wrong. Now, you can probably tell why, even though it's phrased in a very pretty way, this doesn't actually amount to something that's very healthy to drum into your employees. Artemis, thank you for the 2. While slapping us with your penis. Shame on you. People who are new in chat won't know that reference. Akira's, thank you for the 2. I want to act at 110%. Evidently, Bondlive would rather its employees act at that percentage as well. So, moving on, other further details. Then, when you scroll down on this website, you have a message from the CEO. Now, admittedly, this is Google translated, so it's not perfect, but from what I could see, it translates to the following. Quote, the meaning of bond is to connect. We will use internet technology to connect our customers to new value, both domestically and internationally. While Japan's economic growth is stagnant, we feel that Japanese entertainment still has a place on the world stage. We will continue to work hard every day to deliver a sense of fun to everyone through IT and entertainment. We appreciate your continued support. Ah yes, nothing tells me that you're passionate about entertainment more than starting off your justification of your operation by talking about Japan's economic growth being stagnant. Already, if you watched the last stream that I did where I went through the red flags associated with Nexus's early messaging and rhetoric, you might start to recognize that there are a few similarities that are starting to build up. Now, the other thing that this website will tell you is that originally, Bondlive started off being 2 different branches, right? Oh, sorry. Bondlive started off only being 1 branch, and then it divulged into 2 later on. As it exists currently, Bondlive is Bond Inc. contains both Bond, JP, and Bondlive, EN, which is, the English branch. Alan, thank you for the 2. I won't be able to catch you live, VOD gang for now. You are welcome to it. At least he's not talking about my hero. Tender, small mercies, small mercies. So, originally, Bond Inc. only started off with the JP branch of Bond. And in its inception, Bond JP had 2 major sister agencies. First being Bond, and second being Lystart, an agency whose talents pretty much exclusively stream on Irium. And both of these sister agencies, these talent agencies, were launched in 2021 with a main focus on Irium. Now, fun fact, if you go to Bond's website to try and find information about its Bond/Bondlive agencies, they don't actually have a very detailed about section. You just get a few superficial paragraphs here and there about what they want to achieve, how they want to reach new audiences, entertain people, etc., etc. The usual corpo marketing slop. So I couldn't actually find any info on Bond from any of the Bond dedicated web pages. However, if you go onto the website that they have for Lystart, way back in 2021 or 2022, hold on, let me just enlarge in this so I can actually see the number. Way back in 2022, Lystart put out a little brief article explaining their relationship with their sister agency, essentially giving a bit of a backgrounder to Bond JP. And I went through this particular article and started Google translating each individual passage. Now, the first bit states, when starting as a V-Liver on Irium, some start out on their own, while others belong to an agency. There are many V-Liver agencies on Irium. Today, we will be introducing Bond, a sister agency of Lystart. And then they start giving more information. Bond Agency started on May 21st, 2021, mainly focusing on Irium. It is operated by Bond Co. Ltd. And in addition to Irium, the agency also runs on YouTube and Pacocha. Now, if you don't know what Pacocha is, don't worry. We're going to get to that in a few minutes. Although it has only been an agency for 6 months, it boasts one of the highest levels of name recognition and number of live streamers out of all of the Irium agencies. There are currently around 150 streamers affiliated with the agency. Now, this is pretty important. At this point in time, 2022, Bond was streaming on 3 platforms, as was stated in that article: Pacocha, Irium, and YouTube. Pacocha and Irium, since 2021, happen to be owned by the same parent company, an entertainment company by the name of DNA. DNA, from what I can tell, launched Pacocha in 2017 and fully acquired Irium in 2021. Remember this company, it's going to come up later on in the stream. Now, going down further in the article from Lystart, they start listing off the various benefits that are associated with joining Bond. Quote, there are many benefits to being a member of the Irium agency. Illustrations are free, high fees, by this I assume they mean high pay, great agency perks, you can contact the manager at any time, and then they say, I will explain each one in detail. And then they start going through each of them individually. So this is basically the sales pitch, right? What you tell prospective talent so that your agency looks as appealing to join as possible. So, the first point that they raise, no illustration costs. Irium requires you to distribute illustrations, whether you are an individual or an agency, so you have to create illustrations. It is possible to create them yourself, but there are regulations and costs, so it may be a little difficult. However, with Bond, you can actually get illustrations for free, so all you need is a smartphone to distribute. Now, before we go any further, I just want to include a little bit of a brief reminder. Throughout the period of the partnership between Bond and Irium, Irium has never, and to this day is still not, involved in the management of Bondlive. Right? It's not involved in the management of Bondlive EN, so for all intents and purposes, management from Bondlive and Irium are separate things. However, the two companies, I would argue, they're not quite as separate. Second benefit that they list, high incentives. Irium V-Liver's compensation varies by agency and of course between individuals and agencies. Bond's compensation is basically the same as for individuals, so it's higher than a regular agency. And they also provide management as an extra. So basically what they're saying here is with most agencies, they will take a bigger cut out of your pay than Bond. They're basically saying that being a member of Bond is comparable to being an indie on Irium. Third, strong agency perks. Quote, one of the attractions of agency perks is that they are extremely hot, a benefit that individual V-Livers don't get. When individual V-Livers a few people are picking up on that. Management as an extra? Yeah, that's a little, it's already getting a little suspicious, right? When an individual V-Liver requests a new costume or Live 2D, they will of course need money and knowledge. However, with Bond, you can get those rewards if you meet the conditions for the perks. Take note of that. If you meet the conditions for the perks, this isn't something that's guaranteed. This is something you're going to have to earn. Now, depending on how exactly that earning system progresses, that may or may not be a bad thing. However, for this, it's always a little suspicious if an organization feels the need to advertise itself based on a perk, while also adding the disclaimer that you don't just get this perk right out of the gate. To go on, the process goes smoothly because professionals are handling it. And here are some of the rewards. Partial rewards. Live 2D illustration parts plus modeling production, new costumes and corresponding rewards. Also, to stream at high quality as a V-Liver, you need equipment. Bond rents out that equipment. Equipment rental, then they list a Yamaha AG03 and a tablet. So you basically have 2 rewards and 2 forms of equipment that Bond is willing to rent out to you. Now, the last benefit that they list, management benefits. Quote, you can contact your manager at any time. When you become a V-Liver on Irium, you will probably have a lot of worries and problems. Of course, this can also include cases where you hit a dead end as a V-Liver. At times like this, Bond Agency will listen to you through interviews using Zoom or over the phone. You can also consult them via chat at any time. And what's appealing about them is that they will deal with even personal problems in a gentlemanly manner. Now first, they don't promise you that they're going to give you content advice. That's not a benefit that they have explicitly promised here. What this makes it sound like is that what kind of response you get, what kind of advice you get, may or may not differ depending on the individual manager that you talk to. On top of that, they are also promising that the managers will be there to listen to any and all of your concerns, even personal ones. Now, 2 things. 1, if you're going to promise that your managers are basically there to act as counselors for your talents, those managers best be paying a shitload of money. And 2, if you want your manager to be as freely accessible to all of your talents as is stated here, you best make sure that you have a sustainable ratio of management to talents. To go on, they then sum up all of the various perks and benefits once again. Quote, the pay is great, great agency perks, close relationship with managers, remember that one for future reference. With many affiliated live streamers, Irium has accumulated a wealth of know-how. It is a relatively large agency within Irium and is gaining attention. If you are interested, please take a look at the affiliated live streamers. Now, at this point in time, as of January 24, 2022, when this article was published, Bond was basically benefiting off of a rising tides type situation. Irium is a massive streaming platform in Japan, from what I can tell, and during 2022, right at the beginning, Bond was popping off on that platform. As a result, this is basically an attempt to capitalize off that attention by appealing to as many prospective employees as possible. Now, the more interesting thing comes when you scroll down on that webpage, that article, and then you arrive at the FAQ section. Now, some of the FAQs, pretty stock standard stuff, right? Does it cost anything to be affiliated with Bond? Answer: there are no registration fees or initial costs. All you have to do is download Irium on your smartphone and start streaming. The agency will cover the costs of things like character portraits. But then they include a little bit of an asterisk saying, please bring your own smartphone, Wi-Fi, microphone, earphone, microphone, etc. Second question, I'm concerned about privacy when streaming with Irium. Answer, my face will never be shown. You can basically control yourself not to reveal any personal information on social media sites like Twitter. This is honestly quite based advice, right? If you use our platform, it's not going to face dox you. So long as you're not an idiot on Twitter, you'll be fine, right? Then you get to the more technical questions. For example, When will I receive my activity fee on Bond? Now, activity fee basically means income or payouts, I would assume. The answer? The payment is due at the end of the month and paid the following month. This may change in the future. Now, this could just be me having trouble interpreting the Google translation. This sounds like they pay you like every 2 months, or at the very minimum, or at the very maximum, once a month, right at the beginning of the month, after calculating your pay at the end of the previous one. Again, it could just be a translation bug, but that's what it sounds like. Oh, Lumi, fun fact, I was almost going to audition for Bond when I was a Desperate One view. Yeah, good thing you didn't. Otherwise, you might not have been able to make it here. And then also, question: is there anything I should be careful of or take care of? Answer: please refrain from disclosing private information during the stream, exchange of contact information, etc. Please send gifts, etc. to the office. And finally, the copyright of the characters belongs to Bond, so please refrain from editing or modifying them yourself. Now, so far we've had FAQs that are pretty stock standard stuff you would ask any agency. So far we've had FAQs that deal with more technical stuff. All of this is fine and dandy. But there's one question in particular that reveals something that might be a little bit concerning. Question: is there an employment contract with Bond? Answer: it is not a part-time or full-time employee contract, so there is no employee contract. Brackets, we will enter into a contract for business outsourcing. And then, minors will need a parental signature. Two things. One, this answer, as of 2022 in January, confirms that there is no employment contract. But more importantly, this confirms that at least in terms of the JP side of Bond, in other words, the side that also happens to host its upper management, they don't actually have something against hiring minors. They just need a parental guidance. They just need a parental permission slip when the minor signs up with the agency. Now, that's not to say that they have the exact same thing on paper on the English side, but this does act as a very important precedent to establish that Bondlive's upper management, at the very least, all the way in Japan, doesn't seem to have anything inherently against hiring minors. This will become important later. Now, in February 14th of 2022, because at this point Bond had thoroughly solidified that its growth on Irium was, in Japan was extremely successful. It was really raring to go. They decided to expand out into the EN VTuber market. And they put out the following post: "We are looking for you. Get in touch. Please feel free to inquire about the online interview and audition. We are seeking VTubers who can communicate in English and Japanese for overseas viewers in English-speaking countries, and educate viewers on Japanese culture and language." This was their official start of the EN branch. Applicants should be a native speaker of either Japanese or English, and be able to converse at a business level in any other language. Oh, lame boy. So you're a Bondlive talent. So do you guys not have the Bond bracket in your YouTube account name? Is that allowed, or is that just a personal choice? We are kept like mushrooms, as the saying goes, and the rest will probably be quiet. Yeah, fair enough. By the way, at no point feel like you have to talk in chat, because I perfectly understand if you just want to lurk for this particular stream. To go on. To apply as a VTuber for any other inquiries, please use this inquiry form or contact us via the official Line account. Now, then they list out the various requirements for being eligible for audition. I did. This is my personal account. Ah, okay. Makes sense. All right. So, the various requirements they list out are the following. First, because the interview will be conducted online, you may dress freely. Second, you are not required to prepare anything. Please just tell us why you would like to apply. Third, response will be provided within 3 business days. Fourth, there are no costs incurred whatsoever with regard to streaming. Fifth, applicants are asked to provide their own software and equipment necessary for streaming. If you don't possess any equipment, the office can rent you such equipment. Sixth, applicants who can interview in Japanese. Seventh, and this is important, 18 years and over. So at the very least, on the EN side, Bond is trying to make a public commitment to not hiring minors. Eighth, applicants who can speak fluently in English. And ninth, applicants who can stream 40 hours or more per month with a minimum of 3 to 5 times per week. Where have we heard that requirement before? Oh yeah, Nexus and Anilive. While hearing that this is an audition may make people nervous, the entire process will take place online, so please feel free to apply. There will be an explanation and a Q&A session, which will take approximately 30 minutes. Applicants will be asked about appearing on screen and their real names. Then they list out an VTuber audition timeline, basically pretty simple 4-step process. First you apply, then they shortlist the written applications, then you have your interview, and then they set your contract with you. And then, fast forward to August 8th of 2022, Bondlive announces that it had finally accumulated enough talent to make a proper debut of their English branch. Quote, "Hi everyone, we have some exciting news coming in the next few weeks." And then they teased their main branch. Now at this point in time, they had a Gen 0, which was a talent by the name of Yagami Noah, and one member of their Gen 1, Starry Yozzy, who, and for this particular section of the stream I had to reference the VTuber wiki because so much information has since been deleted or is obscured. From what I can tell, this was one of 5 members of their first generation, although they don't have an official debut announcement on Bondlive's Twitter from what I could see. Now, the other members of Bondlive's Gen 1 would be announced and formally debut sometime between July and September of 2022. First, Hina Melina, announced 29th of July, debuted on the 2nd of August. Then, Bajiru, announced on the 8th of September, debuted on the 10th of September. Nijiro Miyu, announced on the 9th of September, debuted on the 18th of September. And finally, Dropu Charming, announced on the 22nd of September, debuted on the 26th of September. This was, for all intents and purposes, a perfectly fine first generation. Less than 10 talents, already a great start. However, the problem? By December 31st of 2022, literally every single member of Bondlive EN's Generation 1 will have graduated. Hina Melina announced graduation on the 19th of November. Dropu Charming announced graduation on the 24th of November. Nijiro Miyu announced graduation on the 24th of November. Bajiru announced graduation on the 26th of December. And Starry Yozzy announced graduation on the 25th of November. This was within the span of just 1 month that all of these announcements took place. And whenever you have a new agency that attempts to break its way into the EN market or into a new market in general, whatever that market is, if the first gen of a startup VTuber Corpo ends up graduating by the end of their debut year, there is something very, very wrong. And this wasn't the last that we would hear about this either, because on December 3rd of 2022, just after 4 members of their Gen 1 announced their graduation, a document would begin circling, a Google Doc would begin circulating, talking about how the internal experience, the workplace environment at Bondlive EN was completely and utterly fucked. Now, this was a document that ended up being picked up by False ID, who ended up making a video in which at least the first portion is dedicated to going over its contents. Now, we won't be going through the entirety of the document. I will be summarizing quite a lot. I will be summarizing it though. However, for the sake of future reference, shall we say, I want to briefly go over how the document opens and how the document finishes. So, the opening of the document states the following, quote, "Side note, all accounts in this document can be corroborated by former Bond members that have left within the past 6 months, or have screenshots attached to show proof of misbehavior. Current Bond members will defend the company due to internal policy. Bond EN is an established Japanese corporation that has started to enter the English VTuber market, but is massively misinformed about streaming, along with the malicious treatment of its talents. TLDR, Bond is a VTuber, quote, company that is engaging in predatory hiring tactics and illegal activities to trick VTubers into joining their company and trapping them into contracts that they don't honor. The company does not provide promised infrastructure to talents and shows a blatant disregard for the health and mental well-being of their talents while also treating them as disposable. Right off the bat, not exactly a great look for the company." And then the way it concludes, equally important. Overall, due to the horrible atmosphere and treatment of each talent, they decided to graduate and leave the company after analysis by a lawyer that said that their contracts are not binding due to the company's incompetence. Conclusion: for any new talents, read this first before signing any documents with this quote-unquote company. We hope that this acts as a warning sign to avoid this company at all costs, so that they would not experience the same hardship as we did. So, some of the general features of the Bondlive expose of 2022, even just off of what we've read so far. First, the document is presumably written by one or more ex-talents, but it is presented from the perspective of a unified collective. This is very important, because it will set the standard for future documents that try to break the news on what's going on inside this company. Oko, curious if False will talk about this considering what we heard. Oh, False has already talked about this. He talked about the graduation announcement that Bondlive released a few days ago in his second most recent video, I believe. As well as briefly going over the fact that one of the managers did post a preemptive will, shall we say. Second, this document also opens by directing the audience to multiple specific individuals, quote, former Bond members that have left within the past 6 months, end quote, who can corroborate the information presented. The very first thing that this document does is establish that there are specific individuals that people who read this document can go to, consult, in order to confirm everything that's going on that is listed in this document. Third, very important, it includes a disclaimer that acknowledges that current Bond members will defend the company due to internal policy. I don't see any reason as to why this policy would have changed over the last 2 years. Fourth, this document includes multiple screenshots of conversations between talents and management as evidence of internal misconduct, mismanagement, and unfulfilled obligations. The entirety of this document is extremely specific when it comes to identifying which aspects of the internal work environment created an awful place for the talents to exist in. That is extraordinarily important if you're trying to break a story of corporate malpractice to the public. The more specific you can make it, the better it is. And finally, the document concludes with a general warning about the company and a desire to prevent others from going through similar hardships via the release of this information. Essentially, the document ends with an expressed wish that this information reach as many people as possible so that they don't have to go through the same thing that the writers of this document presumably had to go through. Now, to summarize, the document is broken up into a few different sections, each one documenting a specific, shall we say, little bit of malpractice by Bondlive EN. First, disallowed talents from discussing pay. Talents were disallowed from discussing their pay, including talents from the USA, where doing so is illegal under the National Labor Relations Act. So already you don't have a very strong start if one of the practices of this company is just outright illegal. Second, there were multiple instances where Bond changed the talent's contracts without talent signatures or approval. Talents, at times, never even received updated copies of these contracts or even a copy of the original contract. Major red flag behavior. And finally, there were multiple instances of multiple talents who reported that they were being underpaid according to the agreed upon revenue split and were also underpaid for commissions initiated by the company. In this particular section of the document, it lists out an instance where a talent was commissioned to provide 5 logos for each of the 5 members of Gen 1. By the time that those logos were fully finished and submitted, the company announced that they were going to pay them a grand total of $2 per logo, and they claimed that this was the quote-unquote industry rate. Now, I don't know about you, but designing 5 logos for 5 talents and only being paid a grand total of $10 doesn't exactly sound like a proper and fair deal. I'm not even completely certain that's a legal deal according to the US laws. But to go on. The next section, they go on to detail some of the more predatory hiring practices that the company sustains. First, contract negotiations involved false promises of support for video editing, art, and music production. Talents were promised merchandising opportunities that were never followed up on. Talents were promised assistance with schedule art from, quote, professional artists. But only Canva graphics were ever provided, and only provided for a small while after debut. After, I would only assume, maybe a few weeks or a few months, even those Canva graphics weren't provided. And finally, talents were expected to handle all of these tasks independently upon failing to receive the promised support. So, yeah, not great if every single thing that you end up promising ends up falling through when you get in. Lame boy, I would never get assistance for shit I would have to ask. So nothing's changed apparently. And finally, the quote-unquote talent support that this company would try to provide. First, quote, on page 5 of this document, the writers state, Bond's talent support was non-existent, end quote. But to go on. First, talents were given little to no information about company details such as upcoming debuts and members. That's probably something that you'd like to tell talents about so that you can get their help in hyping up new debuts. Second, streams, stream content, and stream schedules were micromanaged for some reason. Third, there were multiple instances of... Sorry, give me a second. There were multiple instances of unprofessional and, at times, outright adversarial conduct from management, which was reportedly experienced by multiple talents. Azahara, non-existent? You mean negligible? Yes. Even before that became a meme, Bondlive was there pioneering the art. And then finally, management frequently displayed poor communication and talents were often isolated from one another. And by the way that this particular part of the document is written, By the way, if you go back to that particular false video, you can search it up on his channel. In the description, you will find a link to this document, and you can verify all this stuff yourself as well. In the way that it is phrased in this particular section of the document, it sounds like the fact that the talents were kept isolated from one another was a conscious decision by management, where they were discouraged from doing various things like freely interacting with one another on stream, which also ties back to the whole stream content being micromanaged point that was raised earlier. So, to summarize, the various claims that were put forth, in this expose. Talents were disallowed from discussing pay, while multiple talents reported being underpaid on multiple occasions. Multiple instances where Bondlive changed contracts without talent signatures or approval. Updated copies of contracts were not provided to the contractee, and in many instances, talents did not even receive a copy of the original contract. Talents were given false promises of editing, art, and production support prior to signing, with merchandising opportunities also being promised but left unfulfilled. Rapport between talents was neglected, if not outright discouraged, and talents were kept in the dark about wider company happenings. And finally, incompetent, adversarial, and uncommunicative management. In particular, a female manager is specifically identified as a culprit who also presented herself as a spokesperson for the company. That third part is still the same. Current era members have to go through adversarial management. So, apparently, the management at Bondlive is still adversarial. Now, there's one particular section near the end of the document that is especially disturbing. And this is when the writers of the document first start detailing the rationale behind their decision to graduate. Quote, "The decision to graduate was hard, but it was not until after talking to each of the genmates that we realized the depth of the problems at Bond. In one particular case, the managerial staff was extremely rude, callous, and passive-aggressive over her duration of time at Bond EN. Members were being kept in the dark about details of the company and not even knowing about fellow genmates, as well as management tried to keep each member isolated from one another. So this is confirmation that basically this was a deliberate decision to try and isolate the members from one another. In contrast to every successful agency that actively attempts to encourage as much closeness and rapport between the individual members of a generation as possible, this was a company that was actively doing the opposite." To go on, there was immense pressure to perform for the growth of the channel, which unnecessarily stressed each member in producing content without help, despite the contract stating that help would be provided. The members felt like they were giving their best to the company, but the company was treating them as disposable. And then it goes on to list a few rules, quote-unquote, that the talents were told to obey. First, if you only care about your old viewers and don't stream for new ones, then we don't need you. And we only care about the success of your channels and not if you get along. Now, I don't know about you, but this tells me one thing very, very clearly. Management does not view the talents as people. Lameboy, do you know the current JP Bond talents knew me? I said hello to them every day, otherwise they wouldn't know who I was at all. Gabriel, yeah, they were consciously trying to decrease cohesion between employees so they can't organize and help one another. Exactly. Yeah, this is completely fucked up. But it gets worse. Collabing isn't for your enjoyment. It's for the audience's enjoyment only. Only collab once a month. And of course, all of these individual instances of rules have been given screenshots to accompany them to prove that they were actually said. So, yeah. Lameboy, no, we are IPs? Yeah. This pretty much proves that, yet again, the company doesn't seem to give a shit about the individual talents. And like I said in last week's stream, the problem with a lot of these tech companies when they try to branch out into talent management as well, when they try to become talent agencies, is a lot of them make the mistake of completely missing the point that when you want sustainability and a viable business in the entertainment industry, you are dealing with people. Your main resource is people. And as a result, you can't use metrics like CCV, monthly earnings, or I don't know, engagement statistics as the sole metric of your success. You have to measure your success based on how happy your talents are and how happy their audience is. And the problem is, how happy the talent is has essentially been confirmed as being something that doesn't even register with management in this particular case. Lameboy, I had to make a full-on essay on why I should collab with other talents. I gave proper reasons, what money that would make, and how it would benefit Bond. And they said, Lamau, thanks, but no. Ah, I see. Oh, this came from the higher-ups, so the CEO, his surrounding people. Yeah, no. This definitely does seem like out-of-touch upper management. By quite a severe margin. And then finally, can't talk about other talents or Bond during collaborations. Basically, shut up, don't talk about how things are on the inside, etc, etc. Gabriel, they're making rules as if VTubing had some kind of hard formula, no more than one collab a month. Who came up with that idea? Evidently someone who didn't understand VTubing. And remember earlier on in the document, they stated very clearly that one of the reasons why they were leaving was because Bondlive's management, especially upper management, demonstrated that they had little to no understanding as to how streaming actually worked. This is exactly what I talked about last week, where these were essentially just tech bros that were trying to number monkey their way into the entertainment industry, specifically VTubing, and specifically EN VTubing. Now, as you can probably imagine, especially if you were around for the last week's stream, that doesn't work at all. So, we have all of this information about how Bondlive seems to have been fucked right from the get-go. However, never mind the fact that their entire Gen 1 has just disappeared within the span of less than 6 months. Bondlive didn't allow that to stop them from accelerating, because between the months of November and December 2022, Bondlive would go on to announce the debut of even more members of their English branch. Mama Oka, thank you for the 5. I'd fail so hard. Half my streams include friends now coming on and talking, almost like I'm running a rotating podcast. Can't begin to think what I do. Oh yeah, no, because if you are going to debut your talent as part of a generation, right? It's common sense to allow intra-generational collabs, because in literally every competent VTubing agency will tell you the same thing. If you're going to debut your talents as a gen, one of the most important things you can do for the purposes of both everyday operation and branding on top of that is make sure that your generation has strong rapport between individual members. One of the best ways to encourage that is to lock off individual generations from being able to collab with members from other generations, and only for a certain period of time after their debut, only get them to collab between individual members of one generation. However, with Bondlive EN in 2022, that has evidently all gone out the window, if it was ever inside in the first place. Yeah, exactly. You need group cohesion. Now, this feels like we're in the Rizzo's moment. Oh no, we haven't even gotten to the worst of it yet. So, grand total of 7 new talents that were debuting as part of Bondlive EN. By the time between June of 2023 and March of 2024, each of these members almost all of these members would have also graduated. Now, you can find graduation announcements for pretty much each of these now graduated members, except for Tsunoda Haru. For him, I don't think there was ever any formal graduation announcement that I could find, and the only reason why I put him in part of this time range is because I had to go through the individual posts on his Twitter account, and from what I could see, around April of 2024, he had removed Bond EN's branding from his Twitter account. So I assume that he graduated sometime within this time frame, probably closer to March. However, I am open to be proven wrong. At this point in time, there's no arguing, right? Bondlive EN's English expansion is fucking dead. It is essentially running on empty. It is a corpse, just twitching on the ground. And the thing is, you would expect that at this particular point in time, any reasonable talent agency would take a moment, reflect on their losses, which are many, numerous, and severe, and conclude that maybe, just maybe, something is awfully, horribly wrong. And maybe they should cut back on the accelerating so that, they could actually hope to get a generation to stick. However, that wasn't the case, because up until now, all of the various debuts and graduations that I've been talking about are only Bondlive EN. See, Bond's EN branch was actually split into two. Bondlive EN, which would be more to do with the YouTube side of things, but they also had another, Bond EN, which would primarily concentrate on streaming on a mobile streaming app called Reality. On October 31st, 2022, Bond's official Twitter account put out the following post, quote, "We are looking for candidates who would like to challenge themselves as an English-speaking VTuber on Reality. Apply from here. Don't forget to mention that you are interested in, quote, Reality." Now, like I said, Reality, mobile streaming app. Seems to be very popular in Japan, not really much of a thing on the EN. However, something that's interesting to note is that Reality is a streaming app that is owned by Gree Holdings, a mobile internet services and entertainment company that also happens to be a direct competitor to DNA, the company that owns Irium. Now, I want you to hang on to that information. Just file it away somewhere in the back of your mind. This is going to come up later. On May 22nd, 2023, Bondlive would then put out yet another announcement. Reality Streamer Audition. Participating in the audition gives you a chance to win live 2D models. Audition period, June 12th to June 25th, EST. Apply from here. Now, this was essentially them announcing that they would be hosting auditions, quote unquote, auditions for their Reality branch. However, when you start reading through what you actually do for this audition, you start to realize that this is less of an audition and more of a kind of publicly accessible competition. Quote, Bond EN will be holding an audition for the next generation of reality streamers. Participating in the audition gives you the chance to win a live 2D model. You will also get an exciting opportunity to join Bond EN and become a live streaming talent for the popular platform Reality. The audition is hosted by Bond Inc. And they list out 2 special prizes, a live 2D model for first place and an original BGM for second and third. Now, later on in this document, they provide a little bit more information to orient participants as to what this actually was. First, what is Reality? Reality is an avatar creator and virtual broadcasting application. With Reality, live broadcasting is made easy with no complicated live 2D settings. It is completely free. Why don't you take this as the first step towards your dream of becoming a virtual talent? And then they list out the prizes. First place, live 2D model. You can request your own design. Second and third place, original BGM. Music file, which can be used freely in streams or original videos without worrying about copyright issues. First to fifth place, right to join Bond EN, excluding current members of Bond EN. Finally, all applicants' right to join Bond EN as a trainee. Now, a few things. First, if this is supposed to be an audition, why would you open it up to members who are already a part of your agency? This makes me very suspicious about how you provide support, because on the off chance that you only provide live 2D models if your internal participants win competitions? Well, first, that's a little concerning, seeing as how that tends to foster, intra-company rivalries, which is something you never want between your talents. But second, that kind of defeats the purpose, well, it muddies the waters between this being some sort of public competition or whether this is supposed to be some sort of audition. Because the two don't really mix very well if your aim is to do one or the other. They get in each other's way because you get less participants for either purpose. You dilute the pool of participants for either purpose. So already this is a very sketchy kind of event. But yeah, someone earlier in chat also pointed out, hold on, let me find who it was. Zvezda, this is very much a battle royale type situation. Exactly what we talked about with Nexus last week. Now, they then go on to list out the application requirements and preferred qualifications. Quote, application requirements. You must create an account with Reality for the first time. Existing accounts cannot be used. Must be 18 years or older. You must be fluent in English. All genders and nationalities are welcome to participate, and no prior streaming experience is required. And then finally, preferred qualifications, experience with streaming on YouTube or other platforms, proficiency in Japanese language, interest in Japanese culture, video editing or drawing skills, can't imagine why they'd want those. And finally, ability to play an instrument or sing. Yeah. Lameboy, all they want was a chance of being stuck in Bond longer? Yeah. I can see that being the case. Oko, this is a weird way to join a corpo. Oh, wait until they look for how they actually judge the winners. So, audition flow. First, download Reality. Second, create your account. Third, fill the following form. Fourth, create an avatar by following the flow that's been sent to you by email. Fifth, audition starts. And this is what they're looking for. This is how you win, quote unquote, this competition, quote unquote. Stream as much as possible during the audition period. The winners of the audition will be determined based on the quote unquote scores earned from your streams on Reality. What are scores? Well, scores will be calculated by the amounts of gifts, free gifts or paid gifts, received. And finally, engage your audience to increase your chances of earning a score and winning the audition. Yeah, this is literally the Hunger Games. But even more concerning than that, this, to me, tells me that they have essentially zero vetting process. Because this, quote-unquote, audition is basically a glorified dono farming contest. And if that's their only criteria, if that's the only criteria they have for picking which talents to take into their agency, it doesn't really surprise me if later on there are sporadic reports that some of the talents that ended up joining Bond are not exactly the most pro-social people to work with. One of the most important things that you can have for your company, that you can retain for your company, that you can use to ensure the overarching sustainability, viability, integrity of your company is to have strong, clear vetting processes. This is not a vetting process. This is not even an audition process. Like I said, this is a dono farming competition. This is bullshit. That's not how you run a corpo. That's certainly not a good way of looking for talents. Because while, yes, an important part of streaming, being a good streamer, is the ability to keep an audience engaged, is the ability to be able to keep it financially viable for yourself in the form of donathons, gifts, whatever the fuck you want to call them. However, the difference between becoming part of an agency and just being a successful indie creator is the ability to work with other people. And crucially, that is an element that this quote-unquote audition process has no hope of being able to select for. And that's the problem. Lameboy, hold on, let me see what you were saying. This is how we got paid. This is how we got advertising for our channels on Reality. This is how we got favors from Bondlive EN, the Reality branch. And they told us that if we did well on a dead app, we could do well and move over to YouTube, which is a dying corpse of a branch. Ah, I see. We'll come back to that in a second, don't you worry. On June 23rd of 2023, so about a month later, Bond would then announce the final results for the winners of this quote-unquote audition/competition. Now, top winner, Akihiro Bondien, total of 1,370,304 points. Second place, Aspen Rose Bondien, 711,461 points. So notice how first place and second place are, pre-existing Bond talents, which kind of defeats the purpose of this being a publicly available contest or a contest that's available to the public, but we'll go on. Umeko Fuji, 669,986 points, third place. And finally, fourth down to 10th, somewhere around less than 650,000 points. However, like they said, like they promised, there were a few people who were going to make it into Bond, and indeed a few people did. However, by the time you got to January of 2024, of the 10 winners that were announced, 6 of them would have debuted at Bond and then left Bond within that span of time. Over a total of around 6 to 7 months, let me repeat, 6 out of 10 of these so-called audition winners were driven to leave this so-called agency. When I talk about an agency that was dying on the branch, or a branch that was dying on the vine, mixing my metaphors there a little bit. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh boy, what a prize! I can get into Bond! Well, I mean, it evidently didn't turn out to be that much of a prize for these people, and understandably so, given everything we've heard about the company. However, this isn't the extent of the destruction that accompanied the attempt at opening Bond EN, because I went over the VTuber wiki that recorded the debuts and graduations on this particular branch, right? The reality branch of Bond's English division. And I compiled a few quick stats. Over the course of the period between December of 2022 and January of 2024, so that 2-year period, that 1-year period, basically, Bond EN, the reality branch alone, debuted a total of 55 talents. By the end of January 2024, 15 of these 55 talents had departed. As of today, January 2025, 16 of those 55 talents have ceased VTubing activities entirely. They were so traumatized by what they went through at this so-called company that they decided that VTubing simply wasn't for them. And then, over the course of this time period, the highest number of departures in a single month, 1 month, not a year, not a quarter, not 6 months, 1 month, was 5. 5 talents in the month of July 2023. And the total number of consecutive months with at least 1 graduation in each month in this 1-year time period was a streak of 8 months in a row. June 2023 all the way to January 2024, there was not a single month that went by without at least 1 graduation, very often with multiple graduations in 1 month. This was an absolute horrendous shit show. However, during 2023, when this ongoing exodus of Bond's EN division was going on, one thing that you guys might realize is that there was no mention of any sort of expose. There was no cohesive, unified Google Doc or statement from the talents that had departed or the talents that were still there. There was no video from False talking about this event. In fact, I spoke with False, asking him if he could bring me up to speed on what he knows about Bond EN situation, because he's been keeping track of it for a few years now. And he told me that around the time that this collapse was happening, he tried to have a stream where he was gathering information from various talents who had left or various talents who were still there, and he was swamped with so many accounts that were so disconnected from one another, so disunified, that a viable story was simply not possible. In other words, because of the fact that there was no cohesive statement, because of the fact that there wasn't a certain amount of unity between the talents that had left or the talents that were still there, because of the fact that there was no cohesive statement possible, there was also no story to be had here. And when it comes to trying to understand why it is that there was no expose this time around, despite the fact that more talents had left in a more dramatic way, part of the reason may be due to something that happened right after False did his last expose on Bondlive. On December 26th, 2022, Bondlive EN would put out an official announcement stating, quote, regarding responses to slanderous and defamatory actions against the company and our talent. Quote, thank you very much for your continued support of Bond Inc., hereafter referred to as the company and our talent. Currently, there have been such serious acts of publishing defamatory content and spreading baseless speculation on the internet against our company and talent affiliated with our company. Such slanderous acts are harmful to our talent and infringe on the business rights of our company and our talent, and we ask that you please refrain from such acts. If we discover such acts and determine that they constitute criminal or illegal acts, such as defamation or obstruction of business, we will consult our legal advisors and take action with a view to filing a lawsuit or requesting disclosure of sender's information. We would like to thank all of our fans for their continued support and understanding. December 6th, 2022, Bond Inc. Business rights, what rights? My point exactly. But also, two things. First, this was published in direct response to the first Bondlive expose of 2022. Now, if you cast your minds back to when we went through the contents of it, you might remember not a single time in the document did it ever imply that there was something going on with the talents being implicated. The entire document was dedicated to explaining how management had failed in their job to provide sufficient support to the talents and describing what an awful work environment it was. At no point were the talents ever implicated. That was part of why the statement functioned as such a cohesive and unified document. So that little bit where they include at the beginning that there was supposedly slander and defamation towards their talent, that is designed to purposefully obfuscate the fact that the company and upper management were the only entities being criticized. Second, the purpose of this document is, well, actually, I'm curious to see what you guys think. Who is this document aimed at exactly? Lameboy, yeah, I was the only talent to try and unify to bring everyone together, but I was the last to debut before they shut down the Ian branch and moved to Irium. Ah, I see. So it was a lie. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, management failed in their jobs. Listen, there were 6 branches. We had 6 branches and 2 managers. Holy shit. Jane Doe, leakers? Yes. For reasons we'll get into in a second, I highly doubt this was supposed to be aimed at reporters more so than they were aimed at leakers. To me, this statement seems very much geared towards trying to frighten the remaining talents into silence. And this brings us to a question. Well, if they published this, right, a very obvious attempt at telling the public, shut the fuck up, stop discussing things, don't talk about this anymore, we don't want you to talk about us, right? Very obvious statement. Why did this not trigger the Streisand effect? Because a lot of you who may not have ever heard of Bond, right? Even a lot of you who may have heard about Bond when it first started collapsing in 2022, might not have known that over the course of 2023, the rot was this bad. Or, sorry, you might not have even kept up with Bond after that initial burst of attention over at December of 2022. So, ordinarily, you would expect that a legal notice that is as tone deaf as this might get people to start digging, but honestly, yeah, Azahara, like you said, nobody knew what the fuck Bond was. So, what stopped the Streisand effect from coming into play? And from what I could tell, the answer is down to two main things. First, latency, and second, pure, dumb, stupid luck. On the point of latency, what you will notice is that there was a gap of 3 days between when False and that document went public and when Bondlive put out their threat of legal action. Now, over the course of those 3 days, one of the things that ended up happening was the public was provided with a very comprehensive account of what exactly was going on inside this company, complete with screenshots for proof and a unified cohesive statement from multiple individuals, as well as specifics as to who to go to corroborate what was being said. In other words, the public had received their fill of information. From what I could tell, everyone seemed to be satisfied that they knew what was going on. So by the time Bond blundered onto the scene with their legal threats, they were pretty much just dismissed as a joke. Because, I mean, well, from the perspective of the public, you know, this is a bit late, if anything. It doesn't really do much from the perspective of the public. However, the luck comes into play around 2 months later when everything that was going on with Bond was overshadowed by what was going down with Niji Sanji. Yeah, some people in chat pointed out graduation of Yugo Asuma happened around the same time frame as well, which pretty much overwrote everyone's collective memory about this event taking place. So between February 13th and February 23rd of 2023, both Kyo and False would go through their scuffle with Niji's attempts at abusing YouTube's copyright system. And when this particular thing happened, this became major news in the VTubing space, because this was one of the most egregious examples of a company trying to silence those who were talking about their flaws. And when you have two overlapping stories that have very similar beats despite involving different people, usually the story that pertains to the more significant person or the more visible party will end up completely overshadowing the other. So essentially, what ended up happening in this particular instance was Bond was essentially just left sitting in the corner with their dunce cap on, ignored by the general public while they were too preoccupied with the shit show that was now going down with Niji Sanji. A shit show that did not let up at any point throughout 2023 and 2024. It was a constant 2-year ride of some of the most public VTuber corpo meltdowns that I think people in this industry have ever seen. And as a result, nobody remembers Bond. Nobody was keeping track of what was going on with Bond. So, the thing is though, right? Even if the statement, the legal threats, did not actually manage to prevent reporters like False from talking about this, it did succeed at possibly getting in the way of future talents and present-day talents from unifying with one another. Because if each of them were isolated from one another, if each of them were individually scared of being retaliated against by their company, the chances of them getting together to actually come up with a statement that was cohesive enough to damage the company yet again in a legitimate fashion was going to be significantly reduced. Oko, thank you for the 5. Sadly must depart to do my own things, but continue roasting Bond. Justice for the towns and everyone involved. Thanks for showing up, and thank you for the super. I hope your things go well. And in media, we have a specific term for this phenomenon. What happens when you do something that shuts people down, shuts people up, discourages them from talking about things simply because of a threat? And that concept is called a chilling effect. A chilling effect, in media theory, is when a person is driven by the threat of some harm or penalty, especially from government laws targeting expression or the prospect of legal action, to engage in self-censorship. Refraining from expressing themselves or engaging in some activity, despite the fact that that expression and or activity is lawful or even desirable. Essentially, this is what happens when you don't actually take action against a specific person or individual or group of people, but you threaten to, and as a result of that threat, people en masse start censoring themselves, restricting what they say because they're afraid of possible consequences. It's a legal term as well. Yeah, it's a thing in both media theory and, legal studies, I believe. There is a lot of overlap between study of media and study of law, oddly enough. Well, actually, it's not that odd, but yeah. So, essentially, at this point in time, right, as of December 2022, Bond was confronted with two problems. One, they had to contend with the fact that there were reporters who were big enough in the VTubing industry who could signal boost accusations of misconduct to the point where they could become potentially devastating to their overall reputation. However, at the same time, they also had to deal with the problem of internal leaks. Now, you may notice, the chances of Bond being able to do something about false, pretty slim. Especially after February, when everyone in the VTubing industry was put on hyper alert about companies abusing various copyright systems or threatening legal action to try and silence criticism. If Bond had attempted to try and silence false in any way, especially after February, that would have been PR suicide. Which means that they only had one avenue of attack. They could only ever hope to cover this weakness. However, thing is, they didn't actually have to silence false directly. Because if you take stock of the situation, one of the things that you realize is that false doesn't just talk about anything on his channel. He doesn't just go with any individual, account or story or whatever. False has rules for what actually makes a viable story. This is one of the greatest sources of his credibility, but also something that ends up making him a little predictable if you're trying to dodge his attention or dodge his coverage. For something to qualify as a story, usually, from what I've seen, the story needs to have at least one of these, it needs to tick off at least one or two of these three criterion. There either has to be a disclosure from an insider who's willing to put their name behind the statement. There has to be, or a public statement from the corporation itself, or a statement from undisclosed sources but with behind-the-scenes consensus and or publishable evidence. In other words, unless false can guarantee that the story that is being brought to his attention, or a story that's being pitched to him, for want of a better term, satisfies at least one of these three criterion, that story, for all intents and purposes, is dead in the water. And so, when Bond used this legal threat to enforce a chilling effect among its talents, it essentially solved the problem it had with false without ever having to interact with him directly. Because if they could, in theory, prevent some sort of unified response from getting out into the public, all they would have to do is shut up and ignore false, and in theory at least, he wouldn't have anything to go off of. So, yeah. To sum up, at this point in time, right, Bond Inc.'s black box had three main problems, three main things, events, circumstances, whatever, that were compromising the three layers of protection that we talked about earlier. The outermost layer, they had leaks and informants. Second innermost, employee dissatisfaction, and innermost being publicists and specialists, right? At this point, they figured out a way of trying to deal with the leaks and informants. Just threaten them with legal action. Usually, for the most part, especially if your talents have no legal experience of their own and don't have a personal lawyer because they can't afford it, usually this is a good enough way of making sure they shut up, unfortunately. However, with the problem of employee dissatisfaction, Bond also had a way of dealing with that too. Because if your employees are dissatisfied, simple, just replace them with more employees. And that's exactly what they were doing with that constant stream of new employees as old ones were leaving en masse. That's why they had such piss-poor audition standards as to reduce, like I said, I can't get over this, just an audition process that was basically just a dono farming contest on one of their platforms. This was their second solution to the second problem that was compromising their exterior, their barrier to being scrutinized by the public. And so that leaves the question, how do you solve that final problem of publicists and specialists? We touched on that a little bit when I talked about how they solved the problem that they had with false by simply shutting up the talents. However, we can get into, there is more that we can possibly dig into when it comes to that thing in particular, because thing is, with chilling effects, it's not just a legal thing, it's not just a media thing, it is also a social thing. Now for this, I want to reference an article that was published in the Minnesota Law Review called Understanding Chilling Effects by Jonathan W. Penny. Now the Minnesota Law Review is a publication, it is a student publication, right? That's very important to note. In case experts, legal experts mean anything to you, it's important for you guys to understand this was not a paper that was written by a professional. This was a paper that was written by a student, to my knowledge. However, this was also a paper that ended up winning an award. It won the 2020 Privacy Law Scholars Conference Reidenberg Care Award. And when I read through a paper, one of the things that I look for is that, well, it sounds pretty common sense and stupid, but one of the things that I look for is the ideas actually making sense. And this paper does contain quite a few things that make the social aspect of chilling effects better to understand. And the reason why the social aspect of chilling effects is important to understand is because you are dealing with a talent agency. No matter how much management tries to keep the talents individually isolated, this is still a work environment where there is at least some degree of social interaction occurring between the talents. This is, as pathological as it has been structured, this is still a social environment. The interior of the company is still a social environment. So if you want to understand chilling effects, understanding the social aspect to it is also quite important. Now, one of the major points that Penny makes in this paper is that chilling effects have both a negative and a positive effect. Now, when I say negative and positive, I don't mean bad or good. When I say negative, I mean something that is removed or negated, and when I say positive, I mean something that is created or promoted. Now, a lot of people, when they're talking about chilling effects, tend to focus only on the negative aspect to it, the legal aspect to it, right? Which is basically when some sort of legal threat ends up promoting self-censorship, right? In other words, people elect to remove their own expression. However, another aspect to chilling effects that this paper argues is underrepresented, not talked about enough, is the fact that not only does it remove something, it also creates something else. Chilling effects create the phenomenon of social conformity. In other words, not only does it make people refrain from doing things, it also promotes them to do something else, which is to fall in step with the people around them. Now, few key points that I want to raise to your attention. One of the things this paper identifies is something that he calls the watching eye effect, which is basically the idea that when you are aware of surveillance or being watched, right, regardless of whether you're actually being watched or you just think you are, that increases the likelihood of self-censorship and self-consciousness. Lame boy, don't worry, we'll get to that in a second, so hang tight. Now, in other words, in social contexts, this phenomenon can lead to greater adherence to social conformity through the establishment of stigmas and the threat of ostracization or judgment. In other words, it doesn't have to be the threat of getting sued or the threat of getting thrown in jail in order to stop someone from being able to say something, or to pressure someone into censoring themselves. It could be something as simple as just threatening them with judgment, right? Calling them names, putting labels onto them, etc., etc. This is amplified even further on social media, where awareness of the vast amount of disparate audiences that are watching you at any one time can increase the appeal of simply disengaging with a given topic. In other words, especially on social media, when you are acutely aware that everything you say is being watched by a whole bunch of people that have incompatible wants, desires, opinions, it is very, very easy to simply nope out of the entire situation and just not say anything and not interact at all. Yeah, Master N, literally 1984. Exactly, right? Shame culture reigned here. That's a great way of putting it, right? Second, and this is a specific quote. When faced with uncertainty, social psychology finds that people seek out both informational and normative influences to decide how to act or behave, and conform their behavior accordingly. Now, informational influence is pretty self-explanatory, right? Information. So that is, that's one aspect of it done. However, what Cialdini means by normative, what this paper means when it cites normative influences are the following. Especially in times of uncertainty, people will look to, quote, social norms performed by legitimate authorities, end quote, as a form of behavioral proof of acceptable conduct. In other words, what that means when you translate it from academia speak is when people aren't sure of what's going on, they will look to what people who claim to be authorities are doing and try to emulate their behavior accordingly. This is important because it means that whenever a situation crops up where nobody knows what the fuck is going on, one of the things that you, as a member of the general public, should be acutely aware of is who initially tries to establish themselves as a quote-unquote legitimate authority. Because those are going to be the people who try to define how a situation is presented going forward. And finally, a common tactic used on social media to create a social chilling effect is to flood audiences with a barrage of information and opinion to effectively overwhelm the public and drown out disagreeable speech. This is especially important because it means that there is yet another option open to Bond in order to ensure the silence of its talents. By doing the opposite, not suppressing their speech, but making them so at odds with one another that when they do end up speaking up, there are so many inconsistencies in their accounts as a group that the public is simply stun-locked by the sheer overloading of information. And so, you have the solution to keeping their innermost ring of silence sealed. A combination of creating an environment where the talents are not going to be inclined or able to unite with one another to come up with a cohesive statement, either due to some form of, interpersonal animosity or something else, and stigma. One of the things that will benefit Bond the most is social stigma. Stigma that might make it unappealing for reporters to pick up on a story. Stigmas that might mean that when a reporter looks at the sheer disparity, the sheer disunity of all of these different talent accounts, they will simply nope out of the entire story and say, yeah, this is too much trouble, this isn't worth my time, I'm just going to ignore this. And that is something that's going to come into play later on in this stream. Yes, your own as slave, fire off so many irrelevant points that it's impossible to respond to them all, and the impossibility is what they capitalize on. Exactly, that's a great way of summarizing it. Eddie, like Niji Sanji's barrage of violations for Selene and Zion? No, very different from that. And this is something that's quite important to distinguish, right? What Bond is essentially, this way of dealing with coverage, right? This way of trying to deter coverage by overwhelming the public with information, that is very different to what Niji did. Because what Niji did was, well, I mean, it was equally evil, but just in a different way. What Niji did was they tried to achieve the illusion of internal consensus while they were smearing ex-talents. What Niji did was very deliberate and very organized. That's the difference. Bond is capitalizing on chaos, whereas Niji was capitalizing on orchestrated deception. So while they may seem similar on the surface, they are in fact very different in the way that those two deterrence methods are organized and function. So yeah, good question, but the two are quite different. Yeah, Lumi, this is what UTT is for. We'll cover anything that interests us or what Mizu wants to spy. Exactly. This is why, by the way, if you talk about drama creators or news creators in this particular content niche, you need a range of them. Because if everyone has the same rules, then dodging coverage of your fuck-up becomes extraordinarily easy. So, there may be instances where you disagree with certain creators in the niche that, for example, I myself occupy. But understanding that there is a purpose to all of them existing at the same time is also something that is, in my opinion, integral to understanding why some of these companies act the way that they do. One is vasectomy, the other is decapitation. That's certainly one way of trying to describe it, Kaiser. Shadowgale, we'll get to that in a second, don't you worry. So, at this point, we have a veritable orgy of evidence that Bondlive EN, that Bond EN is completely and utterly fucked. You have the initial expose that was published in 2022. You have the core values, everything on their website, their FAQ article on Lifestart that talks of, that, you know, gives us an insight into how the company was started and how it is being run. You have their response to the initial expose, which was just to issue a legal notice to intimidate their talents, basically just saying, shut the fuck up, we don't want you talking about anything. And finally, you have their fucking awful audition methods, or lack thereof. There were so many structural flaws in this agency that it's an absolute miracle that they haven't collapsed already. They should have collapsed at the end of 2023, but somehow they are still going. Mizu love, amen. Oh, Mizu, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you're still around. Good stream, by the way. I'm still hanging around. Oh, that's nice to know. Good evening. Hello, Aquarake. Welcome to the stream. So, at this point, based off of everything we've talked about so far, there are two conclusions that we can reach about the way that Bondlive operates. First, Bond Inc., the parent company, evidently seems to view its EN employees more as expendable resources than individual people. Second, Bondlive EN's foremost priority seems to be the global expansion of Bond Inc., and or, failing that, the expansion of its business partners' reach. Now, this is why when things start going wrong, Bondlive's instinct is to accelerate and not pull back. Acceleration without reform is a very clear sign that a company doesn't actually give a shit about any of its individual talents, or it doesn't even think of its talents as individual people. However, there is a third conclusion that I've reached after looking into this agency, and that is that Bondlive EN, in its current form, was created with, and still exhibits, the above traits in its business operations and decision-making rationale. In other words, Bond did not fall off. It didn't mysteriously become evil. No, Bondlive EN was started with corrupt motivations that inherently made it impossible for them to succeed, and certainly impossible for them to ever be a healthy workplace for the talents that ended up joining. Now, The reasons as to why I came to that conclusion start with understanding the motivations behind a corporation's actions. Oh, Lumi, you gotta head off to the members book club? Ah, I understand. I'll read into you afterwards. Keen to see when you return. Keen to see where you return. Assuming that I'm still going, which will probably be the case since we're only about halfway through. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Bondlive is chaotic evil and Nietzsche is lawful evil. That's a good way of putting it, actually, yeah. So, very important thing when it comes to understanding a corporation and analyzing a corporation's various actions and decisions, right? Never, ever, ever make the mistake of conflating a corporation with the people who operate it, right? Never ever make the mistake of thinking of a corporation or approaching a corporation as if it is a person. It is not, right? For all intents and purposes, you must always, at all times, think of corporations as inhuman entities. And the reasons for that is when you're trying to figure out the motivations of a corporation, you can't do the same thing as you do when you're trying to figure out the motivations behind individual people, right? For individual people, you could look at things like their relationships, their stated values, their actions, etc., etc. All of those things, their personality, all of those things form a very complex but overall cohesive picture of what a person's motivations might be. When you're trying to figure out a business's motivations, when you're trying to figure out a corporation's motivations, very simple. You only look at 2 things. 1, what it does, and 2, who pays for it. And when it comes to one of the core motivations of a corporation, it is to grow. Now, there are 2 main objectives that a corporation can attain in order to facilitate said growth. The first, expansion, and the second, consolidation. For an example of expansion, this basically means trying to find new audiences or consumer bases, right? This is what Cover Corp is currently doing. The second is consolidation, where you basically look around at your competition and try to buy up as much of it as possible. This is what Brave Group is currently doing. Now, the first one, expansion, pretty self-explanatory, right? When a company looks to expand overseas, there will be unique challenges that face that the company must confront, depending on what exactly that company is and what that company does. Now, important thing, when you're looking at platforms, streaming platforms, and talent agencies, each of them have unique challenges when it comes to expanding overseas. As an example, something that we've talked about on this channel before, we can use Nexus and AnyLive. When a streaming platform tries to expand overseas, they are faced with the problem of having no content despite having new prospective user bases available to them. However, when a talent agency tries to expand overseas, they are faced with something akin to the opposite problem, where they have content because they have talent, but they don't have a new or prospective viewer base. And the reason why I say they don't have a new viewer base is because VTubing is extremely saturated. The chances that you will be able to find an audience that isn't already into VTubing if you are a VTubing agency are abysmally low. So for all intents and purposes, when you look at the way that these 2 entities, streaming platforms and talent agencies, try to expand overseas into new markets, they end up facing the opposite problems. So, how do you overcome that? Easy. You team up. In the case of AnyLive, what we ended up realizing was AnyLive provided an initial monetary investment into Nexus to get it started. Captain was an angel investor for Nexus. And also, in return, what I can only assume is that there was a gentleman's agreement, shall we say, that Nexus would exclusively debut its talents on the AnyLive platform when that platform opened in the West. Now, what happens is when a talent agency and a streaming platform join forces, in theory at least, each of them is able to shore up the other's insufficiencies. Now, when it comes to the platform, now that they have talents that are exclusively streaming or debuting on their platform, they no longer have the problem of having no content. So that's fixed. On top of that, when a streaming platform tries to constrict its talents when a talent agency tries to constrict its talents to only streaming on a new streaming platform, in theory, that's very important, in theory, that fixes their problem of having no new prospective viewers, because they don't have to deal with, all of the oversaturation that's currently in the broader VTubing market in the West. So, like I said, it is very appealing for a streaming platform / tech company to essentially conjoin itself with a talent agency in order for both of them to expand overseas together, right? Yeah, accurate. Yeah, they make a baby. Exactly. One hand washes the other, Yugure. Exactly. So, when you think about it that way, now, what I want you to understand is how this recontextualizes the link between Bond Inc. and the various streaming platforms that it has been using in its expansion into the West. See, the thing is, and I just want to reiterate yet again, there is no link between Irium and Bondlive's management. However, while there is no explicit record or any evidence to point to some sort of monetary deal between any of the streaming platforms, any of the alternative streaming platforms that Bond has streamed on, and Bond itself, there is, however, some circumstantial evidence to suggest that the connection between the two might not be so random. And it starts by looking at DNA, the company that owns Irium. See, in July 2nd of 2021, DNA, I keep having to remind myself not to say Dina because of the way it's spelled, DNA fully acquired Irium Inc. In a notice that was released to their shareholders, they said, quote, DNA Co. Ltd. would like to announce that during a board of directors meeting held today, it decided to acquire additional shares of its equity method affiliate, Irium Inc. Following this additional share acquisition, Irium Inc. is expected to become a... Sorry, give me a second. Irium Inc. is expected to become a 100% consolidated subsidiary of DNA. As this matter does not fall under the timely disclosure standards of the Tokyo Stock Exchange, some disclosure items and content might have been omitted. So, at this point in time, DNA owned Irium. Now, in that same year, about 1 month later, just over a month later, DNA tried to launch the other one of its streaming platforms, Pacocha, into the US. According to this article by PR Newswire, quote, Pacocha, one of the top live streaming apps in Japan, makes its debut in the United States. The live streaming app, which has generated over 250 million USD in revenue and 2.5 million downloads since its launch in Japan, is now available for iOS and Android in the US market. Quote, Tokyo, May 26, 2021. DNA Co. Ltd. announces the debut of Pacocha, one of Japan's top live streaming apps in the United States. The launch brings a fresh take on the live streaming space in the US market and provides content creators with another opportunity to create a viable profession out of their social media businesses while the live communication market booms worldwide. Now, a lot of you will not have ever heard of Pacocha, and there is a reason for that. Because, fast forward 2 years, 3 years, on February 24th, 2024, Pacocha announced that its US branch would be closing down because this app was never able to gain a foothold in Western markets. The reason as to why this is important, because a lot of you may be thinking, okay, what the fuck does this have to do with Bondlive, is that for DNA at the very least, this would have proven that simply launching a streaming platform in the West is not going to cut it. If you launch a streaming platform alone, by itself, with no other selling point and no unique selling point, you're not going to get anywhere in the Western market. I want you to file that away in the back of your mind. That's going to become relevant in a second. And I'm going to be saying that a lot over the course of this stream, but hopefully the payoffs will be worth it. In that same month, at the end of February 29th, 2024, Bond announced that it was being acquired by Strawberry Prince, a massive company that's basically specializing in entertainment and production. According to their website and their About section, Strawberry Prince is, or shortened to STPR, is, quote, in addition to supporting and producing creators who are active in video distribution, Strawberry Prince engages in producing all 360 degrees of entertainment content, including the operation of the music label Strawberry Prince Records, planning and production of live performances and events, planning and production and sale of goods, and planning and production of extended reality content. Now, this acquisition would be formally announced on March 4th, 2024, in an article in the PR Times titled Bond Co. Ltd. Joins the Strawberry Prince Group, entering the V-Liver business. Quote, STPR Inc. is pleased to announce that on February 29, 2024, it acquired all shares of Bond Inc., making it a wholly owned subsidiary. And this article also includes a comment by Ryosuke Sumiyoshi, the CEO of Bond Inc. After seeing the CEO, STPR creators, and fascinating content and live performances that Strawberry Prince has created, I was able to immediately imagine what kind of synergy and fusion can be created and what we can do as our company, and was able to proceed with this discussion without a single hesitation. I am confident that with Strawberry Prince, we can make the world go crazy. In the future, I would like to make full use of Strawberry Prince's assets, work hard as a member of the Strawberry Prince group, and make the world a more fun place. Essentially, what was happening is the CEO of Bond Inc. would join Strawberry Prince as a member of their executive board. And this was him basically saying, well, this was him basically saying, I couldn't have hoped for anything better outcome. Now, on May 7th, 2024, Strawberry Prince acquired another VTubing agency, an agency by the name of Original Co. Ltd. This article from the PR Times yet again states, quote, Strawberry Prince Inc. has acquired all shares of Original Inc., a company that operates V-Liver production companies and management creators, as of May 1st, and is pleased to announce that Original has joined the STPR group. Now, you may be wondering, why is this important? Well, first, it proves that the parent company of Bond is very much trying to break its way into the VTubing industry. Not by, fostering talents, but by simply buying up the agencies that, are marketed off of that premise, shall we say. And, just like with the previous article, it includes a statement by the CEO of Original. Quote, since its founding, Original has been developing its V-Liver business under the vision of liberating wholesomeness. The V-Liver field is now recognized by many people, but we believe that the market is still in its infancy. Because it is a market in its infancy, we are confident that by collaborating with Strawberry Prince, which has created new entertainment, we will be able to deliver even more entertainment. We will continue to work hard to realize our vision. In addition, by joining forces with Bond Co. Ltd., which also operates in the V-Liver business, we will leverage each other's strengths to provide unprecedented content and new value that will liven up the entire VTubing market. And then it also includes a comment by Ryosuke Sumiyoshi, the CEO of Bond. I am very happy and encouraged to be able to work with Takagishi-san, again in this way, who has been very helpful to me since the beginning of the launch. I will continue to work with Original, the manager, and the people at Original to make the most of this wonderful opportunity and continue to liven up the market. Now, it's very important to understand, at this point in time, from this moment onwards, Original and Bond were essentially joined at the hip. Their CEOs were basically working with one another. Now, Original is notable because it owns 4 individual VTuber talent agencies: UniQ, Now on V, NeoV, and Aqualive. All 4 of these agencies specialize in streaming on Irium. Now, that might look like a little bit of a coincidence, and that might look like, maybe it's just a coincidence because Irium is really popular in Japan. And yes, that could be the case. However, if you scroll down in this article, you also see a little bit of a bio on the CEO of Original. And, fun fact, Ryunosuke Takagishi was once an employee at DNA. In fact, he was once the COO and CFO of DNA before leaving to establish Original Co. in 2020. Now, I'm not saying that there is some grand conspiracy that ties Irium and Bondlive together. But what I am saying is that when it comes to working together with the company, the CEO of a VTuber talent agency that happened to be the CEO, COO, and CFO of the company that owns the streaming platform you all share, the relationship between the two may be a little more incestuous than sheer coincidence. Now, that wasn't the end of it though, because throughout the year of 2024, even more shit was going down in terms of corporate consolidation in Japan's virtual entertainment industry. On June 4th, 2024, Strawberry Prince decided, fuck it, we're going to go all out on buying other companies. And so they formed a different company called Super State Holdings, which is basically supposed to be a holdings company whose only function is to go around snapping up as many different companies that occupied the virtual entertainment space as humanly possible. Now, one of their first acquisitions that are of note and relevant to this entire stream happened on September 17th when they acquired Lucid Multimedia. Now, in an article that was put out on Lucid's own website, it states, quote, Los Angeles, California, September 17, 2024. Lucid Corporation, a US-based VTuber agency, announced its acquisition by Superstate Holdings and, quote, entertainment superpower, end quote. This strategic move marks Superstate Holdings' first venture into the US market, signaling a significant expansion of its global presence in the rapidly growing VTuber industry. The acquisition is set to accelerate Lucid's growth and enhance its position in the US VTuber landscape. Superstate Holdings plans to leverage this acquisition to establish and grow its various brands in the US through VTuber activities and other tech-related initiatives and acquisitions. Now, first thing, this shows us two very important things about Superstate Holdings' motivations, and by extension, Bondlive's motivations. First, their foremost priority is to accelerate and expand. They want to break into the EN VTubing market, and they aren't being subtle about it at all. They are basically just blundering in, waving around money and hoping it all works out. The second thing, though, is that they are, more than anything, interested in the EN market because, more likely than not, based on what Bond itself has said in the past, with the stagnation, quote-unquote, of the Japanese market, they likely view this as an essential, shall we say, seeding point for their future viability, which means that there is a certain element of priority and or desperation behind this move, in my opinion, although that may be a little speculative, behind this move, which means that when it comes to their expansion into the West, it is a kind of at all costs type mentality. Now, the more concerning part is a little blurb that's included right at the bottom of the article where it details what Superstate Holdings is. And remember, this is presumably something that Superstate Holdings passed on to Lucid in order to explain to its readers how Superstate Holdings would like the audience to think of them. This is what they market themselves off of. Quote, Superstate Holdings Co., Ltd. is a, quote, superpower in entertainment, end quote, boasting over 1,000 creators. Let me repeat that. 1,000 creators, including those under its subsidiary Strawberry Prince Co. Limited, with a total of 43 million social media followers and more than 8.9 billion cumulative YouTube views. With a strong presence and influence centered on YouTube, the company is well recognized for its extensive reach. Now, those who watched my last stream on Nexus and Anilive will understand how much of a red flag it is when the total number of talents owned by an agency is used as a metric of success. Because to a VTuber viewer, when I see that a company has 1,000 talents under its wing, to me, that means nothing at best and awful things at worst. Because at best, that basically just means that you're big. Nothing else. It doesn't actually affect the streams, the content, the individual talent's well-being. But at worst, this tells me that your company is over-bloated and even worse, just thinking of your talents as numbers and not people. Now, a lot of people will also remember that number 1,000 being incredibly infamous, because this is the number of creators hosted by a single company that ends up killing VTuber agencies. Activate, the company behind Kizuna Eye, died on its way to create a VTuber agency that had the ultimate aim of hosting 1,000 talents. Harry made Nexus with the intention of eventually expanding to having a roster of 1,000 talents. Nexus died. Well, Nexus will die at the end of this month. So, as far as I'm concerned, the number 1,000 is a bad omen when it comes to management companies declaring that as some sort of goal for their future. However, the reason why this is going to become, relevant in a bit. However, fast forward to October 16th, 2024. Somehow, after partnering up with Original and being all consolidated under one broad umbrella of Super State Holdings, Bondlive would announce that they were dissolving their YouTube and reality divisions on October 16th. Quote, "We sincerely thank you for your continued support of Bondlive EN. We regret to inform you that Bond EN has decided to dissolve its YouTube division and reality division as of October 16th, 2024. We deeply apologize for any inconvenience that this sudden announcement may cause to our fans and all those involved. At the same time, we would like to express our gratitude for your support and cooperation thus far. Current members who wish to do so will continue their activities as content creators after this dissolution. The newly established Irium division will continue its operations and is preparing for the app release scheduled for autumn 2024. We kindly request that you refrain from making individual inquiries to content creators regarding the details of this matter." Now, kind of funny that the branches that they're dissolving, admittedly the YouTube branch was on life support, so that one I understand. However, shutting down their reality division, despite the fact that they've tried so hard to accelerate that in the past, is interesting considering the fact that they are redoubling their efforts to focus on its rival platform. Irium, owned by DNA, direct competitor to Gree Holdings Inc., the owner of reality. And this suspicion would basically be confirmed the next day, when Bondlive EN would announce the debut of its Irium branch, its Irium Gen 1, Irium US Gen 1, I should say. A Gen 1 that had 19 talents debuting over 7 days. And they would debut starting from November 15th. Why November 15th? Well, simple. Because that was also the same day that Irium US was officially debuting. Now, this is something that may sound cold, callous, unpleasant to hear. However, to every VTuber that happens to watch this VOD or is currently watching this stream, and people who watch my last stream on Nexus will remember me saying this. If the first generation of a VTuber startup, of your VTuber startup, is debuting with more than 10 talents, and they are debuting on a streaming service that people aren't already using, I'm sorry to say, but that's not your debut. That's the app's debut. And that was very much the case here. Now, I want to be clear. 19 over 7 days is nowhere close to 27 over 3. However, it's not that much better in my opinion either. So, yeah, if the first gen of a VTuber startup has basically, I would say, Azahara, I would say more than 6, that's a massive red flag. If it's debuting on a site, especially if it's exclusively debuting on a site that nobody uses, on a mobile streaming app, yeah, no, it's fucked. You're not being used as a talent, you're being used as a source of content for a platform so it can debut. Sorry, I should put emphasis on that. Because, like I said, you are not the main star of the show there. You're not the main focus. You're certainly not the main priority. The main priority in that particular set of circumstances is the app. Now, obviously this was a setup that not every Bond talent who was currently there wanted to stick with. So, on October 21st, only 4 days later, Lucid Multimedia would announce that they were adopting 10 new talents, 8 of which came directly from Bond's YouTube division. I'm not sure if any came from the Irium division, so to speak, or sorry, the Reality division, but yeah, they stated it, they just listed out the talents here. Basically, quote, over the next few weeks, we'll be focusing on settling in together with our new and existing talents before organizing new groups or generations. In the meantime, get ready for 2 weeks of amazing content and collaborations as we welcome to Lucid, and they start listing off the various talents. Oh, so they didn't take in any from Reality, just YouTube? Okay. Oh no, you were just okay. Oh, you were just canned. I see the problem. Fuck. Okay. Well, on the bright side, it means you don't have to stick with Bond anymore, right? That's why I went back to this account. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, AJ Shell, that's a valid point. They're still under Superstate Holdings, right? They're still under Strawberry Prince, just under a different subsect of it. Now, this wasn't it though. This wasn't the end of all of the consolidation that would quietly happen over the course of 2024. Because on November 1st, 2024, Original and Bond would announce that they were not only sharing the same parent company, but that they were merging entirely. In an article that was published by Superstate Holdings, they announced, quote, with over 1,000 creators affiliated with Bond, it has become one of the largest V-Liver agencies in Japan. And then it reiterates the same sort of thing. That 191 creators affiliated with Original had now transferred into Bond, and that Bond had now increased in the number of talents that it hosted in total from 832 to 1,023. Just to be clear, that's not 10 talents, that's not 100, that's a fucking 1,000 plus. The comment, this article also included a comment by, yet again, Ryosuke Sumiyoshi, CEO of Bondlive, and Bond Corporation, I should say, sorry. Quote, it has been 3.5 years since we launched our V-Liver management business in 2021, and we were able to meet more than 1,000 colleagues so far. For us at Bond, 1,000 people was a goal. If at any point you ever encounter a VTuber startup where the founder or CEO talks about a goal sets a certain number of talents as a goal for the agency, fucking run. Run as fast and far as possible in the opposite direction. Because if the goal is a number of talents, you can bet your ass they're not going to give a shit about the individual talents. To continue. But we still see it as a passing point on the way. Glad to hear they're going for 10,000 over the next few years. Very based, very red-pilled. Based on the concept of stepping up and moving forward, we have also renewed our corporate logo, and since November we have welcomed many new V-Livers and staff. With a fresh start, we will work together as a, quote, new bond to make further leaps forward. As a member of Superstate Holdings Group, we will continue to work hard without stopping, hoping for further synergy with group companies. Now, understandably, 1,000 talents, pretty horrifying number if you're coming from the perspective of wanting to make sure each individual talent is cared for. It's pretty horrible if you understand that this means that the founder is thinking of the talents as numbers, not people. However, in this particular case, there's something that makes this even more horrifying that we haven't touched on just yet. See, they have 1,023 talents. However, what you may have noticed, if you cast your mind all the way back, if you're watching the VOD, you can rewind in the VOD back to when I first showed Bondlive's About section on their website. You see, when we talked about Cover Corp's website, when we scrolled down to one section of their About, when we scrolled down to a specific part of their About section, they listed the total number of employees that they have. A number that is different, I would assume, or separate, at least to some degree. I would assume that it's separate to the total number of talents that they have. Although I could be wrong about that. Now, with Cover Corp, they had a number, I believe it was around 400 employees that they had in total. On Bond's website, there is no such section. They do not list on their website how many employees they have. However, Superstate Holdings does have a section where they list how many employees they have. And you want to know what that number is? 380 employees. And that's just not, that's not just Strawberry Prince. No. This is Superstate Holdings. 380 employees is the total number of group consolidated employees. That means employees retained across all of the different companies that Superstate Holdings owns. Superstate Holdings owns 17 companies. 15 if you exclude Strawberry Prince and Strawberry Prince International. They have 1,000 talents. Over 1,000 talents. And less than 380 employees distributed amongst them. That is a ratio that is fucked to high heaven. There is no chance in hell that you can ever get anything even approaching a parody of viable managerial support to talent ratio if this is the kind of disparity that you are working with. No, AJ, it's not even 22 per branch. Because, remember, we don't know how many of this 380 is distributed to Bond. Because they're shared amongst all of the other 16 companies as well. So, this is royally fucked. I'm sure how many of these 380 employees are talent managers? That's the fun part. We have no fucking clue. However, from sporadic reports, the number may be around, 1 or 2 among Bondlive EN, the entirety of that branch. Let's say 80, maybe less. That's entirely possible, honestly. I mean, if you have a calculator on hand, try doing 1,000 divided by 80, and that's how many talents that each individual staff member is supposedly in charge of. So, yeah. Sorry, that was just 380 divided by 17? Yeah. 22 talents divided by 22 staff members divided by 1,000 talents. That's that's rough. So, in totality, when we're looking at everything that has just happened, right? There are a few latent features of Bondlive EN as a corporation that you simply cannot avoid confronting if you want to understand the current state of the company. The thing is, this collapse that we just recently experienced and we are now talking about, and as I will start getting into detail for in a second, this is a collapse that, like I said right at the beginning of the stream, has been in the makings since 2021. Because all of these latent features of Bondlive EN, this was there way before 2025. And some of these latent features include, first, the prioritization of business interests over individual needs and wants of talents. Second, a work environment that promotes and perpetuates internal competition and potential rivalry between talents. Third, emphasizes the need for talent, quote-unquote, independence, while having a history of failing to provide managerial support. Fourth, little to no vetting of talent applicants. And 5, talents grossly outnumbering managerial staff. When I talk about Niji Sanji not having a very healthy manager to talent ratio, that shit pales in comparison to what we are currently witnessing with Bond Inc. Especially with Bondlive. And as you can probably imagine, when you put all of these individual features of the corporation in one enclosed space, you create a pressure cooker of an environment. A pressure cooker that becomes extraordinarily inhospitable to literally any person that has the unfortunate circumstance of finding themselves inside. This is, Carlos, this is insanity. And when you take all of these features into account, it was only going to be a matter of time before you had something absolutely horrific go down with the company. And on December 30th, 2024, that thing would come into existence. Long story short, one of the talent managers in charge of Bondlive EN would take to Twitter to post what sounded like a letter detailing his intention to take his own life. Now, we are going to read through this statement because, 1, it was posted publicly, as we'll go through in a second, but 2, more importantly, if you want to understand why the way that this story was broken was so awful, so flawed, so ineffective, at least initially, why Bondlive almost got away with pulling this shit, you need to understand the contents of what he said. Quote. Sorry, give me a second, just take a quick drink. Alright. So, before we actually start reading through the contents of this, I just want to reassure all of you. Peter, as of right now, seems to be fine. He posted a statement on January 6th, only, 5 days ago, stating, quote, "Dear EN VTuber community, I would like to sincerely apologize for any trouble my actions or posts may have caused. Due to the need for medical treatment and my mental health, I will be resigning from my position and I will be putting Peter Boxy, this is his talent name, on hiatus. Once I have more mental stability, I will provide an explanation as much as I can regarding the situation. Thank you so much to everyone who had sent me kind and supportive messages. I will provide further updates on X, formerly Twitter, once things have been settled on my side. As of right now, That particular statement that he said he was going to provide as a follow-up has yet to be made. However, for the purposes of this stream, we are only going to be covering the way that his initial statement was brought to the attention of the EN audience. So while he may publish another statement, while it is possible that I may cover that as well in a future stream, it is, for all intents and purposes, not really relevant to the main topic of what we will be discussing. Now, to return to what he actually wrote in the first initial statement that he released. Will. I will write a will. This will be Pastor Peter's last post. And since he has passed away, I will write everything without holding anything back. This is due to repeated threats from livers. I have been working in the overseas department for the past 2 years. There have been many times whenever a live streamer becomes dissatisfied and quits, the exposing streamers, quote unquote, take whatever dissatisfaction they may have, no matter how small, and document the matter, almost exposing them. They have also had their personal information, such as their real name and relationship status, exposed on message boards. Yeah, this is the doxed manager, yeah. So in that particular paragraph, very important thing, or those 2 paragraphs, very important thing. There is absolutely, no, he's not dead. However, this was written as if he had the intention to take his own life after posting this. Thankfully, that didn't happen. He is very clear about the reason why he has reached this decision. This is due to repeated threats from livers. In other words, the thing that pushed him over the edge, in his own words, were the actions of the people that he was trying to look after, the people in his charge. Now, the second paragraph, the fourth paragraph, there have been many times where whenever a live streamer becomes dissatisfied and quits. So here, what he's basically talking about is whenever a talent becomes dissatisfied with their working conditions and quit, there are, and he describes them, quote, as exposing streamers that take their dissatisfaction, the dissatisfactions of the departing talents, and essentially document the entire thing. However, what it sounds like he's saying is that these exposing streamers, whatever they are, document these things and publish them in a way that risks exposing the talents that have just left. Then he goes on to say they also had their personal information, such as their name, relationship status, exposed on message boards. So essentially, there have been leaks at Bondlive EN before. There have been doxes of some of their talents in prior years. However, and this is something that's going to become very important later, note that he says exposing streamers and in quotation marks. Exposing streamers is admittedly quite a vague term. Lameboy VT, listen, 1,000 people and most of us were orphans on the street. You're going to get an Oliver, you're going to get some Tom Riddles. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. There are always going to be bad actors when some of your audition processes can be reduced down to a dono farming contest. It's simple as that. However, just as exposing streamers, quote unquote, can potentially mean people like news tubers, people like drama tubers, it could also mean streamers who try to expose what's going on inside the company in the form of Google documents that they then publish. In other words, exposing streamers could also refer to leakers and informants within the agency. And this muddies the waters considerably, especially when contextualized by the fact that he explicitly identified livers as one of the causes of his grief. To go on. However, I was afraid that they would point out my incompetence and fire me. I couldn't talk to my coworkers about it. I am mentally exhausted. I was actually planning to quit my job last month because I was no longer having time to continue my activities as a streamer, but considering that it is difficult to find someone who can take my position and that I felt a strong sense of responsibility for having hired a live streamer, I decided to stay on until I could find somebody to replace me and to behave in a way that would not cause me any mental distress as much as possible, so that I could return to my live stream activities. Now, what he's basically saying is he was afraid that these quote-unquote exposing streamers would end up pointing out his incompetence as a manager and that he would be fired as a result. He felt isolated, he felt unsupported, he couldn't talk to anybody about it, there was nobody around to listen to him, and as a result, he put off, well, while this was all going down, while he was trapped in this admittedly awful environment, he stated that he was going to quit in November of 2024, but he decided against it because, in his own words, he felt a sense of responsibility to the streamers that he convinced to join, the streamers that he had under his wing. And so, as a matter of personal honor, he didn't want to leave his post before he found somebody to replace him. This is quite admirable, if ultimately tragic, considering how this whole thing ended. Now, to go on further. In this case, it was discovered that an underage person had falsified their age to join the company, and after questioning, they had to fire the person, even though they knew it would cause a dispute, and it was something they didn't want to do. Clear evidence was presented, and they had no choice but to do it. This is very important. This is one of the inciting events to the controversy we now find ourselves analyzing. A minor was discovered by Peter as having infiltrated the latest wave of Bondlive EN. The significance of this cannot be stressed. And remember way back at the beginning of the stream when we went through that FAQ section of the article explaining what Bond is, published by Lystart, one of its other agencies? It stated that they were okay on the Japan side with hiring minors so long as they had parental guidance or parental permission. However, here on the EN side, even though they state in their audition processes that they only accept 18 and up, because of how loose their vetting process is, as I suspect, they have managed to take on a minor, and now that that minor has been discovered, management, upper management in particular, despite Peter's protests, are dragging their feet on actually firing them. And the reason for them dragging their feet, in their words, supposedly causing a dispute. Peter makes it very clear in this statement that even though he provided ample evidence to show that this was a minor and that they had falsified their own information to gain access to the company, management, upper management, did not want to fire them. And I want you all to think for a second about all of the things that you've heard about Bondlive this year. See, like I said right at the start of the stream, they've had graduations, a wave of 8 graduations formally announced on their official account. However, some of you may realize, in me saying that there has yet to be a single termination from Bondlive EN. We'll go through the implications of that in a second, but to continue. As a result, it has been revealed that the live streamer in question has been spreading biased and false information to other live streamers, and there are clear motives to escalate the matter and expose them. There are 2 words in particular in that sentence that should send off alarm bells in your head. Does anybody know which 2 words those are? That last sentence right at the end. I'll read it out again. As a result, it has been revealed that the live streamer in question has been spreading biased and false information to other live streamers, and there are clear moves to escalate the matter and expose them. They refuse to put their foot down? No, I think it's worse than that at Surinai. They are actively trying to hide their fuck up. I think that it's not just a matter of them wanting to preserve the minors' ranks or place in their midst. No, they just don't want to deal with the fallout. Minor twice? No, not quite. Not quite. Although I can understand why that might be, that might be a problem. Not expose, no. Escalate, expose, no, not quite. It's subtle. Biased and exposed, no, not quite. It might give a clue as to who those exposing streamers he was referring to earlier are. Escalate, dispute, no. Not bias, no. No. Not bias, not escalate. It's really subtle. There we go. I'm a reindeer. Exactly. Live streamers. To reiterate, this miner has been spreading biased and false information to other live streamers. However, these live streamers are not livers. He uses the term liver earlier on in this statement. So the fact that he refers to these people as live streamers, not livers, is worth noting. And the thing is, we haven't heard a peep about Bondlive from any drama tubers before December 30th. And this statement makes it sound like the miner was leaking information to people preemptively even before all of this went down. Which, to me, suggests that the exposing streamers he's talking about are not drama tubers, are not news tubers, because they would have published this as a story. No, these live streamers are either going to be live streamers that are not a part of Bondlive EN, but affiliated or orbiting it in some way, a friend of some of the talents that are currently in Bondlive EN, or an ex-talent from Bondlive EN. It's somebody who isn't a drama tuber, isn't a news tuber, but is outside of the company. Somebody's been poisoning the well. Exactly, Sharona. This is the sentence that should prime absolutely everybody reading this statement to be on guard against other people that are going to try to distort how this story ends up unfolding in the eyes of the EN audience. To go on, I also do it on my days off. I work hard, both at work and after work, to ensure that the live streamers were satisfied. Even though I don't have the time to do anything myself, I'm still taking care of them, and I still feel a little frustrated. I can no longer bear the injustice and fear of being exposed as the bad guy in this way, even though it was the live streamer who was in the wrong for making false declarations. Now, when he says the live streamer in the wrong for making false declarations, I can only assume that he is referring to the miner that was found out. Because just before, he was talking about how this miner was deliberately and maliciously spreading false and biased information to try and poison the well against him and paint him as the bad guy, presumably as retaliation for exposing the fact that they were a miner and getting them fired. And I say fired quote unquote because, like I just said, we have yet to see a single termination from Bondlive EN. To go on. I've already exceeded my limits. I no longer have the will to live. I am neither true nor false. The name Pastor Peter was his everything, and he even used his real name in parts of his day. Don't do anything immoral. Don't make it a double thing. Continue your activities in a serious and healthy manner. I tell everyone, including my coworkers, family, friends, and significant other, everything, and this means everything to me. He told the listeners everything about himself, including his role as manager, so that they could be honest with each other. Now, I assume, because it's a translation, that when he's talking about listeners, he means the people who watch his streams. So, I know that that's the way that it works when you talk about streaming in Mandarin. I'm assuming it's similar in Japanese as well, where listeners is used as a term to encapsulate audience. So, basically, I assume that what that means is he would tell his audience that he's acting as a manager on top of being a streamer. Without a manager,
I wanted to do more of my own activities. I'm sorry to have to say goodbye to you in this way, for co-workers and families, to my lover, listener, and supporters. Thank you so much for your help up until now. And that's where the statement ends. So far, what this looks like is that Bondlive deliberately hired an idealist who would burn himself out trying to make up for the failings of his predecessor. When he talks about how much he emphasizes and values maintaining transparency, when he talks about how much he cares about being open and honest with the talents that he manages, this is in stark opposition to what was talked about in that 2022 expose, where the departing talents would talk about how they were confronted with a manager, female manager, that would tell them nothing and keep them in the dark about everything. So what it looks like is that Bondlive, in their attempt to, or in the laziest way possible, tried to course correct from that by hiring one person who exhibited the opposite personality traits and then placing the weight of the world on his shoulders. This was the result of that. This was fucked up. This was gross corporate malpractice. This man had been left, for all intents and purposes, to face the wolves on his own, when a talent who was a shit stirrer and a malicious actor tried to poison the well against him, smear his name, simply because he was about to expose them for accessing Bondlive EN under a lie. So, yeah. This was a case where Peter was in severe need of some sort of assistance or protection from upper management, and he received none of it. Not even a little. And so, if we want to summarize some of the main points in a statement, and this is something we are going to need going forward when we are evaluating how this same statement, how this same story has been portrayed, broken, spread amongst other audiences on the EN side, we need to be able to have a clear, very clear idea of what he does say, but more importantly, what he doesn't say. First, Peter was a manager at Bond EN for 2 years, presumably starting sometime around 2023. His current state of distress was due to repeated threats from livers, and that is a quote. His talents who were dissatisfied and had quit have had their grievances, no matter how small, documented by quote-unquote exposing streamers, with these exposés at times running the risk of revealing the identities of the quitting talents. Some of the aforementioned talents have had their real-life information posted onto online forums and messaging boards. Peter was worried that the others would, quote, point out his incompetence and fire him, end quote, which caused him to isolate himself from others as he spiraled. He also planned on resigning at the end of November 2024, but decided against it due to his own sense of personal responsibility towards his talent and being unable to find someone else to take over his position. By the way, if you go over to Bondlive EN's website as of right now, you can see that they're currently trying to advertise a position for a manager. I pity the poor fuck that's going to end up making it into that position. Next, Peter actively made the decision to be as transparent as possible about his role in the company with the talents that he managed, going so far as to reveal personal information and use his real name when communicating with them. Sometime during 2024, Peter discovered that one of the talents was a minor and falsified their age in order to join the company. An internal investigation was launched, clear evidence was presented, and the company, quote, had to fire the person. However, Peter specifies that the company, quote, knew it would cause a dispute and that it was something they didn't want to do, end quote. And then finally, it was revealed that the minor had been spreading biased and false information to other live streamers with, quote, clear motivations to escalate the matter and expose them, end quote. Peter had also been given reason to believe that the minor was preparing to paint him as the quote-unquote bad guy, presumably for getting them fired. This is very important, because like I said before, when you look at the context of the overall statement, there is plenty of circumstantial evidence to suggest that the exposing streamers he's talking about are not news tubers, are not drama tubers, because either of those two would have run with the story by now, with the implication being that this miner had been trying to poison the well for at least a while now. No, this talent was talking to live streamers outside of Bondlive, not affiliated with Bondlive, but who were not known as being drama tubers or news tubers. That is extremely important. However, the other thing, like I said before, and I keep coming back to this point, but it's really important to note, Peter is very clear about the fact that this miner had to be removed from the company, right? The miner had to be fired. That much is clear, right? However, management was dragging their feet on trying to do this. Dragging their feet, leaving the miner... I was about to say leaving the miner untouched, but that would have been a pretty unfortunate pun to accidentally make. Not intervening in the matter of the miner being there at all until the miner was free to spread enough information, false information, biased information, that Peter was driven to post this statement first, right? And now that Peter has posted this statement, because management hasn't yet terminated the talent, this now places them in a pretty awkward position. Because if you think about it, right, one of the main reasons that their upper management didn't want to fire the miner was because they didn't want to cause any sort of public controversy. And yet, now that Peter has posted this statement, before they can formally terminate the miner, they are now locked into a Hobson's choice. Because the one condition that must be satisfied, the thing that there's no way around, is that the miner must be fired. However, that leaves them with only two options. If they terminate the miner, but they only do so with vague reasoning, they open up themselves to being, well, shit-stirred against anyways by said miner, because they can then make a public outcry against the fact that they were terminated without strict reasons or without clear reasons. However, on the other hand, if they terminate the miner, but they have very clear reasoning, in the aftermath of Peter having posted this announcement, which is essentially tantamount to being a suicide note, right? This, in the case that he actually takes his own life, them clearly stating that this miner was, amidst their ranks, that they did nothing about it, while Peter has this statement up, potentially may open themselves up to being liable for the loss of Peter's life. I can only assume that's how it might work in Japan, because I know for a fact that in the US this would very much be at least cause for a story, if not for a lawsuit. So either way, they're kind of fucked. If they terminate the miner but don't give a clear reasoning, they open themselves up to being screwed over by the miner. But if they terminate the miner with clear reasoning, they give ammo to potential relatives or close friends of Peter who may try to paint them as liable for his taking of his own life. Rock and hard place. Exactly. Lame Boy, I mean, they literally eviscerated the rest of Bondi and just left Irium, so I don't think they have a problem with anyone. Bond's motto is got a problem, burn it alive. So, I want to pose this question to you guys. If these were the options that seemed to be readily available to you, but you had to get rid of the miner, how would you do it? I'm curious to see what you guys suggest. I still don't quite see why do nothing is an option. Oh no, because the longer they do nothing, the higher the chances are that somebody else is going to leak the fact that the miner is still there. Because remember, well, from what I can see, a lot of the talent seem to care about Peter quite a lot. And eventually that resentment would have gotten one of the others to start speaking up about the fact that the miner was still there. Especially when the miner has been explicitly identified as being one of the bad actors that caused Peter, or that pushed Peter towards this decision. To me, the hardest road is the best option, morally speaking. Yes, music lover, but remember, this is not a moral company. Terminate all of Bond EN. I wish. Just fire the minor and disable their talent social media? No, not quite. KGO. Graduation. Exactly. The third path that not a lot of people might have realized that they can take if they must fire, quote unquote, the minor, is to simply let them graduate. And here's where we run into a bit of a problem. Bond has proven time and time again throughout their history they are not willing to tank a PR disaster just because it's the right thing to do. They are very willing to use underhanded tactics to wash their hands of their own problems. So, the best option for Bondlive EN, the most viable option that will present the least resistance and the least possibility of controversy, is to simply let the minor graduate. And Bondlive EN has just announced that there were 8 talents all graduating at the same time. And this is where we have a little bit of a problem. Because when you take all of this into account, what Bond EN has done, what Bondlive EN has done in their refusal to name the talent that was the problem, to terminate them through the proper channels, and with their history of dishonest conduct and underhanded PR tactics, they have essentially initiated a game of Among Us, right? Time to play. I'm not reading that out loud, Blaze. But yeah. We've had talents get terminated and they were graduating. Yeah. That's the problem. Because Bond refuses to actually use the ability to make a formal corporate statement to denounce wrongdoing and clear the name of the remaining talents by identifying the culprit, because they fear that in identifying the culprit, they will cause momentary controversy. Now, everyone who just graduated has some reason to be regarded with suspicion, because logically speaking, that is the most predictable way for Bondlive EN to discreetly get rid of the problem. However, what was more bizarre about this entire situation, aside from the tragedy of what exactly went down with Peter while he was trapped in Bondlive, was the way in which EN audiences were gradually made aware about this situation over the 24 hours following Peter's statement. On December 31st, a whole wave of talents would announce that they were graduating from Bondlive EN. You had Pretty Pop, Suzu Kitanobi, Amanagawa Yuvia, Kuzuryu Kota. Now, when you look at each of these graduation statements, hold on, let me just pull this to the side so you can see this. What you may notice is that there is little rhyme or reason between the individual statements. Some of them have vague structural or stylistic similarities. For example, Yuvia, Kitanobi, and Kota all share the same rough format in the way that their graduation notices were written. However, for the most part, the fonts are different, the sizes of the fonts are different, the stylization is different, the paragraphing is different, all of the structural and visual traits are different. And what this tells me is that this was not some sort of formally or even cohesively decided upon movement. Each of the talents was basically in charge of writing their own graduation notice. And as a result, what this also means, what this also implies, is that for at least some of the talents, this was a spur-of-the-moment decision more than anything else. Now, on top of that, you would also have talents that were announcing that even though they were staying at Bondlive, they still wanted people to support the rest of their former gen mates, as well as the people who were staying behind. For example, Saida Stein saying, quote, "My dearest Sir Critters, I know many of you have heard about the graduations happening in Bondlive EN. Heartbreaking to see so many talents who I could call my friends stepping away, but these choices are never easy and I often made with deep care and are often made with deep care for their own well-being. The VTubing sphere can be an overwhelming place at times. While it's painful to say goodbye, I hope we can view these graduations not as an ending but a brave step towards healing. As for me, I am not graduating. I am still here, Saida is still holding strong, and I'll keep moving forward with all you by my side. Thank you for being my source of strength, my light in the dark. Together we can weather any storm. With love, Saida. And then another statement from Ming, Moonveil. Azahara, we'll get to that in a second, don't you worry. Not a graduation announcement. Please make sure to support the others before they leave. I'm sure you are all aware of the graduation surrounding Bondlive. It is extremely sad that a lot of us are leaving, but please understand that this is for the talent's own mental health. The VTubing sphere can be stressful, but let's not think of a graduation as a sad event, but rather a celebration of moving forth in new horizons. Ming will still be here. I'm not going anywhere. I will not be graduating, so don't worry. Let's become stronger together, Zombros. Funny. These two statements from talents that are still staying inside the company have a higher degree of cohesion than all of the ones that are graduating. But not just that. There are identical phrases between the two of them. Both of them explicitly try to reference the VTubing sphere being stressful or overwhelming. Why would that be, I wonder? Another thing. There is a focus in both of these statements, and I do think that this is understandable, of wanting the audience, the general public, to simply move on to supporting the talents that are leaving. And this is a sentiment that is going to be reiterated by many other people over the course of these few hours. Now, the VTubing sphere thing. Does everyone remember that phrase that I basically started streaming with? It came out of my mouth in my first or second stream when I was talking about the VTubing sphere, or more specifically the VTuber community. Does anyone remember what it is I commonly say about that particular term? For those who were around for my last stream, you will remember this at the end. Blaze Murray, exactly. There is no VTubing community. The VTubing community doesn't exist. This is an industry with a whole infinitum of overlapping smaller communities. Now they overlap to different degrees, and they have different degrees of synergy and interchangeability with one another. However, there is no one single unified VTuber community. Whenever anyone is talking about something negative that has happened, especially when they are talking about it in reference to a group, a collective, a company, a space that they own or is under their name, one of the things I want you guys to start understanding is when people start talking about the VTubing sphere or the VTubing community, and they're discussing the problems that have arisen out of these spaces, groups, or people, that is fundamentally an act of deflection. Because the thing that is overwhelming, the thing that is stressful, is not the VTuber sphere. The VTuber sphere didn't put Peter in charge of 19 talents all on his own. No. This is the Bondlive sphere. This is Bond Inc.'s community. A combination of the audiences and talents that are affiliated with that company. A combination of audiences and talents that company crafted for themselves via their own audition processes or lack thereof. This is the space that they have created for themselves. This is Bondlive's responsibility. Remember back in that 2022 expose document, the way that opened? How it said that the talents that were still at the company would defend the company as a matter of policy? It's very important to remember that point, because when you're evaluating the way that people respond to this situation, you need to bear in mind that with the established history of this company's practices and behavior, there is zero reason to believe that that particular policy point has been changed. Now, I have no doubt that individual employees, like for example Peter, would want that policy to be changed. However, Peter was not exactly put in a position where he had any power over internal policy. He was basically just used as a managerial workhorse by upper management who didn't give a shit about him. So, when you evaluate statements like this, it is always very important to keep in the back of your mind that little voice of skepticism when you consider how seriously you want to accept these messages, how seriously you want to take these messages. Lamboy, it still hasn't changed, it's still in place. That doesn't surprise me. Now, on top of this, you would also start getting various attempts at spreading this knowledge of what was currently going down among different parts of the EN audience, specifically from 3 individual accounts that will end up taking over a lot of the way that people in this particular side of VTubing have perceived the story, at least initially. Aidaru, Ganymede, and Meimu Akemi. Now, initially, what this started off with is all of them with a strange degree of orchestration, retweeting and commenting, boosting one another's statements about the matter, and boosting certain members of the graduating talent statements about the matter. Very important is noting how they start opening. One of the earliest statements is this quote tweet by Aidaru of Prinny Pop's graduation notice, stating, "Unfortunately, I know exactly why she's graduating, and it makes me absolutely furious." Now, to the average person who has no idea what the fuck is going on as to why several Bondlive employees seem to be graduating at the same time, this paints a very clear, well, this doesn't paint a picture more than it provides a very clear implication. Something has gone horrendously wrong behind the scenes. Now, on top of that, people would then start speculating as to what the thing that went wrong is. People would arrive at Peter's statement and then start drawing conclusions based off of that. Kuri Rinji, VTuber and fan cringe/drama, would end up tweeting out the following post containing several screenshots of various statements made by different Bondlive members, saying several Bondlive talents are graduating among talks of alleged bullying happening within the agency. And in the quote tweets and replies, you had other people, both orbiters, talents who are affiliated, and talents who have since left, affirming that this is true. Ming Moonvale, it is unfortunate that I can't deny this. Meimu Akemi, hey guys, look, that's me. Admittedly, a little strange of a reaction to a post like this, but we'll go on. And finally, Aidaru, TLDR, there's bullying happening within the company, and the company is doing nothing about it. So, essentially, this has pretty much been confirmed to the public that the issue at the heart of this entire controversy is indeed workplace harassment and or bullying that upper management has not intervened in, has not intervened to stop. So, this recontextualizes Ming Moonvale's earlier announcement, because she herself has confirmed in a direct reply to somebody else's speculation that there is internal bullying that is going on in this agency. When you combine that with Peter's statement that confirms that one of the targets of this bullying was himself, despite the fact that the statement doesn't actually name who the talent is, and we combine that with the fact that Bondlive has failed to specify who that talent was, failed to terminate them accordingly, it is very difficult for me to believe that Ming can go on to say, oh, just move on and support all the talents that are leaving or remain in good faith. Especially when she herself has acknowledged, yeah, no, things are fucked on the inside. But, to go on, An interesting thing about these accounts in particular is Ganymede and I would then go on to start trying to actively diffuse public reactions to this situation. Idaru, quote, notice this just because someone is staying in Bond doesn't mean they're the alleged bullies. There's so many people that chose to stay there that are amazing people, best friends even. Do not harass them or I'm going to have at you in the exact same manner, that's a promise. On its own, understandable. I get that you want to support your friends. However, at the same time, the public has been given reason to, well, not just reason to believe, but actual confirmation that there is bullying happening behind the scenes. This, for all intents and purposes, has now become a matter of public concern because there is now an entity existing in the VTubing sphere that is actively cancerous and harmful to people who may enter. So it's not going to be as easy as just telling people, calm down, don't speculate, etc., etc. And yet, that is exactly what some of these accounts would end up saying. For example, Ganymede. Guys, please be careful when talking about the Bondlive stuff that's ongoing. It's a sensitive topic that many don't wish to discuss. Hopefully, we will have answers as soon as possible. For now, please don't spread rumors and just support the talents in their future endeavors. Now, ignoring the part about supporting the talents in their future endeavors, we'll get to that in a second. But one thing that people don't actually seem to understand when they post a public statement, specifically when they address the public as an entity, especially the public as it exists on social media and especially on Twitter, is that when you speak to the public, when you address the public, you are not speaking with a person, you are speaking with an animal. Uncaring, fickle, and above all, purely reflexive in its responses. Now, what that means is, when you disclose information to people that something horrific is happening out of view, it is natural human instinct to start speculating and catastrophizing. That is a human instinct that we have developed over the course of thousands of years of natural selection and evolution. You're not going to be able to disable that by just asking people not to. And this is the thing that crucially so many people seem to forget. If you are going to tell the public that shit is going down behind the scenes, but you're not willing to provide additional information, you have two options. Shut up, or provide more information. Until you do either of those two things, you can't stop the public from speculating. And in this particular case, since Bondlive itself is extraordinarily reticent when it comes to providing information regarding their own fuck-ups, I don't think you should get in the way of public speculation, because if anything, that's going to create more pressure on Bondlive to do something, to say something. And this antihistamine-esque calming down or attempts to diffuse public responses, public indignation, public speculation as to what is going on, does not serve the interests of any of the talents. Ironically, it only serves the interests of the Black Corp that is trying to sweep this all under the rug. And something that I see frustratingly often is when people are criticizing a corporation for doing something abysmally stupid. There is this idea that the criticism should stop because the talents may feel affected by it, or the talents may be implicated as part of that criticism because they're still under the company, or the talents just want you to move on, so why do you keep talking about it? And the reason that people keep talking about it is because these companies have proven time and time again they don't give a shit about the talents. If they can get away with something, with it not being talked about, not being realized, not being acknowledged, they will gladly sweep all of their fuck-ups under the rug. And when you uncritically conflate criticisms of the corporation with criticisms of the talent, or you try to conflate a criticism of the corporation or pressure being applied to the corporation with so-called pressure or disrespect against the talent, you are, regardless of whether you intend to or not, actively reinforcing that cycle of abuse. So when I see stuff like this, when I see people simply saying, look, we know that everything is fucked up behind the scenes, but please don't speculate, please don't spread rumors, please just support the talents in their future endeavors. This strikes me as naive at best and extremely insidious at worst. K-sounds? We'll be getting to that in a second, don't you worry. AKA think of the children? Yeah, that's very similar to what's going on here. Don't hurt our talents' fifis, you guys. That's our job. Yeah, pretty much. Now, this wasn't the only thing that would be promoted by Ganymede in particular. Other VTubers would chime in as well, saying, for example, this tweet by Koro VTuber saying, sometimes people just can't afford to or won't handle leaving such a workspace. Some jobs can be separated from home, but this one isn't easy to separate. Your co-workers become your friends and the internet becomes your new home. Now, all of this section of the statement, I absolutely agree with. Perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable, perfectly logical. However, it's the next portion. Don't bully people for not leaving Hololive. Again, understandable, good, applaudable. Then she goes on to state, though, no matter what's happening in there right now, let's wait for the full announcement. Can anybody possibly see a problem with trying to wait for a full announcement while at the same time trying to tell people not to speculate and not to get up in arms about what's going on? Especially given Bondlive's history of conduct as a company. Just can you say all alive? No. Exactly. What announcement? You are effectively waiting for something that is never going to arrive. Because here's the cycle. Unless people make a fuss about it, Bondlive isn't going to acknowledge it. But if you insist that people don't make a fuss about it until Bondlive acknowledges it, there is absolutely no progress that is ever going to be made. There is no expose. There is no admission of guilt. There is no reform. There is nothing. If that is going to be your policy going forward, you are woefully mistaken as to who you are actually advocating for. And this is where I want to encourage you guys to start viewing all of these, statements that we are currently going through, all of these tweets, all of these public, posts, etc., talking about the situation, trying to, spread it into the collective consciousness of the EN audience, right? When you judge a statement, when you evaluate a statement, when you try to see if it is worth trusting, don't look at it based off of its intentions. Look at it based off of what it does. Judge it on its outcomes. Because, actually, pretty convenient way of explaining it. In Mandarin, we have a proverb, a saying, 越帮越忙. It translates literally to more help, more busyness. And in actuality, the actual proper translation would be something along the lines of, the more somebody tries to assist you, the more work they end up creating, or the more they end up complicating the situation. It's usually used as a sort of gentle admonishment to try and make people aware of how their efforts to help actually affect the situation. It is a proverb that is designed to, it's sometimes used for the purposes of scolding somebody, but more often than not, it's used as a gentle reminder to tell people, to teach people, to look at how their efforts are actually manifesting in terms of the situation they're trying to remedy. Not just to stay in your own head, trapped in a constantly swirling bubble of your own good intentions, but to actually face reality and look at what it is you are doing and what it is you are saying. And when it comes to evaluating statements like these, it is extraordinarily important that you don't judge them based off of their intentions, because I'm sure their intentions are great. I'm sure for the overwhelming majority of these statements, they only care about one thing, which is that the talents are safe, they're doing well, yada yada, whatever. Evaluate them based off of their outcomes. What do they take focus away from? Where do they direct the audience's attention to? Who do they deflect blame from? Who do they attribute blame to? How do they shift the conversation in a certain direction instead of another? All of these are considerations that you should be keeping in the back of your mind while you evaluate these statements. Never take them at face value. Not just these statements, not just this controversy, everything in life. Judge things based off of what they do, not what they are supposed to do. You got each answer, Streisand. We're getting close to that point, yes. Believe all corpus. Yeah. Yeah, this is a bit of a too many cooks in the kitchen type scenario. Exactly. Because notice how in all of these efforts to try and talk about the situation, we have yet to encounter a single one that actually links directly to Peter's original statement. But to go on, another statement that was reposted by Ganymede, Sarah Casera, Lucid, totally unaffiliated with this company now, but as a friend to people involved, I hope you guys send love to the current and ex-Bondlive Irian talents and managers. So, all of them. Current and ex. All of them. In other words, please do not attack them or spread speculations. I can only wish the best for them. Now, yet again, what is the problem with this rhetoric? What is the problem with telling the public, stop speculating, just wish the best for all the talents? Why doesn't that work? Blaze, it preserves the status quo. Exactly. Blue Canary, exactly. Where is Peter? Notice how the conversation has shifted away from focusing on his statement and what happened to him. It has now morphed into this universal, indiscriminate cry to support the talents. When, if you cast your mind back to when we actually read out his statement, he specified very, very clearly one of the things that pushed him to that point was bullying by livers, threats from livers, and that's a quote. Yeah, exactly. People need to face responsibility. Need the folk devil? No, more than that. You need a culprit. The corporation has yet to identify exactly who that talent is. So until they do that, every talent is a suspect. And yet, what these statements, what this rhetoric asks the public to do is defy all of their natural human instincts and simply wipe their memories and go back to simply acting as a hug box for all the talents present and departing. That's not going to happen. Mizu Tamari, to be fair, I found this to be a very unique case. It wasn't just a line of graduations, Peter messages was about as extreme as you can get. That's true, but at the same time, if you want to steer attention away from that, it should still be acknowledged that that is what's going on. People still speculate regardless, but the situation is so wild, there was no world in which people looked into this and said, yeah, just usual corporate BS. The problem I have with statements like this is that they don't just push for, not ignoring this. They don't push for ignoring the situation so much as they push for actively replacing the animosity and speculation that is currently the only thing putting pressure on the company with just blanket, indiscriminate positivity directed at all talents without suspicion. That's not going to fly here, though. And that's the main problem I have. Because like we talked about before, when you use social media, one of the things you need to take into account is that you never, ever send a message completely out of context. It is impossible. Because when you communicate via social media, you do not communicate in a vacuum. If you don't add context to what it is you are saying, audiences will impose context onto what you are saying based off of previous things that they were aware of prior to seeing your message. You cannot prevent this. You can only work around it. As a result, What we are currently seeing with this wave of responses, this initial wave of responses, especially ring-led by Ganymede and Aidru, is this universal cry to just stop speculating, support the talents, while at the same time not acknowledging how the verbal, explicit confirmation from talents who are still there, as well as various orbiters, that there is bullying occurring in this space is still going unpunished and unacknowledged by the corporation. This context makes this message completely unviable. And if you try to send this message, if you're focused on forcing this message, and there's no utility to that force, that casts suspicions on what your intentions are. In my humble opinion, when you're looking at somebody doing something that very obviously isn't working, always question what their motivations are behind doing that thing. Jedi Dust, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 20 new footstools. Enjoy those emotes to all of you. Now, what we will end up seeing emerging over the course of the next few hours and over the next few days, especially coming from these three accounts, Meimu Akemi, Ganymede, and Aiduru, is what I can only describe as a circus surrounding attempts, inconsistent attempts, to try and spread awareness, quote-unquote, spread awareness of Peter's original statement and what the situation was over the course of, across as many members of the EN audience as possible. Now, I want to make this very clear. What happened to Peter? Absolute tragedy. But this, like I said, was a circus. And it was a circus that was unique because it combined two of the previous effects that we've talked about over the course of this stream. Two effects that on paper should not be possible when caused by the same actor. Their way of handling this situation, their way of actively spreading quote-unquote information about the situation, somehow managed to combine both a Streisand effect and a chilling effect all at the same time. And in case you're wondering as to how the fuck that's possible, don't worry, we're going to go through that. Now, there were three main things that were marring each of their attempts to try and get this message out to the public. Three issues that can be broadly summarized as inconsistent messaging, stigmatization of reporting, and, above all, utterly performative posturing. Now, first, inconsistent messaging. An example of that right off the bat. Meimu Akemi, December 31st, in the immediate aftermath of Peter's publication of his statement, she tweets out the following. This gif of some guy looking really surprised, right? Why'd I have to wake up to a whole bunch of VTubers graduating from Bondlive EN? Now, this would ordinarily be a pretty understandable reaction, right? Imagine you're part of a corpo, you wake up one day, and suddenly you find that 8, 9, 7 of your gen mates have all unanimously decided to leave somehow, right? I can understand the surprise reaction. What I don't understand, though, is why prior to making this tweet, Meimu Akemi posted another tweet that stated, quote, boys, crazy scenario. If, hypothetically, everything were to completely shit itself, just know I had nothing to do with it, and I am just out here trying to keep myself sane. VTubing, to a certain extent, gives me my will to live. Please don't drag me through the mud by association. And this is very important. She posted this at 8:46 p.m. JST, December 30. Peter's statement was posted at 5:33 p.m. JST, December 30th. There is a 3-hour gap, only a 3-hour gap, between when Peter posted his statement and when Meimu made this vague post. And then the next day she makes this this hue and cry about being so surprised that shit was, just as she predicted, going down. Things were, in fact, going to shit. So I have to ask, why the fuck did you feel the need to act like this, to publicly post this, when you had already previously acknowledged the possibility that things would indeed go to shit, and you would start preemptively trying to distance yourself from whatever hadn't even happened yet, supposedly. This casts a massive shadow of doubt as to how genuine you are being with your communications. I don't understand why you would try to do this, because it's just so... well, I'm going to be honest, it's just so silly. Either wash your hands of the situation with that vague post, or act surprised. If you try to do both, they cancel one another out, and they cast suspicion on your motivations behind the entire thing as well. But that's not the only example of inconsistent messaging we're going to see from these three. Ganymede. When people first started talking about this situation, one of the things that Ganymede started doing was quote tweeting them or replying to them, trying to get them to stop talking about the situation. For example, Jay Aganoi, the editor-in-chief of VTuber News Drop, the main newspaper that, publishes stuff about things that happen in this industry. Jay initially posted a tweet talking about the situation. Later, that tweet was deleted. And the reason why it was deleted was because advice from, assuming, various people from Bondlive, one of them, or Bondlive, or orbiters of Bondlive, one of them being Ganymede. And Ganymede would tweet out Jay saying that he deleted the statement here saying, "It's all right, I just don't want people to monetize the situation. Remember that, that's going to be very important. Thank you for being so understanding, it means a lot." Also, he would then go on to say in a separate tweet, "For those claiming that this is content, please read the doc." So again, Ganymede would end up posting 2 documents supposedly detailing the situation and supposedly setting the record straight, whatever the fuck that means. And then he would then post out this statement saying, "I stated that the document is meant to clarify the situation we're currently in so that speculations don't arise. Do not monetize this situation. Do not use this to promote yourself. Peter is a really good friend of mine." I did not edit this screenshot. Immediately after posting the second of the 2 documents that were supposed to clarify the situation, Ganymede posts a link to his throne wish list. I cannot emphasize enough how comedic this entire thing is. If you're going to talk about making content out of this situation, if you're going to use that as a reason to try and prevent people from talking about it, which I would argue at this point should have happened, was natural and shouldn't have been impeded, and you're going to turn around and do this? Sorry, but I can't help but start to doubt your intentions. On top of that, right, a big claim that Ganymede will end up repeating over and over again is the idea of not using this situation for content, right? Especially not on your channels. That's not what this is for. I've looked at Ganymede's Twitch and Ganymede's YouTube. Ganymede's main social media platform is Twitter. That's where they post the most content, that's where they get the most engagement, that's where they have the highest follower count. Their follower count on Twitter is higher than mine. And so, when you talk about other people not monetizing this situation, not turning this situation into content for their channels, that's exactly what you are doing when you start talking about it like this. Your channel is Twitter. It doesn't matter that it's not an actual video hosting site, or at least it's not known for being a video hosting site. That's still your channel, and you're still making content out of it. And the reason why I point out this double standard to you guys is so you can understand that the motivations behind this isn't clarifying the situation. No, this is attempting to monopolize the situation, which is quite something else entirely. This is attempting to establish a monopoly over information and the way that the story is told, or more specifically, who gets to tell the story. I want you to cast your mind back to when I talked about social chilling effects earlier on in this stream. What is one of the things that people look to for guidance in times of severe uncertainty? Oh yeah, that's right. Normative behaviors from people who have established themselves as figures of authority. Who exactly is trying to establish themselves as an authority in this situation? Because Peter is an authority in the situation without even having to try to be. His statement was what initiated this entire discussion. And yet, you have other people who are not Peter coming in and trying to tell people what's okay or not okay to talk about. Yeah, no. I'm not buying that this is all just good intentions and compassion. That wasn't the only example of inconsistent messaging, for example. Another talent that is still currently at Bondlive, Erebus Grey, would end up posting out the following. A notice. Due to all the recent graduations from my genmates, I want to speak out of my own experience. I have not participated in any of the drama. I do not endorse any drama, be it slander, shaming, negative comments, snarky, sarcastic comments, bad-mouthing of the company or talents, bad-mouthing talents in other companies, lying about age or dishonesty. I do not support my genmates who have decided to I do support... I almost misread that really badly. I do support my genmates who have decided to graduate. Why? Their mental health is important. And here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. Because the way that this situation has been arranged because of Bondlive, EN, the company, those two are not compatible anymore. Talent mental health, Peter's mental health, at some point one of them was sacrificed, and it was Peter's. And when you ask the public to take the mental health of everyone concerned as being, their utmost priority, that's not going to work if the two parties implicated in this scenario are at odds with one another, as has been confirmed several times by both orbiters, current talents, and departing talents. You don't just tell the public there is bullying happening at Bondlive. One of our managers tried to off themselves, and then also tell the public in the same breath, you should prioritize everyone's mental health. Those two messages are incompatible. I have been a very active member in the VTuber world for well over 7+ years and have seen the beauty and the beasts. This line of entertainment is just that, another form of the entertainment industry. Do not get me mistaken, I love what I do, I love my genmates, I love my recruits, I love my managers, I love my Niji Sanji family. I support everyone in their decisions. I will support them on their future endeavors no matter what they decide. At the end of the day, we started this journey together, and they are ones who shaped me into the one that I am. I love them for all the advice they gave, the criticism they provided, the help they offered. I want to say thank you. Thank you for being my first VTuber family. She actually says the meme. Please do not hound the talents who have decided to leave. This is not an easy choice for them, nor is it easy for the talents who have decided to stay. Now, why is this inconsistent? Easy. In the same tweet, she acknowledges some of the problems that people have outright identified and confirmed about the company, such as slander, shaming, negative comments, bad-mouthing the company or talents, bad-mouthing talents in other agencies, lying about age, and general dishonesty. These are all problems that so far the public has confirmed that are, still at Bondlive, for all we know, while also trying to say, yeah, just support everybody. Like I said, those two messages are incompatible. You can go with one, or you can go with the other. You cannot go with both. And the fact that she ends the statement by basically just saying, don't get me mistaken, I love what I do, I love everybody here, I love my first VTuber family. This would have been a scenario where the better move would have just been to not issue this statement at all. Because until your company provides some form of public proof of fixing the problem, or even some public acknowledgement of what that problem is specifically, you will never ever get into a scenario where the public will be receptive to this message. And if you're saying something on Twitter for an audience of yourself, and yourself only, that is a message that does not belong on Twitter. That is a message that belongs in a journal, or maybe in a conversation with your friend in private. But that is not something that belongs on Twitter. Because the public will look at this, and they will not actually... They won't take it in. All you will succeed in doing is creating more controversy, more speculation, more disagreement. And not only that, you will essentially be signing yourself on to be regarded with suspicion. Because nobody tells people, yes, there's bullying, yes, there's deception, yes, someone lied about their age to get in, but don't worry about it and expect people to believe you. When you ask people to accept what it is you are saying, while at the same time telling them to not speculate and to just extend their sympathies unquestioningly, you are not asking for respect. You are not asking for even indulgence. No, you are asking for acceptance, blind acceptance. And that is not something that should be extended to people who are so malicious that they would lie about their age to gain access to adult spaces, while then using their position inside those spaces to maliciously smear those whose only job is to care for them. There are actors in this agency that need to be identified and need to be named and shamed and publicly disciplined, so that everyone else in this industry is not at risk from them anymore. Because this is a minor that was willing to falsify their own information just so they could get into an adult space, an 18-plus space. Now, I'm all for simply not engaging with minors and allowing them to not engage with you. I'm all for allowing, adults and minors to simply exist in their own separate spaces with little to no interaction between the two of them. I'm fine with that. But when you have a minor that is actively trying to step over that boundary, that minor needs to be put back in their place, whether it be by their parents or by the corporation that made the mistake of hiring them. It doesn't matter. That minor is a liability to everybody else. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. I love my Footstool family. Kevin Kuhn, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Don't laws protect the minor's identity? Yes. However, at the same time, those laws don't stop the company from saying, this IP was being piloted by a minor. We have since gotten rid of the talent behind the IP. That is perfectly fine to say. That is what the company should have said. In fact, the company should have had no delay upon being presented with evidence that one of their talents was a minor. They should have had no delay in just getting rid of them. Because that would have been the best thing for everyone involved. It would have kept the minor safe. It would have kept Peter relatively safe. It would have pulled off the band-aid before the wound could begin to fester. Problem is, Bondlive EN chose not to do that. This is why this is a company that doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. And I genuinely think that if you are actually going to make the argument that it deserves anybody's support, you are not making that argument in good faith. Because this is a company that does not deserve that kind of support at all. Yeah, as Azahara, my main concern is that this kid will probably pop up in another corpo and they will be the same. Exactly. That is my concern as well. And we'll expand on that in a second. To go on, another problem. Performative posturing. Meimu, after this whole thing went down on January 1st, would post out this. If you are in the US and you are going through a crisis, you can call or text 988. There are also hotlines and chat lines in Japan for both Japanese and English speakers. You are not alone. Does anyone know why this statement is a little problematic if you've established your main presence on the website as trying to advocate for Peter and trying to boost his message, what he said in his statement out there? Why does this present a problem? Because on its face, it might not be bad. In isolation, it's fine. But in this circumstance, in this context, this is abysmal. Yeah, Azahara, bad people don't change unless you make an example of them. I think the same. What are they trying to say? Sounds very tone deaf. Exactly. Yeah, it's Sumo Night. Where's Peter? What Meimu's tweet has effectively done is, instead of talking about an actual victim of, well, actual almost victim of suicide, she has replaced that with a focus on hypothetical victims of suicide. That is what this tweet ends up doing. That is why this tweet comes off extraordinarily performative and very tone deaf. Because do you really think that a hotline would have stopped Peter from posting that statement? And if you do, seek help. Aidoru as well. Remember this, do not use what I post to fuel drama. The only thing these people are doing is taking attention away from people who really need it. Who really needs it? Huh? I would go so far as to make the argument that at this point it's not safe to say that all the talents need it. Because remember that when Peter talked about threats from livers, he used a plural. We know that one miner was planning on trying to gather dirt on him to hopefully mount a harassment campaign. But we don't know who the other livers are. So who exactly are the people who need it, who are currently getting their attention taken from, siphoned off? Because I'd make the argument that the people is actually a person. Peter. And only Peter. Because that's the only confirmed victim we have as of right now. Hate only ever breeds hate. Now, this gets worse though, because this is only one tweet of a thread that she ended up tweeting later on in the day. Remember, I want to remind you, yet again, even though it's probably unnecessary for me to do this at this point, this is a situation where the manager of a Black Corp has announced publicly his intention to take his own life. That is the story. That is the crux of the problem. That this environment is so toxic, so mismanaged, so neglectful of the staff present inside of it, that it has driven someone to consider taking their own life. That is the gravity of the situation. Now, if your aim is to spread the story, understandably, you would probably want to enlist the help of other people to spread awareness of what's going on. However, bearing in mind that that is the story, those are the circumstances that we are discussing, who do you think Aidoru tries to get to help her with spreading awareness of this story? Actually, I'm curious, can you guys... I'm curious to see who you guys drop as a guess. Right? What kind of creators do you think she would actually tag on her socials to try and spread awareness of this situation? Not Elon, no, not her fans, not Gamma, not the other talents, not Keemstar, not iDubbbz. Everyone but Peter, close. No, not false. In fact, none of the talents tagged false in any of their socials from what I could see. Not Hassan, not Ganymede, not Oprah Winfrey. Hapini? You'd be surprised. Because not only did Aidoru tag Rev in order to try and spread the story, no, she tagged VTuber memes. This person looked at a situation where a manager was driven to consider taking their own life, and she thought that the best person to help spread awareness of this situation was a fucking VTuber memes page. You can't make this shit up. The full tweet reads, I've met so many amazing friends who happen to be affiliated with Bond, Princess Lollipop included. The fact that they are pulling a Mai Hanase and doing nothing about bullies within their company, Bond has not changed. Yeah, I wonder why they don't change if they constantly have sweepers like you trying to get everything under the rug. At VTuber memes. Boost! What the fuck was the aim of that? And also, at Rev says Desu, you too, bud. I don't usually do this, but my friends are in the line of fire here. At risk of stating the obvious, other people and their social media accounts are not your personal megaphone. You don't just get to tag them whenever it's convenient to you and just tell them to cover something, and that means they're obligated to do so. On top of that, the fact that she tagged VTuber memes of all people to talk about this situation? Can you imagine what that would look like? Coming from VTuber memes? And the fact that she's done this tells me two things. One, this person seems to have absolutely zero concept of tonal consistency. After all, a brief look at the content of the people that she's tagging will hopefully make her understand as to why doing this comes off, well, at least in the case of VTuber memes, will hopefully make her understand why that's such an awful idea. But two, this tells me that at the very minimum, out of the three, Aidoru so far has proven that they are only interested in other creators insofar as their numbers. She hasn't paid attention to what their content is. She doesn't seem to give a shit about what their interests are for their own channels, their own content, their own accounts, whatever. She just wants the big number next to their name to become aware of the situation. Ironically, this is the exact same mindset that turned Bondlive EN into the shithole that it is. Thinking of people as just numbers. By the way, in case there are any false ID fans that are watching this stream, stick around until the end. I have a few things that I want to talk to you guys about in particular. Bondlive seems less like a crab bucket and more like yeah. Aidoru is looking to be a friend of the minor based on that statement. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, because that's the only motivation that seems to make sense, honestly. See, the thing is, tagging Rev is not something that I think is nonsensical, because Rev has had instances in the past where he's covered the activities of black companies. However, at the same time, you too, bud? He's not your dog. He's an independent creator with his own interests and, his own content agenda. At some point, if you ask for something, you need to understand that you need to give something in return. And this is something that all too often, when I see people just go onto Twitter or go onto some sort of social media and put out a vague general appeal for sympathy or compassion or whatever, something that never seems to be understood is that you don't ask for something from strangers without offering something in return. The same thing applies to strangers over the internet just as much as it applies to strangers in real life. If you want someone to do something for you, offer them something in return. The problem with this, what is the thing that's being offered in return? I'm serious. I'm asking. If you ask Rev to cover this situation, what is in it for him? There's nothing to offer? Not quite. Yes. Kuken Hasho. Content. Exactly. The very same thing that at the same time that all of this is going down, Ganymede is supposedly railing against. And that she too has been railing against sporadically prior to this point. So when I talk about this messaging being an absolute mess, this is part of what makes it that way. Exactly. You can't cover any situation on social media without also intentionally or unintentionally turning it into content. That's just a feature of the medium. You can't do anything about that. So, if you want people to not make content about it on social media, while you still want them to spread what you're saying on social media, what you are asking is for them to either not engage at all or simply uncritically repost your tweet and do nothing else. That's it. And arguably, based off of what these people have been saying, I genuinely think that's what they probably would have preferred. She would go on to say, overall, I think it's just the lack of integrity in the community that leads to so much toxicity. If you're against hurting others, then that should apply to everyone, not just people you think deserve the privilege. Nothing justifies hurting others. But this person is, no, that's not an excuse. Eye for an eye, then everyone is blind. Remember that she stood up on her high horse and tried to push this rhetoric. This will become very funny in a second. However, the community that leads it to have so much toxicity? Sorry. This isn't a matter of the community. The VTuber community, in addition to not existing, certainly didn't cause Peter to make the decision to take his own life. No, that, as I said before, was Bondlive's community. And so far, I'm seeing a lot of people wanting to say the community, the VTuber sphere, whatever. But so far, I have yet to see a single person out of the half a dozen or so that we've talked about thus far that have been able to point fingers at Bondlive for creating this toxic, corrosive cesspool of a work environment. Because that is squarely where the blame lies. And all of this is just theater and lights. This is just smoke and mirrors. This is just a distraction from the real source of the poison. Oh yeah, and on top of that, the talents would get busy buckling down on trying to steer others away from reporting on the situation. For example, Ganymede quote tweeting Jay Agonov saying, "Please don't do any form of news on this at the moment. It's sensitive stuff right now." Drew. Needless to say, I'm going to be watching the coverage like a hawk in hopes that they report on things responsibly and don't make things worse for those in the line of fire. Two things. First, who the fuck is those in the line of fire? We've had no indication of who they are. And we won't have any indication until we have confirmation as to who those who were causing the fire were. Because until that point, like I said before, everyone is a suspect. That's the problem. That's the awful environment that the company that you are unintentionally defending has created. That's what the company has made. And that's what the public has now become aware of. That's why everyone's freaking out. But also, I'm going to be watching coverage like a hawk. Remember what I said about social chilling effects and about the whole watchful eye effect, watching eye effect? When people know they're being scrutinized, they tend to just choose not to engage. They opt out of action. And this is where the freezing effect comes in. See, when messages like this get just unilaterally pushed out, the problem is, who is going to take this message the most to heart? Those who have the most to lose from having their reputations questioned. In other words, if a creator hypothetically puts a lot of stock in making themselves trustworthy, caring a lot about the reliability of themselves as a content creator, as a persona, cares a lot about the integrity of their content, they are going to look at Idru saying this and decide, look, it seems like any mistake I make is going to be attributed to malice or gross negligence. It's better for me to simply not cover the story. On the other hand, creators that don't actually care about either of those things too much will not be put off by this at all. So even if you assume that her intentions are genuine, this is just about the worst thing you can tweet out if you want your story to be covered by people that you like. Because if you like people, because they have a reputation for being honest, reliable, trustworthy, because remember, trustworthiness is fundamentally a perception, not an innate quality, you fucked yourself. Because those people are going to see your tweet and avoid it like the plague. To go on, Ganymede would also go on to say, he was a very close friend of mine. I really wish I could have done more to help him. I'm just scared his wish of not being targeted by drama and news VTubers will be honored. Way to take attention away from the people who actually caused him grief. You know, I actually did a little bit of searching, tried to find any instances of drama or news VTubers talking about Bondlive. I couldn't find any, besides that one video that falsed it on them in 2022. And I couldn't find a single mention of Peter Boxy or Pastor Peter in False's video. I certainly couldn't find any mention of him in any other places in mainstream VTubing. So when you talk about these drama tubers, these news tubers that he's talking about, no. As we covered when we read through Peter's original statement, those don't seem to be the VTubers that he's talking about. Those don't seem to be the live streamers that were having the well poisoned by the miner in question. Those weren't the livers that threatened him. And so, it would be really, really convenient for this particular narration of events if, for some reason, people stopped looking at Peter's original statement and instead just started going off of a bunch of second-hand accounts. That would be very convenient to this particular framing of events. Wouldn't it? Oh yeah, this. Maimu Akemi, when this was all initially going down, would preemptively post this tweet saying, in the event that anyone does decide to do any kind of public news or discussion regarding this, please keep in mind this is an ongoing situation. There are things that have not gone public, at least for the moment. Do not start rumors off of stuff that you don't know, and do not try to use this as some sort of moment to sensationalize. These are people's lives and passions. Do not try to manipulate your narrative to create something quote-unquote juicier for your viewers. Looking at you, Purple Man. In case people don't seem to recognize, yeah, that's her deliberately subtweeting false. And guess who reposted that particular post from Maimu Akemi? Ganymede. Now, I've talked about this before in prior streams, but just because you platform something doesn't mean you're promoting it, right? However, depending on which of the functions of a tweet that you engage with, there is a difference between something that is considered you platforming someone else's message uncritically and you platforming someone's message uncritically and therefore promoting it, and you just platforming someone else's message. If you just repost something without commenting on it at all, without adding any stipulations of your own, you are effectively just signal boosting their message as if it came from you, right? Maimu Akemi's tweet had 28 reposts and quote tweets and 8 comments. I checked all of those 8 comments. I checked all of those 28 reposts and quote tweets. There's only one quote tweet, and that's from Princess, whatever her name was, Lolly something, I forget, saying, just treat people with respect, something along those lines, right? Not a single one of these reposts or quote tweets or replies was Ganymede adding any stipulations onto what Maimu said. He just, Princess Lollipop, okay, there we go, thank you. He just reposted this, as is. No stipulations, no mediation, nothing. Just as if he said it as well. This is a message that he's perfectly fine platforming on his channels, in his spaces. So, yeah. And by the way, this is going to become very relevant in a few minutes. Oh, Chairman, false ID in chat? Hold on. Did I miss you? Purple Man. Hello, False. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no. There are far too many instances where people they want things to be publicized, but at the same time, they also want to attack the people whose job and content it is to publicize them. You can't have it both ways. And at some point, shit like this is going to, some point, it gets to a point where you can't really ignore how idiotic it becomes. If you are actively wanting people to cover a story, probably best to not shit talk them. You'd think that's common sense, but evidently not. To go on, someone in the comments of Maimu's tweet would rightfully push back on what she was saying. This person, Gabriel Koss, saying, well, instead of posting rage bait, you should have reached out to him privately and discussed it. exactly what I've been saying, and discussed it and explained what you guys are okay talking about and what you'd rather not comment on currently. Remember, respect is a two-way street, and the person you've mentioned has had, and then he goes on to probably say something along the lines of, a career where he's been attacked by a lot of different people. And then Meimu replies to this with all the tact of a garbage truck, saying, maybe I was harsh about things. Unfortunately, I have not heard great things about TVS, but don't you fucking dare call my feelings rage bait. This is my message to everyone reporting on this situation. And that's the crux of the issue. The message that these three were sending out to the public. And this is where the Streisand effect comes in. Would you combine all of those things together? Performative posturing, stigmatization of reporting, inconsistent messaging. It all adds up to the single coherent point and picture that you are trying to distract from what has happened. You are trying to siphon off attention either to yourself or away from Bondlive and Peter for whatever reason. You are trying to suppress the story. And what has essentially happened is instead of a Streisand effect emerging around Bondlive, which should have emerged around them with how silent the company was being in the aftermath of Peter posting a statement, a Streisand effect was created around these three accounts instead. They basically became a massive, big, fat distraction from the main inception of this entire controversy. That's why I view this as being so abhorrent. In addition to that, Ganymede would end up, like I said before, posting 2 documents going over the situation. We are going to read through and review those documents. Specifically, we are going to review them by comparing them with the 2022 initial Bondlive expose that was posted a few years back. And the reason why I want to compare them is to hopefully provide a little bit of a foundation of understanding as to why this was enough to earn a video from false and these two were not. In fact, even worse, I'd say this actively detracted from the possibility of any sort of wider publication of what the fuck was going on. We'll start off with the first one. To a friend. And yet he says the same thing. Do not use this situation to create content out of respect for him. Don't make me fucking laugh. Give me a second, let me see if I can get this up without having to shift scenes. Alright, everything seems to be working just fine. Oh, excellent. Alright, this I don't even need to change anything. Okay. So, quote, sensitivity warning. Take this as a warning that this post contains sensitive material such as talks of suicide, bullying, and safety issues. Please take note that I will allow this post to be referenced. I have never thought I'd have to say or write something like this. Peter always would make fun of me for writing novel-length posts and documents. I've known him for over a year, and we became friends almost instantly. He had such high hopes for creating an international community that uplifted one another. I am sorry that his dream is still so far from reality. The VTuber community is one of the most toxic cesspools of people I have ever come across. For every one kind person, there is 100 horrible people to ruin the positivity. Drama, bullying, harassment, even down to outright leaking legal information and home addresses. We need to be the change this community needs. I want you to contrast this with the way that the 2022 document opens, with a statement directing the audience to specific creators that can be used to corroborate what is about to be said, followed by a disclaimer that those in Bondlive are still going to defend the company despite the fact that something might be wrong because of internal policy. Contrast that with this. Now, I understand that this is supposed to be a personal statement, but this is phrased in a way to try and lecture the audience about how they should respond to the situation. He outsources the blame for this entire situation to the VTuber community being a toxic cesspool of people, whereas in fact, like I said numerous times before, This wasn't a problem caused by the VTuber community. This was caused by the Bondlive community, or what tatters of it were pulled together by upper management. When he talks about things like drama, bullying, harassment, even down to outright leaking illegal information and home addresses, very convenient point that he leaves out, who's the one doing the leaking? It's not just people in the VTuber community, no. It's your own, well, I say your, but that's not fair, he's no longer affiliated with Bond. It's Bondlive's talents, apparently, if we go off of Peter's original statement. Also, by the way, note that when you go through, just a quick scroll through the entire document, not a single link is provided to Peter's statement. If you go to the original tweet, he quote tweets it, but at the same time, you probably want to try and reference it as closely as possible if you're going to claim to be promoting the message that Peter has put in his original statement. Yeah, drama tubers. Clearly it's the drama tubers, exactly. Mercurius August, thank you for the 5. Drinking game, take a nip with every mention of community within an hour. Death within an hour, yeah. First thing, and again, he starts with the point, addressing toxicity in the community. Contrast this with 2022's expose, where they started off by talking about predatory hiring practices. So, already there is very much a developing theme here, where the original expose document was very, very specific and provided evidence to criticize certain aspects of Bondlive EN's operation and place the blame squarely on the upper management that made the talents' lives hell. With this statement that just substitutes it with a vague criticism of toxicity in the community. From the start, Peter has had to deal with drama, stress, and toxicity in both his workplace and online. I wonder why he had to deal with it in his workplace. Who knows? Top 10 mysteries mankind will never be able to solve. He has been dealt copious amounts of pressure and frustration by many people. Who has been giving him copious amounts of pressure and frustration? Is it the CEO of Bond? Is it the upper management? Is it the talents that were put in his care? Who? And if you're not willing to say who, why speak? Because all you're doing is taking attention away from his original statement. You're making it about yourself. He always did his best to work through it. His work has never gone unnoticed by those he's aided. He has always done his best to keep the talents under him happy, and as successful as can be, even going out of his way on his days off to ensure that they have a pillar of support. He went above and beyond what was expected of him. He was often the topic of some drama due to being a VTuber manager. This happens more frequently than people know. He was doxxed many times on forums, but this time it was what destroyed his spirit and his passion for being in this community. He always tried to keep a positive mindset about things, asking for advice on how to keep things going. I will be as charitable as possible towards this document, and I will say that it is entirely possible that he is writing this from the perspective of the fact that, or the assumption that he will never see Peter again, and this is supposed to be something more of a memoriam than an actual attempt at promoting the message. However, at the same time, if you are going to place blame for the death of somebody you care about, I can only assume that it would be in everyone's best interests to place the blame at the feet of the people who are actually responsible. I don't see what's holding you back, even if you assume that you just lost a close friend, right? I don't see what's holding you back from going all out and going scorched earth and placing the blame for Peter's death squarely at the feet of the callous upper management, the careless CEO, that didn't intervene and didn't protect him. What's stopping you from saying that? There's no reason to spare their feelings, especially if you're convinced that your friend just died. So why pussyfoot around that particular part of the issue? That's what I don't understand about this particular point of the document. It keeps outsourcing the blame for what happened with Peter. People in the VTuber community can be aggressive and can have little to no sense of self-awareness. Many feel entitled to comparing streamers to one another. Gee, I wonder if thinking of streamers as just numbers and nothing else might have some hand in that as well. I wonder if trying to encourage internal competition among your talents might have something to do with that becoming a, unavoidable aspect of your work culture. Many feel entitled to comparing streamers with the other, having superiority complexes, and they often feel as if they are owed things by the company, streamers, or staff. Yeah, like tagging another random creator just so they can signal boost your message. Like that. This is far from true. Streamers are here to entertain, to bring community and enjoyment to people who watch them. To break down that joy and passion is to break down the human soul. It may be slow and methodical, but even so, it is difficult, if not impossible, to replace or rebuild. 2. Addressing safety and privacy. Now you would think, this might have something to do with the fact that Peter was doxxed, maybe who doxxed him, etc., etc. But no. Peter has mentioned many times that he has had his legal information and home address leaked through chat rooms and forums, which he has growing concern about. This led to him receiving death threats from many people and receiving nasty messages. Peter had always been an honest person while streaming, using his own first name as his VTuber name in order to create transparency with the audience. Yeah, Murray, this is so dramatic, and yet it says nothing. That's the thing that I find to be truly amazing about this statement. It says nothing in all of its drama. It doesn't even successfully, clearly point fingers as to who failed Peter. It doesn't even identify who was supposed to look after him as his superior. It doesn't identify the company that managed to push him to this point in his life. It does nothing. Peter had always been an honest person while streaming, etc., etc. He had always lived with the concept of if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to be ashamed of. He has been a generous person, opting to help people in need, paying for models, giving tips, ideas to people who wanted to set foot in this community. It's a shame that his openness and his kindness were utilized against him by someone who only ever thought of themselves. Again, when you evaluate this document, don't look at it based off of its intentions, look at it based on its outcomes. Where does it steer the conversation? What does it put emphasis on? What does it siphon emphasis away from? Now, most of the situation is still up in the air. This is what we know from Peter's latest and last post. Why not just quote it? Why not just include a full copy-paste of it? Why not just link to it? Why do this? Now, I can understand wanting to summarize it, but I can only understand it if the summary is also accurate. So let's see if his is. The stress of work and consistent bullying from a talent that was removed from the company finally was what caused him to cave in. Already, one inaccuracy. A talent? No. Peter's statement was very clear. He said threats from livers. Plural. It wasn't one talent, it was multiple. The situation is as follows. An underage talent falsified an ID and was caught lying and was asked to give valid identification. She leaked his information and caused issues, leading him to become bombarded with negative comments, death threats, and copious amounts of stressful work. Peter made attempts at resolving the situation peacefully, but that just isn't what the guilty wanted. This is what led to his final post, where he addresses these exact points, plus more. I will not be posting the translations of his last post in the document. Mare was the talent removed from the company at that point? I don't know, but I don't think so. Because remember what we said before, the talent no talents have been terminated, and the company seems to be allergic to admitting to fault, or admitting to even something going wrong internally. Another thing to note is that he addresses the fact that he has been dragged into unnecessary drama. Note how at no point in this particular summary, Ganymede has completely omitted the fact that not only was the underage talent found to have falsified an ID, not only were they caught lying, but evidence of both of these things was passed on to upper management. Evidence of both of these things were given to upper management, and they didn't do shit. They just refused to act. Now, why on earth would you omit that part of the document, of his original statement, sorry? Because that is, I would argue, a core and pivotal point of what Peter was saying. Because of the fact that the company refused to act, that gave the miner in question further opportunity to gather the contents needed for a smear campaign against Peter. This has direct links to the hardship that he went through, so why doesn't it merit a mention in this supposed summary? This is why I say that judging this based off of the supposed intentions is almost impossible if you're actually reading it. Because once you start evaluating this critically, you realize that there is a weird coincidence, a weird recurring pattern over the different sections of this document where the blame that is laid at the feet of upper management at Bondlive EN seems to be constantly minimized, while blame in general at the VTuber community is constantly upplayed, constantly dialed up. Why do you shift the emphasis in that manner? What is the reason behind doing that? Because at this point, I find it very difficult to simply write off that as just coincidence. He mentions his distaste for having been targeted on various VTuber news channels and streamers. Who? What VTuber news channels? There has not been a single case that I've found of Peter Boxey, manager of Bondlive EN, in any news stories that cropped up prior to December 31st of 2024. So where does him being targeted by various VTuber news channels and streamers come from? And just in case you've forgotten, Peter never stated this in his original statement. This is an interpretation, a localization, shall we say, that Ganymede has added in to his relaying of Peter's words. Because what Peter said was that he had been targeted by exposing streamers. Streamers who, for all the reasons we talked about in that earlier section of the stream, seem to be not VTubers who do news content or drama content, because like I said, information was being leaked to those live streamers, and there was no such content being made about the situation prior to this all exploding in the public eye on December 30th. No, the exposing streamers were unaffiliated with Bondlive, but probably orbiters. Orbiters, for example, like Ganymede or Iduru. And here we get to the last parts. Out of respect for him, please do not use his situation to make content. He says while making Google Docs about the situation right next to throne wishlist shillings. You can't make this shit up. Final statements. Personal. He was a great friend to me and many others. He was generous, kind, funny, and helped me find his way in this minefield of a tubing. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am now. He has done nothing but uplift others, and I will cherish everything he's done for me and everyone else. I want to live my life to be as kind and charitable as him. I want to be that pillar of support, that source of happiness and laughter. I don't know how to feel in a situation like this. He will never be gone to me. I still hold hope he is simply getting the aid and help he needs. I'm hoping one day we will get to see him again. Goodbyes are temporary, but the marks of a great friendship are permanent. We all love you, Peter. Wherever you are, please rest and embrace your peace. You deserve it. From your friend, Ganymede. I want to reiterate, if this was all there was to the document, and if it wasn't for the fact that the document contained so many instances of trying to outsource the blame for Peter's predicament onto just this vague, nebulous term, the VTuber community, and news and drama tubers? I would have no problem with this statement, and I probably wouldn't have covered it on stream at all. Oh, Lumi, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Lumi Raiders. I hope you enjoyed the book club. We are covering Ganymede's first document. Like I said, if that was all there was to this doc, if there was no attempt to shift the responsibility for what happened to Peter onto just others in general, this would have been something that I had no interest in, and certainly had no interest covering. However, for these reasons, it is extremely important to understand what it is Ganymede is trying to push, so that you can evaluate the way that he continues to present this story going forward into the future. Because now we get to the update document that he posted. On January 2nd, or for him, time zone-wise, January 1st of 2025, Ganymede would upload a second version of this document attempting to clarify some of the quote-unquote inaccuracies that he may have unintentionally included into this document, vague as it was in terms of describing what actually happened. In this document, he starts off, again, I want you to compare this, actually, hold on, one other thing. Note how this document ends with him saying, don't use this for content, I don't want anyone to use this for content, don't spread this around, etc., 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 right? Whereas in the original, the OG Bondlive expose, they ended that document by saying, we hope that anyone who reads this does not make the same mistake that we do. And since False was talking about it, I would assume that the intentions of the people who wrote this document were to try to spread it as far and wide as humanly possible. There is a very big difference between these two. And the thing is, with Ganymede's second document, this no longer has the veneer of a personal goodbye to a friend. No. This is now purely for the sake of supposedly clarifying and better representing the situation as it is. However, I do want to go back to his first document for just a second. If you read through, if you think through all of the different things that we've talked about, right? All of the different sections of the document, what is, what isn't talked about. What is one thing that seems to be missing from this entire document? What is one word that is entirely and mysteriously absent, doesn't receive a single mention in this entire document when he was supposedly talking about Peter's plight, when he was supposedly addressing toxicity in the community and the situation in general? What is the one thing that should be in either of those sections but is completely absent from the entire document? Peter? No. Yes, Blaze. Bondlive. The word Bondlive does not crop up in this entire document. Not a single time in this document is the word Bond, Bondlive, or Bondlive EN mentioned, despite the fact that that was the shithole that pushed Peter to his breaking point. And when you talk about addressing toxicity, addressing the situation, addressing safety and privacy, but you don't even mention the name of the company that fucked over your friend? Sorry, I'm not going to be able to take what you say very seriously as a result of that. If you're going to blame something or someone for the death of your friend, because that is what he's supposedly talking about here, why would you prioritize corporate pussyfooting over simply naming the people responsible for the situation your friend found himself in? That's the bit that I just can't crack, and that's the bit that makes me suspicious of that entire document. Now, to go through his follow-up, the update document, the one that he posted, right next to his throne shill, he starts off with the following, quote, clarity. Before I begin this document, I would like to confirm that Peter is safe and he is alive. I've been given confirmation and updates on himself, and he's going to be taking a rest from his activities for an unknown amount of time. I'm relieved to know he's still with us. Introduction. This document will help clarify some things that may have gotten misconstrued, misinterpreted, or lacking information, or both sides of a story. What both sides of a story was there in the original situation? This was a story of an overburdened manager being pushed to his breaking point by a company that didn't care about him and talents that apparently abused him. Please tell me where the both sides comes from in that particular scenario. I would love to know. It will be a little longer to read. Please understand that I am not able to share everything, and I don't know everything. So take anything written here with a grain of salt. If you're going to ask the audience, if you're going to open, not by pointing them in a direction where they can confirm the validity of what you're saying, but instead simply a blanket disclaimer that they shouldn't take what you're saying to heart, why write this statement? Why publish this statement? Why make it? If you're going to tell everyone, take what I say with a grain of salt, instead of saying, here's where you can go to corroborate what I'm saying, what is the point? Why? What purpose does this serve besides filling dead air and taking attention away from Peter's original statement? Because the tweet that Ganymede used to publish this document did not quote tweet Peter's original statement. This was entirely divorced from Peter's original statement. To go on. There are things I can't say or things I won't say, especially if I have no place nor information on the subject. Then why are you speaking? You're not the one who almost killed themselves. You're not a talent from the agency, or at least you weren't one of the talents in the agency at the time that this was all going down, I would hope. So, what? What's stopping you from talking? If you don't have an NDA, if you can give more information, I fail to see why you would refuse to provide it. If your genuine interest was to make the public more aware of what happened to Peter, why would you refrain from providing that information? Also, please note that everything here is not directly found by me. Excellent, so this is all a second-hand account as well. You're just going off of sources. And here is the problem. If your account is purely second-hand, if you're relying on other sources closer to the company to feed you information, we know that this is a company that fosters an incredibly toxic work environment, one that is rife with rivalry, animosity between different members of staff, and competitiveness. In environments like these, cliques are normal. Brigading is normal. Bullying is normal. You're really going to expect us to believe that the informants that have been speaking to you aren't all part of the same clique? And that if we were to receive information from a bunch of other informants from a different group in that same company, we wouldn't receive a vastly different picture of what exactly went down? This is the problem with the statement in the sense that it is founded on the assumption that you can rely on whoever these first-hand sources are who are feeding information to Ganymede. Because I am willing to bet an arm and a leg that what he is being fed from his sources are not unanimous. I'm willing to bet an arm and a leg that, if anything, the sources that he's going off of are probably deeply conflicted with one another, or at least deeply in conflict with another faction within the company. Because that is the environment that Bondlive has created. And assuming otherwise is frankly naive and or abysmally stupid. Everything I say here must, and I cannot stress this enough, be taken with a grain of salt. So again, why speak? What is the point of all of this? Why publish this document? Why write it? Why demand that people give it any attention or regard? I am not all-knowing. I only want to make things as transparent as I possibly can. I don't want this situation to get out of hand. Well, if you don't want the situation to get out of hand, give more information, because the one best way that you can shut down speculation is by satisfying the public's need to know. By assuring them that things are being fixed behind the scenes. The problem is, Bondlive certainly isn't going to do that. So who is? By propelling yourself out into the public eye, into the center of attention, you have elected yourself as the default source of information that the public is going to want to solicit. You now have a responsibility to either provide that knowledge or direct them on to someone else who can. Problem is, not only are you retaining that position for yourself, you are failing to provide the things that people are expecting of you. You are holding on to information, attempting to deflect from the company, whether intentional or not. And this, quite frankly, is something I regard with great suspicion. Lameboy, there are cliques, and there is the company as a group, but you can see the whirlpools in the ocean where we make weird waves. Yeah, exactly. Section 1. Misinterpretation of doxed information. As I've been told, it wasn't the miner that leaked personal information, but it was a collection of people from the past, ex-talents, people outside the company, etc. So the first thing he does is, yet again, absolve the miner of that particular wrongdoing. Interesting choice of priorities, but we'll go on. 1A. Misuse of personal information. An anonymous person had posted something on Twitter that violated privacy rules, attempting to tie Peter's personal, private Facebook profile to his VTuber Twitter account. Since then, the post has been deleted, but it still posed a major safety concern. It has also been stated that the miner involved has been noted to be purposely spreading misinformation. Thankfully, he does seem to acknowledge that fact. Now, here's the fun part though. An anonymous person. I'm hoping that when he says anonymous, he means that he doesn't know either, not that he's keeping them anonymous. Because if he's keeping them anonymous, we have other problems on our hands. Not just the miner of the company, he says ex-talents of the people outside of the company. Yeah, exactly. If it's people outside of the company, why not name them? It's not like you're tied by an NDA to not do that. And if you believe that your friend almost died, surely it's in everybody's best interest to know who those bad actors are. So, what's stopping you? Whose considerations are you prioritizing with this statement? Because it certainly doesn't seem like Peter's. Bro covering up for the miner. Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Also, what I don't understand... Oh, Oko, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Oko Raiders. Welcome in. We're reviewing Ganymede's update document. The other thing that I don't understand is why he can't say who was the miner, especially if the miner has since left the company. Oh, actually, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Why can't he say who the miner is? Because at this point, if he does have inside sources, if they're able to corroborate one another, if they're able to feed him that information, and Bondlive won't, if he doesn't have an NDA with Bondlive, why not tell everyone who the miner is? Because like I said, that miner is a liability, and telling the public which IP that miner was piloting doesn't actually give away any of the miner's personal identity. I mean, if he's fine saying... yeah, if he's fine saying a false name, they might as well just say who. Exactly. If you need to know, oh, we're not going to touch on that for now. We're not going to touch on that for now. That's for later. It's also slightly besides the main criticisms that I have of the way that this was promoted. The story was pushed to EN audiences, so... 1B, spreading hate and threats. I will say I was misinterpreting when I say the miner doxed him, but it was true when I say that Peter has been doxed. Okay, great. By whomst? Who doxed Peter? That is the question at the forefront of everybody's minds right now. This led to him receiving multiple death threats and harmful messages from people. This takes a heavy toll on the mentality of people, and I cannot stress it enough when I say that this community can be toxic. Again, this community? Which community? Whose community? The answer to all of those questions is Bondlive's community. And yet, for some reason, his tongue seems to catch in his throat when he tries to get that out. Section 2, Drama and Entertainment. Armchair popped into the stream, so he is aware of it. Oh? Wait, who popped into the stream? Sorry. To continue. Drama and entertainment. This part of the document will not have segments, but will be written in a full section. Oh, false? Oh, yeah. Peter has been targeted quite a few times by people and drama VTubers. No, that's not what he said. He said exposing streamers. The only 3 people that he specifies over the course of that document are livers who explicitly threatened him, exposing streamers, whatever that means, and the miner who was leaking information or planning to spread misinformation, biased information, whatever, to live streamers. Or who already did. None of those are drama tubers. That is an interpretation that Ganymede has insisted on inserting, yet again, purely of his own volition. They're saying you popped into the UTT stream? Oh yeah, no, I did. Yeah. No. Actually, for those who are curious about how exactly that went down, Under the Tea basically did an episode where Mizu got a center stage to put the miner on blast, put Bondlive on blast, and for some reason there were quite a few burners that decided to hop into the chat and shit it up to try and distract him from talking about this entire Bondlive debacle. The VOD is still up, so you can take it. You can take a look at it if you want after the stream, if you're curious. I recommend watching it, if only to understand the apparent vehemence that defenders of this company will adopt when faced with criticism. Azahara, death sentence. Sorry, give me a second. He has been targeted by talents attempting to leave, being attacked by people for the behavior of talents, most of which he was unaware of, and he has had his job threatened or toyed with by exposing documents. Now, exposing documents was not a phrase that was in Peter's original statement. The phrase was exposing streamers who documented what happened within the company. So, I can assume that maybe this is a translation, but there is a difference between exposing streamers and exposing documents. One is an object that can only be used as a tool to hurt somebody. The other is someone who uses their agency to hurt somebody else. These documents contain mixtures of different information, more false than true, and it has been stated that these usually are used as threats to prevent him from doing anything. So essentially what he's describing is that Peter was being blackmailed. Blackmailed with attempts at smear campaigns. That's what this tells me. And yet, there is still no mention of who is doing the blackmailing. No mention of who is doing the harassment, the bullying, anything that ended up making Peter's life at Bondlive EN a living hell. None of that seems to crop up, despite the fact that this is supposed to be an amendment document, something that fleshes out what was said in his first document a little bit further to prevent speculation, because remember, that is still the intention of these documents, to prevent speculation. Peter has also taken the heat for the dissolving of the reality and YouTube branches of the company. He's taken more hits than real people responsible for the issues or changes. So name those people. What's stopping you from naming them? You don't work at the company. I'm assuming you don't have an NDA if you're able to even talk about this. Or actually, if you're going to talk about the possible death of your best friend, why the fuck would you give a shit about NDAs? For that matter. But leaving all of that aside, what's stopping you from simply even just saying upper management? Because this is a phrase that's been entirely absent from both this document and the last one, where you can say upper management and it doesn't even directly and specifically identify any one person or individual people. But it is accurate when allocating blame for who is responsible for what Peter went through. To continue, in his post, Peter mentions how, quote, exposing streamers, end quote, will always find a way to make content out of the dissatisfaction these people have. He also mentions that this can happen when a streamer becomes dissatisfied and quits on their own terms, which only further proves his point. I would like to note that Peter was the only manager capable of speaking English in the company. Great. Bondlive EN, 19 talents on debut generation on Irium on November 15th, only had one manager between the lot of them. Excellent, thank you. We finally had a confirmation of a little bit of information that is actually useful for understanding how fucked up this company is. During many of these instances, he was managing anywhere between 20 and 40 people in 2 different branches. Well, that's fucked. Naturally, things will be misconstrued, fail to get relayed, or they won't receive answers. No, it's more than that. They're expecting one guy to take care of 20 to 40 people. At that stage, it's not something being misconstrued or failing to be relayed. It's the fact that both of those things, construing something correctly and actually relaying a message, is literally impossible. That is the thing that people should be focusing on. That the company set Peter an impossible task. And yet because we are constantly pussyfooting around the company and its role in Peter's situation, we are not able to say that, now are we? I would also like to note that he was also doing his job. If there were things he couldn't talk about, then he wouldn't talk about them. Many people fail to remember that he was a hired worker, not some volunteer or indie manager. And that's not what people are saying. In fact, people are saying that if you're going to make the public aware of a crisis, if you're going to demand their sympathy, their support moving forward, you should give information to satisfy whatever curiosities, whatever concerns they may have. Too often when I see people going to social media to just address the general public with a request for support, it's this take, and there's no give at all. There's no acknowledgement of the fact that, even if the public doesn't function like a person, it still has monkey brain. If you want the public to react in a certain way, give them reason to act in that way. Don't just use a stick, use a carrot too. All of this outsourcing of blame to the VTuber community, drama tubers, news tubers. All of this is one big fucked up way of trying to outsource, like I said, expand responsibility, project responsibility for what Peter went through onto people who have nothing to do with the situation, just so you can ask for their sympathy. Just so you can ask for their compassion. That's fucked up. Don't do that. Mainstream media channels do that all the time, and guess what? Everyone's burnt out on negative news now. Nobody gives a shit about what's going on with other people because the natural innate human capacity for empathy, compassion, sympathy, mutual understanding is exhausted by the exact same thing that Ganymede has been doing over the course of these 2 documents. If you want the public to give you sympathy, if you want the compassion of strangers, don't demand it. Don't try to use a stick to propel them into giving it. Dangle a carrot every now and then, for fuck's sake. This gets people nowhere. Oh, by the way, Bondlive is still debuting talents. Yeah, I saw people talking about it. Yeah. Apparently Bondlive is still pretending nothing happened, which is, little cherry on a shit cake. Section 3, the final section of this update document, so to speak. Section 3, ID, situation, and spreading rumors. This will have 2 sections, both relating to a different instance. 3A, ID situation / minor incident. It was confirmed that Japan does not indeed have an ID check requirement. Yes, And that doesn't surprise me, seeing as Bondlive in 2021 on one of their FAQs explicitly stated it's okay to sign up for their agency as a minor so long as you have some form of parental permission. Doing an ID check is not a familiar custom. Now, I have been given information on the situation that can clarify a bit more than just a falsified ID. Excellent. I hope you're going to give us that information. Timeline of events. 1. The minor was reported by someone else who happened to notice she was a minor. Said minor was reported for enacting on not safe for work topics and streams, having a wish list with adult items on it, and attempting to meet up with male streamers. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. At this point, the minor's right to privacy has been thoroughly outstripped by the need to know who this individual is so they can be blacklisted from this industry. Not only is this a minor trying to gain access to an 18-plus space, this is a minor that is actively trying to seek out adults to fraternize with. That has NSFW items on her wish list, her throne wish list, I can only assume. That's not normal behavior. That's not a minor that is being parented properly. And in the absence of proper parenting, other people are going to have to step in. This is where Bondlive should have stepped in. But we all know they didn't. 2. With evidence she was a minor, they requested to do an ID check to make sure. She kept claiming she didn't have an ID. Who is they? They is a pronoun that, when used in a sentence, grammatically speaking, will refer back to the last thing that's been named, the last collective noun that has been identified. There is no collective noun besides male streamers in the previous sentence. So unless you mean the male streamers requested to do an ID check, you could be referring to management, you could be referring to the other streamers, you could be referring to the fucking audience for all I care. But this is all to say, why not just say upper management requested to do an ID check? There's nothing wrong with saying that. That doesn't break NDA. In fact, if anything, that will reassure audiences, that will reassure readers that Bondlive is actually doing its job. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. And for some reason, yet again, despite the fact that this is supposed to be an amendment document, he's still pussyfooting around that particular issue. It's a singular they, I presume. Must be. 3. The minor claimed the ID was leaked to everyone. It was not. 4. The next day, she claimed to have gotten a new ID and sent in an edited one. 5. The minor reportedly was attempting to gather negative information on management and the company. This was reported by multiple people. Interesting way of phrasing that last point, right? The minor reportedly was attempting to gather negative information on management? Which members of management? Oh, that's right. You only had one in the entirety of EN. Why did you choose? Because remember that this was a document that was written using deliberate choices, right? Why did Ganymede choose to say management, not Peter? Because Peter specified in his original statement that the minor was attempting to gather shit on him, was spreading biased and false information on him, and that they planned to expose and escalate things regarding him. Peter stated that he was choosing to leave out of fear that he would be painted as the bad guy by this minor, in spite of the fact that they were the ones who falsified all the details in order to get into this company. So, why did you omit that? 3B. Spreading rumors / future instances. Oh, by the way, there is no reason to simply say management, because upper management and the CEO and even the JP management would have been covered under the umbrella of the company. So there isn't even a grammatical reason or an expression, an expression-specific reason as to why this is a logical choice. This is a deliberate omission of Peter's victimhood in this situation, or specifically the fact that Peter was victimized by this minor. 3b. Spreading rumors/future instances. While this document only covers half of the issues surrounding the situation, I am doing my best to make it understandable as possible. Are you? Are you really? Or are you picking and choosing which bits to emphasize and which bits to omit? Because that looks like what you're doing here. And I'm actually reading your document instead of hand-waving the actual words on the page away under the justification that, oh, you must have good intentions, or oh, you must be friends with Peter. Maybe you're friends with Peter. That might be the case. But if so, you've done an awful job at trying to promote what happened to him to multiple different audiences. The final little segment will cover bases regarding the wildfire spread of rumors, especially after the situation. First off, there have already been claims that Peter's note was for attention. Who's been saying that? Because I don't think I've seen a single instance of a single VTuber, YouTuber, whatever, that did content on this issue, that covered this issue in their reporting in any manner, that tried to claim that Peter's note was for attention. This is an accusation that I have seen no evidence of coming from any of the people that you were so against covering this issue. And yet again, it draws attention away from some of the details that you've very, very obviously left out of this document. Very, very conspicuously left out of this document. This kind of mindset is exactly what toxic cesspool this community has become. This community? Which community? Be specific. Because if you were, you'd have no choice but to say the Bondlive community. That's the exact kind of community that caused this problem. People have also claimed he's attempting to play victim cards or win pity points. That is not true. Peter needs time to heal and needs peace. I'm sure he does. What I'm not convinced is that documents like this help in that regard, and help to prevent the same thing that happened to him from happening to anybody else. Because when you actually read this document, yeah, no, this is a fucking mess. There are other rumors spreading around that other talents, streamers, and users are using this situation to create their own following. Since the moment I saw that was happening, I cannot stress this enough. Do not monetize this situation. This is the suffering of a human being, mentally and physically. Do not monetize off of others' struggles. So if you use your Twitter as your main platform to, cover this issue, report on this issue, and you also shill your throne over and over on that same Twitter, sometimes in adjacent posts to your updates on the situation, right? Hypothetically speaking, if someone were to then click on that throne wish list and buy you something off of that wish list, does that count as you monetizing the situation? Just curious. Do you think that counts as you monetizing off that situation? What happens if someone actually does that, right? What happens if you realize you've monetized the situation unintentionally? Are you going to go back and then, delete all of your previous statements? You gotta take this particular line out of all of your statements? Because I'm going to be honest. I don't believe a lick. I don't believe at all. I don't believe a lick of what you're saying. I don't believe this at all. I don't believe you actually understand what it is you are asking of people. Or at the very least, it's a kind of rules for thee and not for me type situation with these statements. Because like I said, unlike with the other attempts, where you have done your best to try and make sure that other people don't feel safe reviewing the things that you wrote and publicized on their streams, on their platforms, we have actually gone through each of what you've said, line by line, word for word. We have examined it. And we have taken a little bit of a moment to critically analyze what you have done to the story with your retelling of events. You have minimized the role of Bondlive in creating Peter's predicament. You have refused to blame upper management for anything that happened to him. You have refused to name which talents abused Peter while he was still at his position. You have failed to acknowledge or even match up with Peter's original statement by making the misleading assertion that there was only one talent that gave him shit. No, his statement was very explicit. There were multiple. And you have somehow managed, this is mind-boggling to me, you have somehow managed to minimize the role of the miner in causing Peter to spiral in his old workplace by somehow obscuring the target of said miner's intended smear campaign. This does not add up to you caring about Peter. If you do, I'm sorry, but this is an abysmal attempt at signal boosting his message. This is an abysmal attempt at trying to make more people aware of his plight. And this is an absolutely horrendous attempt at trying to make it so that this doesn't happen to other people in the future. Because if this was what people had to go off of, if this was the only thing people had to go off of, you bet your ass that this is going to happen again and again and again with Bondlive EN. Fucking hell. I don't know if Armchair knows this, but Ganymede has been going around trying to stop people from talking about the story. Oh yeah, no, we'll get to that in a second, don't you worry. Oh, well, we've already talked about that a little bit. However, in total, when you look at these two documents side by side, a very clear pattern begins to emerge. Blame is consistently outsourced to vague, nebulous parties such as the VTuber community, or people in this community, or drama tubers and news tubers. Not once is the word Bondlive even mentioned once across both of these two statements. Not once is it acknowledged that upper management failed to protect one of their employees. Not once are the talents who made Peter's life a living hell identified and named. When you look at what these two documents actually do, so look past the stated intentions, all these documents have accomplished is sweeping the role of Bondlive's upper management and the talents that were guilty of perpetuating this awful dynamic under the rug. So I urge everyone to consider what it is Ganymede has been saying with a bit more critical of an eye than to simply fall for the emotional trap of going, oh, his friend almost died. He deserves all of our sympathy. Because when you actually look at what that sympathy is being leveraged to indulge, yeah, this isn't worth it. Not at all. And the worst part is that initially, this approach towards trying to deter people from covering this, it worked. Not only did they achieve creating a Streisand effect, these three people, Aidru, Maimu Akemi, Ganymede, not only did they succeed in creating their very own Streisand effect that took attention away from Peter, his statement, and Bondlive as a company. No, they also achieved at creating a simultaneous chilling effect on everyone who was going to report on this, or everyone who would usually jump on a story like this. For example, Jay Aganoy, like we pointed out before, the editor of VTuber News Drops, who was talking about the situation, was, I would assume, considering reporting on the situation, but then was convinced to drop it. Same thing here with Alara. My heart really goes out to the Bondlive members. Just know you are in my thoughts right now. I'll be holding off on any coverage, but if anyone wants to share their story or needs support, please feel free to reach out. Now here is the problem. There are some VTubers that have very clear rules around things that they can or can't intervene with, or things that, they require a threshold to be reached in terms of public exposure to something, or public exposure of something, before they run with a story about it. False is one of those VTubers. Like I said before, he has standards for what constitutes a viable story and what doesn't. It's part of the reason why he is considered a credible source. However, for other VTubers, including myself, part of what I wait for when I'm making my content is some sort of public statement. So I was also waiting to see how Bondlive would react. Problem is, creators like myself and False, that waiting, that insistence on going off of something that can be clearly dissected, because my main content is not necessarily ratting or anything like that, but more dissection than anything else. I am a post-mortem, I'm an autopsy type. My content is, autopsy-esque in that manner. We are kind of... We don't have the most agency in situations like this. We're kind of in a position where we need something else to happen before we can intervene and start talking about it. Thing is, if Ganymede, I, and Maimu had their way, nobody would ever talk about this. Bondlive would never talk about this. And so you have other creators that don't have that same clear rule or stipulation for their own content or their own methods, who are refraining from this because of social pressure. Like I said, social chilling effect. Thing is, and this is something I want to make very clear to all of the people that would try to preemptively silence drama tubers, news tubers, you're not helping the situation. You're just making sure that whatever corporate malpractice created the problem gets a better chance at passing by unnoticed. When people look at your posts and they decide not to cover something, whereas they usually would, they're not doing so because they feel sympathy for you, or at least I don't think that's the case. More often than not, it is simply because they are off-put by the amount of aggression that you display, and they decide that you are too much trouble. That the story is not yet developed enough, not yet widespread enough to be worth sticking out their necks for. I have spoken to multiple creators that have expressed confusion at the mixed messages that the 3 accounts that I was talking about earlier have been beaming out into the world for days now. I have spoken to multiple creators who have said that their decision to not cover the story or to hold off on covering the story was mostly due to the fact that they didn't know how to make head nor tail out of what the fuck you 3 were doing. And so, when faced with this chilling effect, if it wasn't for the fact that there are some people who are willing to just simply push past that, we might be in a situation where this is never actually acknowledged, and this just gets memory holed when the next Niji or HoloLive, crisis crops up. We will have another repeat of February 2023. One other thing as well, though, and this is, little bit of unsolicited advice to anybody who would like to occupy the role of a journalist or similar in this industry or in this space. If you are prioritizing, if you're constantly prioritizing and concerned about offending people, then the only thing you and your content, your publication, will ever be good for is selling things. Look at mainstream journalism. Look at what it has become. Look at game journalism and look at what that's become. Everywhere you look, when you're analyzing examples of journalistic malpractice or a journalistic publication falling off, you will see the same thing happen again and again. At a certain point, your desire to not offend a specific group of people ends up compromising your ability to act as an effective source of information to the public. Because remember that your foremost priority, well, one of your foremost priorities is your audience, the public, who has an interest in knowing some of the things that you've been doing research into, some of the things that have been cropping up in your perspective, according to your general observation of the environment. If you're not useful to your audience, you're not useful to anybody, unless it's as an ad. If you don't want your publication or your channel to be nothing more than shilling and press releases, I would advise you to become a little more critical of cries against talking about something. Not even publishing something, but just talking about it. I would advise you to become a little more thick-skinned when it comes to people talking about how you are offending them or disrespecting them. Because that is, unfortunately, in our day and age, a very common tactic that people want to use to shut down discussion about certain events. You don't want to be someone who disrespects talents, do you? You don't want to be somebody who's unempathetic, uncompassionate, uncaring. You don't want to be a cynical journalist, that slur journalist that just wants to make content out of other people's misery, do you? And through all those names and more, through all that threat of public judgment and ostracization, people are convinced to shut up. So don't fall for that. Nothing else I can advise more if you actually want to occupy that kind of content niche than to develop a tolerance to those kinds of things and learn how to filter them out. What happened in February 2023? That's when Niji Sanji pulled a hold my beer with Bond and managed to essentially memory hole everything that happened in December of 2022 by choosing to strike false in Kyo. If we can't talk about things that make people miserable, then we can't talk about anything bad that happens in the world. Exactly, Murray. Exactly. People forget that everything you post on Twitter will be talked about. Exactly. If you wanted to keep it... Oh, actually, this is very convenient that you bring up this point, Lumi. So far, right, there are three main claims that Maimu, Ganymede, and Aidu and I are trying to use to shut down further coverage of this event, or at least coverage that comes from a person outside of their little triumvirate. First, quote, don't use this for content. Second, Peter didn't want this. And third, the idea that it's somehow not ethical to include the personal statements of Peter or talents/ex-talents in any reporting of the situation. First, we can get rid of the second one entirely. We can write this off immediately. Peter didn't want this? Jack shit he didn't. That's nothing, that doesn't actually happen. That's never stated once in his original post. His original statement does not mention this at all. This is a concoction, a fabrication that has purely been made and pushed after the fact. It has no basis in anything that he has said up until this point. Don't use this for content. I think we can write this on off as well. I think that screenshot that I included earlier is a pretty resolute nail in the coffin for this particular argument, which just leaves the third, the claim that it is somehow unethical to show, analyze, discuss in a critical manner the personal statements publicized by Peter and or the other talents who are reporting on the situation. And here's where I'm going to indulge this point. This is a very common ethical conundrum that a lot of people need to, it's part of the average course that you get given when you do a media degree, right? This is a journalistic conundrum that a lot of people need to deal with if they work in media. And that is the need to juggle, to balance personal privacy against the public interest. Now, first, before we actually get into how this balance should be navigated, you need to understand what these terms are, because these are terms that are very commonly misconstrued or misconceived by other people. First, the term personal privacy. Personal privacy is a term that a lot of people use both in its technical sense and in everyday slang. However, as a result of being used in technical everyday slang, what has happened is that people have started to conflate these two words as if they mean the same thing, as if they are interchangeable. They are not. Personal privacy is a composite concept, which means that it is composed of different it has different components, right? If you break it up into its individual parts, personal and privacy/private, you get two different words, two different concepts that have two different meanings. Similar meanings that have some overlap, but fundamentally different. For example, personal means, according to the dictionary, belonging to or affecting a particular person rather than anyone else, whereas private means belonging to or for the use of one particular person or group of people only. In other words, when you end up disclosing something, when you end up giving something out to people, whether that be an object, whether that be information, whether that be a pet, you are no longer making it private. It is now a shared thing. By contrast, personal applies regardless of whether private applies or not. Something can be personal even if you make it public. For example, if I were to release a tweet longer about how yesterday I discovered that if I were to release a tweet longer talking about my personal childhood trauma of finding out that my aunt and my uncle were actually brother and sister, right? That is deeply personal, but that's still public. And that distinction between the two is very important, because while things can be personal, very often, if you choose to disclose them, especially via social media, they, by default, become public as well. Not through any sort of personal decision, but more because of the medium you've chosen to use to get your message out across. Like I have said multiple times before, the medium is the message. How you say something and what you use to send that message will end up shaping the message itself. And when you use Twitter as the medium to convey your message... Everyone's stuck on the Sweet Home Alabama thing. Look, it's just a hypothetical. I tend to find that the most extreme and the most shock jock type examples work the best to get the point in the most people's heads the first time they hear it. So, when you use Twitter as the medium to get out a message, few inbuilt features on that platform, right? The default on every post is that everyone can reply. Peter's post was set to visible to everyone, not just visible to followers only or anything like that. No, this was a post that was visible to everyone. This was a post that could be commented on by anyone, quoted by anyone, liked by anyone, saved by anyone, etc., etc., etc. So, when you look at Twitter as a medium, the moment you choose to use that medium to send a message, that message, by virtue of the medium you use to broadcast it, becomes public. It may be personal, but that message not so private anymore. And so, when we look at the main dot points of, Pastor Peter Boxy's statement as he posted on Twitter, the various dot points as summarized are: Peter was a manager at Bond for 2 years. His current state of distress was due to, quote, repeated threats from livers. Talents were dissatisfied, had their grievances documented by exposing streamers. Peter was worried that others would point out his incompetence and fire him, which caused him to isolate himself from others as he spiraled. Peter had planned on resigning at the end of November 2024, but decided against it due to his own sense of personal responsibility towards his talents and being unable to find someone else to take over his position. Peter actively made the decision to be as transparent as possible about his role in the company with the talents that he managed, and finally that Peter discovered that one of the talents was a minor and falsified their age in order to join. Which of these aspects of Peter's statement are personal? The isolation? No. Not just that. Shinji, exactly. All of this is personal, because this is his personal statement regarding what happened. So all of the information contained is personal to Peter, because he is the one writing this entire thing. His perspective is the way that this document has been written. This entire statement has been written from his perspective, personal to him. Now, which of these dot points is private? Blaze? None, since he made it public. Exactly. Because of the fact that he posted this on Twitter, he said it so that everyone could see it and everyone could reply. This is a public post. This statement is public, and therefore nothing contained in that statement is still private. Because everything has been publicly disclosed by Peter personally, this is no longer a private matter. And when something goes from being a private matter into a public one, this is when you start to evoke something called the public interest. Now, the public interest is a concept that is very specific. Its formal definition is that it pertains to the general welfare or well-being of the public. Very frequently, what I tend to find is that when people talk about public interest, they make the mistake of confusing public interest with public curiosity. Now, for example, actually, I'm curious. Let me pose a hypothetical to you. So to explain, public interest is when it directly has something to do with something that might have to do with the general welfare or well-being of the public, right? However, public curiosity is simply something that general human behavior dictates we would like to know. It may or may not be essential. It may or may not be beneficial. It's just natural human instinct. Now, here's the thing. Let me pose a hypothetical to you guys. Taylor Swift has 3 jets, 3 personal jets. Is that, hypothetically, right? That's a hypothetical situation. Is the hypothetical fact that Taylor Swift owns 3 jets a matter of public interest or public curiosity? Blaze, curiosity? Why? Yeah, public curiosity is exactly like listening to gossip. Yeah, that's exactly right. Zelasnecker. I hope I said your name right. Curiosity? Yes, exactly. Good. Curiosity? Depends. Curiosity? Okay, all of you seem to be saying the same thing, which is good. The reason why it's curiosity is because that in and of itself doesn't really have anything to do with the general public. It doesn't benefit anybody if she has 3. It doesn't really detriment anybody if she has 3 either. Now, let's switch the hypothetical to Taylor Swift has taken a total of 152 trips over the course, across the globe in 1 year using her private jets. Is that a matter of public curiosity or is that a matter of public interest? If it's global warming, it's interest. If they're super polluting jets. Yeah, there we go. I guess environmentalists would say interest. It's not just environmentalists. I think everybody would say interest because Taylor Swift herself is supposed to be a climate change ambassador. That is something that she has promoted using her own public image and platform in the past. So the public, because of the fact that she has been promoted as this sort of public authority on this issue, they deserve to know if her behavior is consistent with the messages that she's trying to get people to comply with. There's no point in trying to take 1 fewer trip in your car on the way to work over the course of a month, if at the same time the person who's telling you to do that is taking one private jet flight once every 2 weeks over the course of a year. So, to clarify, hopefully that gives you a bit of a clear example of the difference between public interest, public curiosity, right? Public interest, something that the public actually benefits from knowing. Public curiosity, something that doesn't actually have any sort of inherent benefit to the public understanding it or knowing it. Oh, I didn't know that? Yeah. You could have used Al Gore. True. So, now, when you take this difference into account, right, there are certain aspects of Peter's original statement that fall under public interest, and there are certain aspects of Peter's statement that fall under public curiosity. The parts that fall under public curiosity are largely to do with Peter as a person, who he is, what is his character, what is his history at Bond, because this is stuff that the audience would probably want to know, but doesn't actually need to know. For example, even if we didn't know that Peter was his real the fact that Peter is his real first name, that is a matter of public curiosity. You don't need to know that to get a grasp on the situation. The fact that Peter was a manager at Bond EN for 2 years. The fact that Peter was worried that others would point out his incompetence, which caused him to isolate himself. The fact that he had planned to resign at the end of November of 2024. The fact that he actively made the decision to be as transparent as possible with his talent. All of that is public curiosity. However, public interest is all the stuff to do with how Bondlive became a shit show. Public interest includes aspects of his statement that deal with his current state of distress due to, quote, repeated threats from livers. We need to know who these livers are. They need to be blacklisted if this is the kind of conduct that they exhibit. Talents who are dissatisfied and quit have had their grievances, no matter how small, documented by exposing streamers. Again, we should know who these exposing streamers are, because they sure as hell don't seem to be drama tubers or news tubers, so who the fuck are these people? And if they are planning on spreading, as in your own words, misinformation of some sort, in the words of the company, misinformation of some sort, surely it would be in the best interests of everybody to understand where this misinformation is coming from. And finally, that Peter discovered that one of the talents was a minor and had falsified their age to join. This is a matter of public interest, because that minor needs to be barred from entering any other corporate, professional, adult space in this industry. There is no two ways about that. If this minor is simply allowed to wander wherever, they will probably end up cropping up in some other place and falsifying IDs until they hit 18. I, for one, don't really want to deal with that. I can imagine that plenty of other business leaders, corpos, CEOs don't want to deal with that responsibility either. I don't think any other streamers in this sphere would want to associate with somebody who is not only willing to falsify their age using documentation, but is malicious enough to actively try to sabotage those who expose them for doing this. I'm certain that nobody would want to associate with this individual. So it's in the best interest of the public in general to know who they are. Or at the very minimum, know that they've been removed from your company. You shouldn't even want them in your group past 18 with a history like that. Exactly. Yeah. At this point, the fact that they are a minor is only one part of the problem. Their conduct is an even worse part of what happened in this entire situation. So, now, when I talk about what slide are we on? We're on 156. When I talk about the public interest being roused, right? The most important thing to understand when you're trying to get a message out to the public is that once you manage to rouse the public interest, you're locked in. There's no pulling out of that anymore, because the public now has a very real desire and a very real justification to know what you know. And once the public interest has been activated, you can't just hand-wave away the situation. You can't just hand-wave away the natural human instinct to speculate and even the natural human instinct to catastrophize. You lose the ability to simply shame people into not engaging with the situation. Actually, scratch that. It was never an option to try and shame people out of engaging with the situation. Because now you've introduced stakes that make it very important to the general public to understand what the fuck is going on. And at some point, even if you manage to enforce this chilling effect, even if those, more official corporate sources are staying silent deliberately and being facilitated in their silence by you, at some point the public interest will probably drive some creator who doesn't care about all of your bitching and moaning to take over a story. And that's exactly what happened on January 2nd, 2025, when Mizu Tamari from Under the Tea made the decision to just dive in head first and start covering the situation, review all the documents, all the statements on stream, in this video, and then summarize the situation so that people can understand what a complete and utter shit show Bondlive EN had become. Now, we've pretty much summarized all of the individual aspects of Bondlive's origin, right? All of the factors that fed into why their work environment was a toxic cesspool. However, to understand the final ingredient in this entire shit whirlpool, right? To understand why the way that this situation was, why the way in which the situation was broadcast to the EN audience was so fucked due to the intervention of the Bondlive talents and their orbiters, we're going to need to understand exactly what Mizu ended up saying in this video. So we are going to react to it. Hold on, give me a second to switch scenes. There we go, okay. Hopefully this works. Alright. Did you, can all of you hear the audio alright? Is the audio coming through okay for you guys? We are a React channel now. Not for all the tea in China. Hold on. Is it muted? Oh, it looks muted. Okay, hold on. Let me mute the music, actually. Hold on, give me a second. All right. Now, let's see.
Other day, this is Bondlive EN.
Is this working now? Boomer moment? Hush. Not for all the milk in Globy. I hear femboy. There we go. There we go. All right. Now everything's working. We can go back. Okay.
I stumbled across this VTuber agency the other day. This is Bondlive EN. They have a Japanese organization, and they are sort of partnered with a live streaming service called IRIM or ERIM. I'm not sure which. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But this came to my attention because I saw this.
Alright, sorry, give me a second. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. But yeah, notice that when people start talking about Bondlive, right? It's they almost always start by talking about how out of the blue this entire situation is. It's always it's always something along the lines of, I haven't heard about this agency before. I didn't know they were a thing. They, they're apparently partnered with, a streaming app, or they're bilingual or whatever. It's just this normal introductory stuff. And that just goes to show how hard the ongoing debacle that was Bondlive in 2022 and 2023, how hard all that got memory hold and overshadowed by the constant never-ending nightmare that was Niji Sanji. And also, towards the tail end of 2024, a little bit of panic that was thrown up by stuff happening with HoloLive.
Which was, all of a sudden, on the same day, a whole bunch of VTubers started graduating from this organization. I have 4 here, I have another one here, and then we have these 2 who didn't graduate, but still felt the need to put up a message saying that they had issues with the organization. These are not the only people to graduate. These are just, Twitter only allows you to have 4 in a picture, so these are just the only ones I saved. There was unironically like 12 or so people that graduated, and there are even more that graduated today. Like, it was a huge excess. And all of the graduation announcements that gave a reason had a similar theme, where they talked about how the culture at the company took a extremely negative turn all at once, and nobody wanted to be a part of it anymore. Like, really, really extreme.
The culture took an extremely negative turn, right? All of a sudden, and nobody wanted to be a part of it anymore. At this point in time, I can't really say that what Mizu is saying is inaccurate, because so far, most of the statements that we've gone through, well, when you have an actual talent that has decided not to graduate, actually go to a Twitter post alleging that there is bullying happening inside and saying, quote, "Unfortunately, I cannot deny that." Yeah, it's pretty fucked. I think it's a pretty open and shut case that yes, the work environment is indeed fucked, and that the work culture is also indeed fucked.
So real quick, I'll show you some of them real quick. So this was one of the ones that is not leaving, Hayami, but they still kind of had a they had like some weird statements, right? So they say my experience with Bond is 1. Like, they can't really say something positive about it. They're just like, yeah, I had like experience with them. It's whatever. We have this one, Prinny Plop, who is totally graduated. And you can see this is kind of what I'm talking about. Due to current awful developments, graduating from Bondlive effective immediately. I'm angry, I'm disappointed, and I'm quite frankly disgusted. I do not own my IP, but you'll find me soon if you're observant enough. I'm so sorry. So I can say this, because I have talked to people, I won't say what people, but the deal that they had with Bond was, and there could be more to it, but this is all I have access to right now, is you had to stream with the company for 300 hours before you got your IP. So anybody who is quitting and graduating before their 300-hour mark has to give up.
Oh yeah, small amendment that Mizu's inserted into the chat. This was before 4 or 5 talents changed their mind and went back. So, at this point, note that the source that Mizu is using are talents that have anonymously, behind the scenes, contacted him with insider information. Now, admittedly, Mizu is not an ex-Bondlive talent, like Ganymede. However, unlike Ganymede, mysteriously, despite the fact that Ganymede also claims to have insider sources constantly feeding him information, Mizu doesn't have any hesitation in pointing fingers at the company for creating an awful work environment. I wonder why that is.
Of their character. They are losing their IP completely. So some of the people that have remained within Bondlive are staying specifically so they can get their IP. They're just playing out the rest of their contract so they can get their stuff. Some of them, even though they're still in the company, have publicly admitted that is what they're doing, which is wild to me. I would tell you girlies, I would probably recommend not doing that, because they...
To be fair, if you are a VTuber that's very new to the industry, right? If you have absolutely nothing to your name, no skills when it comes to drawing, rigging, whatever, you don't have any money, you can't pay for, your average VTuber artist to make you a very bouncy model, I can see why some of them would consider this to be a trade that is worth taking. I can't say that I agree with the, how do I say? I can't say that I find that trade to be very advisable. I certainly wouldn't suggest it to a friend or a family member, but I can see hypothetically how that might be an appealing thing to some people. I don't doubt that it's a tough decision, but I can see how some people would go with that.
They could make the rest of your life there very uncomfortable. I hope they don't, but just be careful, okay?
Son of Swearaf, who is this cute VTuber? Mizu, do you want to speak up in chat? Name is Mizu Tamari.
But
from Under the Tea.
I was digging, right, chat? Because this doesn't happen in a vacuum. Something had to happen. So I was clicking their profiles. I was going down through all their tweets for days, weeks, trying to figure out if there's some little comment, right? Some little thing somebody said that kind of tipped me off to what the issue was. And I forget which one of them I clicked on, but one of them actually had a tweet that had happened only, I think, 5 hours before the mass graduation. And it was weird, because it was a retweet of a Japanese VTuber, who his entire post was entirely in Japanese, his entire account was completely in Japanese. And he was an independent, he wasn't a part of any group. As far as I could tell, on the face of it, he had no relation to Bondlive at all.
Note how this tracks, right? How the progression of Mizu's awareness of this story tracks, because I'm willing to wager that a lot of people in the EN audience experienced a similar progression of events, where they didn't start off being aware of Peter's statement. All they knew was that all of a sudden, for some reason, multiple talents at Bondlive declared that they wanted to leave at once. And then from there, they started digging and actually realized, oh, the inception of this event wasn't just, one graduation announcement. No, the inception of this event was a statement made by a manager that was basically outlined to be a suicide note.
till I clicked on the message that they retweeted. And I saw that the people that quote tweeted this guy's message were almost all people from Bondlive or IREM. And this is the guy, Peter Boxy. And you can see, because I followed some of the Bondlive people, which admittedly made figuring this out easier, several of the Bondlive people follow him, which that by itself isn't enough, right? He's got 2.9 or 29k followers. That's a lot. It's bound to have a lot of VTubers following him because he is a VTuber. But just to double check, I went to the people that Bondlive are following. And you can see Bondlive doesn't follow many people. They only follow 60. Very, very small number. You can assume that all of those 60 are somehow related to the organization in one way or another, or they're friends of the organization. And one of those people happens to be Peter Boxy. And you can see, like, surrounding all of this, he's one of the few people that is just totally Japanese. Which, again, makes it like, okay, it's weird, there's this connection here. So, I obviously don't speak Japanese. But Google has, like, a little translator built in, and it's not the best, but it works. So this is the message everyone from Bondlive was retweeting. This huge, huge message from this guy, right? So then, I was like, I think this could be related. So then I translate it, and we're going to read through it, and I will warn you guys, it can be a little rough. So Peter said...
Okay, so at this point in time, all Mizu has done in the video is provide a recount of how he became aware of this situation, and he is now about to read through the public statement that the manager posted onto Twitter.
Says, Will, I will write to Will. This will be Pastor Peter's last post, and since he has passed away, I will write everything without holding anything back. This is due to repeated threats from livers. I have been working in the overseas department for the past 2 years. There have been many times whenever a live streamer becomes dissatisfied and quits, the exposing streamers take whatever dissatisfaction they have, no matter how small, and document the matter, almost exposing them. They have also had their personal information, such as their real name and relationship status, exposed on message boards. However, I was afraid they would point out my incompetence and fire me. I couldn't talk to my coworkers.
If this is becoming, if this is unintelligible because it's too quick, I'll reduce it to 1.5. Mizu people were so mad that I read this out. Oh no, I saw. A lot of people were mad if anybody were to talk about the situation, or they were they were preparing to get mad if people talked about the situation. Like I said, more than one creator has talked to me and commented on how off-putting the way that this was pushed was.
About it. I'm mentally exhausted. I was planning to quit my job last month because I was no longer having time to continue my activities as a streamer. But considering that it is difficult to find someone who can take my position, and that I felt a strong sense of responsibility for having hired a live streamer, I decided to stay on until I could find someone to replace me and behave in a way that would not cause me mental distress as much as possible so that I could return to my live stream activities. In this case, it was discovered that an underaged person had falsified their age to join the company. After questioning it, they had to fire the person, even though they knew it would cause dispute, and it was something they didn't want to do. Clear evidence was presented, and they had no choice but to do it. As a result, it has been revealed the live streamer in question has been spreading biased and false information to other live streamers, and there are more clear moves to escalate the matter and expose them. I also do it on my days off. I worked hard both at work and after work to ensure the live streamers were satisfied. Even though I don't have time to do anything myself, I'm still taking care of them, and I feel a little frustrated.
Another thing I want you guys to notice is, unlike when we went through Peter's statement on stream, Mizu hasn't even really paused to sort of, wrangle out any particular meanings or implications from the way that the words appear on the screen. No, he's just reading it out.
I can no longer bear the injustice and the fear of being exposed as the bad guy in this way.
If you had the intention of wanting your friend's statement to be seen by as many people as possible, one of the things that I never really understood about the aggression around trying to prevent people from covering this on stream was, if you have someone who's just reading out the statement on their own channel or in their own live stream or in their own video, how does that in any way go against your stated goals?
Even though it was a live streamer who was in the wrong for making false declarations. I've already exceeded my limits. I no longer have the will to live. So I'll probably read through the rest of this on Thursday. It's a really long post. It's still got plenty more to it. But this was a suicide note. That's what it was intended to be. This was not a graduation notice. People were seriously worried that Peter had ended it all. Nobody could get in contact with him. I have pictures where the, what do you call it? The CEO of Bondlive is saying that they can't get in contact with Peter. I think I have it posted here in my next one. So the Bondlive CEOs, I do have confirmation the Peter thing was 100% he worked with Bondlive, and he was a manager to multiple of the girls. And this is the actual CEO of Bondlive.
So, note, one of the things that made the 2022 Bondlive expose believable was not only was there some sort of behind-the-scenes consensus, But there were screenshots included in the document, something that was conspicuously absent entirely from any of Ganymede's statements or documents. And Mizu has somehow, out of the ether, whipped out a screenshot of an internal group chat or a message sent by the CEO of the company in some sort of employee group chat. So, if I were asked to judge purely based off of the statements I have read and watched, which one between the two, Ganymede or Mizu, would I believe actually has inside sources? Evidence only points in one direction.
And this was all he said to the talents when this post started getting like circulated between them all, and they realized their manager might actually be dead. He just says, "We still have no contact. Also, I will close all free chat for a while because it's not good for your mental. If you can contact him, please let me know. Thank you." This is all he had to say about this. And when he says close all free chat, I have it on good authority from some people in the know that he locked down a lot of the Discord chats, and the only thing that is unclear is if he...
Mizu in chat has actually just dropped an interesting bit of lore. I learned after covering that Bond has 15 Discords, one for each generation, an entirely different Discord, not just a chat room. See, that should surprise me, but I don't really find that to be that shocking, considering that we have had prior statements from talents who have left that have asserted with no ambiguity that management explicitly and deliberately tries to keep individual talents as isolated from one another as possible. So I guess it only makes sense that they would try to keep the generations isolated from one another as well, so, or at least different branches or whatever.
He deleted some of the Discord chats outright, or if he just had them hidden from the talents so the talents couldn't see them. The talents I talked to seemed to believe that he was deleting some of the chats to cover up some of the back and forth that was going on in them, some of the negativity that was happening. Likely because he didn't want the Peter thing to come back to him. For those who are worried about Peter, we do have confirmation from one of his friends that the same day he posted that message, they went to his house and they convinced him to come out and leave with them so they could watch after him. And Peter has reposted this person's message, so I'm very confident in that he is okay now.
Notice the way that Peter's situation is being covered here by Mizu. There's no salaciousness to the way that he's talking about this. It's all very matter of fact. This happened, that happened, this happened, that happened. There's no trying to bait out what actually happened to Peter until the end of the video like some sort of sick clickbait. He just immediately, as soon as it becomes relevant to the flow of thought, says, "Oh yeah, Peter's fine." There was a statement posted on Twitter by his friends saying that they went to monitor him afterwards, and they found him well, not well, but at least alive.
But he wasn't. He was in a really rough spot. But if you are worried about him, he is safe and alive with some of his in real life friends. So that is a positive.
Mizu, you're breaking the flow of things, my guy. Until I get to the end, and I kind of get a little spicy on the town. See, that's the thing, though. One of the things that I find to be quite frustrating about the way that people analyze content is all too often, instead of actually criticizing how the content is laid out, they make assumptions about how the content is structured and then criticize that instead. And another thing is that a lot of people tend to miss the main point of what it is you're saying. That seems to be the case in this particular video, where the main focus of the coverage is on Peter and his situation and how Bondlive is collapsing. But the bits you get spicy about, as we will see later on in the video, have nothing to do with Peter. And people keep conflating the two, which I find to be honestly quite perplexing.
I was sent this shortly after. I have this big, long message, which basically kind of breaks down everything I've been told, right? So I've talked to multiple talents. I've checked this line of events with multiple talents, and all of them have confirmed it. So kind of roughly in order, a minor faked their ID in order to join Bondlive. Specifically, they stole the ID of a family member and used that in order to join the company.
I want you to take note of each of the dot points that Mizu ends up listing out and see how many of them contradict what Peter said in his statement. Because we already know how many elements of Ganymede's statement either detract from or outright conflict with what Peter's statement said. So, this will be an interesting test to compare the two.
Peter, the staffer we were just talking about, found out this information somehow, and he ended up exposing them internally. He didn't publicly blast them. He exposed them
So far, all of this seems to be consistent with what Peter has said.
internally to the company that they'd lied about it. The miner in question, in some sort of retaliation, exposed Peter's private IRL information and started some sort of harassment campaign against him.
Now, this is a little bit that doesn't seem to line up with what Peter said word for word. Because what Peter said was that this liver was spreading misinformation and biased information. Technically, according to his statement, his personal information was not something that the miners seemed to be spreading. Although, it is difficult to gauge whether that is because his personal information was already out there, and in spite of the miner trying to do it, or the miner just didn't attempt to do that at all. So at this point, I am going to acknowledge that similarly to what I said with Ganymede's statement, because of the fact that Mizu is going off of the words fed to him by talents who are close to the company, talents on the inside, even if it is multiple talents, it is still possible that because of the environment at Bondlive, it is possible that these talents were all part of the same clique, because in the eye of the public, we don't have any confirmation to state otherwise. So if you want to evaluate the statement critically, that is something that you need to keep in the back of your mind when we're going through this statement the exact same way that we were critical of Ganymede's statement.
This is the only part I have been unable to get very clear and specific confirmation on. I don't know if the miner specifically pushed for him to be harassed, or if the harassment came naturally from people who were friends with the miner. This is the only part I don't have 100% confirmation of, and I've tried to get it, but everyone is still a little iffy.
This seems to line up with what Peter was saying about how he was afraid of being painted as the bad guy by this streamer who had gotten into Bondlive on false pretenses. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume, based off of that the miner was poisoning the well in some way. So, potentially trying to solicit aid from other people within Bondlive, without Bondlive, to make his life miserable in retaliation for getting fired.
Iffy to talk about it. The harassment continued for months. I know a rough timeline that this started in May or July. So that's how long this has been going on, since May or July-ish. This, combined with like other stressful aspects that were in the Bondlive work culture, along with the CEO not dealing with this, kind of led to the note by Peter that he was going to end it all.
Notice how in that particular point, Mizu states, in pretty clear terms, that Peter was pushed to the edge because he was denied the support, reinforcement, and protection from his superiors, the company that he worked for, which is something that is, yet again, conspicuously missing from any of Ganymede's statements.
The extreme turn of events led to a major internal blowup, causing many talents to leave or consider leave. Bond maintains control over their identities, so many of them will have to start from scratch if they go. So I have extra information on this part. I already told you guys that one of the reasons a lot of them don't want to leave is because they need to finish their 300-hour trial period in order to get to keep their IPs. But the other part is the internal blowup. So I found out it's not just that Peter, they were worried for Peter and they were upset that the company didn't do anything about it. I have not been given specifics, but I am told that the way some of the talents reacted to Peter's possible death was very insensitive, and that pushed a lot of the talents to want to leave, because it was very clear that some of the talents did not respect him and did not care that he might be dead.
This makes it all the more fucked up that the public has never had any sort of confirmation as to who the talents who were bullying Peter were, especially when you combine that with the fact that, like we said before, Bondlive has a history of trying to sweep things under the rug. And let's just say that if they didn't want to terminate any talents because they were scared of controversy or anything like that, let's just say that I don't think that they'd terminate them, but like we figured out before, their likely way of getting rid of the talents, probably just graduation.
We do not know which talents. Although, based on some of the stuff I've been told, I kind of have an idea. The Bondlive management goes into damage control mode, locks out the talents from their internal Discord, citing it's bad for their mental health to communicate with them. Supposedly, they're also deleting posts and messages during the lockout. So, management did come back, and they have other messages, but I'll get into that next. That is in the update on Peter, right? So we have the message I just showed you guys that confirms Peter is okay. But then we have two messages from the CEO. One before Peter was found okay, and one after Peter is found okay. So before Peter is found okay, I'm sorry you guys can't see this very well, but he did not have a good statement, chat. His statement was really bad. Can I just new tab it? That might make it better? Yeah, that makes it a little better. Everyone, I'm very sorry for the situation. It's very unfortunate that some people are leaving. I went to Peter's house today, but he...
Starting off with that, when one of your employees potentially just took their own life, is wild. It's unfortunate that some people are leaving. What the fuck? Although, to be fair, it doesn't really surprise me, seeing as how from all of the statements we've gone through that have been published in articles by Bondlive, the guy seems to think of the talents as numbers, so...
wasn't there. I'm also contacting the police. For now, I think the priority is to wait for contact with Peter. I will let you know when I'm able to get in contact with him ASAP. Thank you for understanding. Sorry for my bad English. So, my big issue with this is the second line here. Keep in mind, he is talking about the fact they went to an employee's house that just left a suicide note, and his first response when he can't get in contact with that employee is, kind of sucks some of you guys are leaving because of this. Like, read the room, dude. What the fuck? See, why would you say that?
Yet again, I want to remind you guys that unlike with Ganymede's statements, Mizu is now explicitly criticizing and mocking the CEO of the company that pushed Peter to his breaking point. He is making fun of the CEO for being an insensitive ass. This is more than Ganymede has ever done in either of his two statements.
I can maybe give him a little leeway for having bad English, but like, I don't know, man. That's just, why would you do that? And the second part is him linking to this tweet and saying he's okay now, and he's going to take a break. Not the CEO's taking.
Blaze, but chairman, that's drama. Drama is bad. Yeah, I'm sure it is.
A break, but Peter's going to take a break. Really not that interesting overall. So, I'll cover more on Thursday, right? And I'm still getting information from some of the livers, which, thank you to everyone who has messaged me. I really appreciate you helping me clear this up. I will tell chat that I don't know how much I'm going to say, because I'm still in debate about it. But I will tell you guys, I know who the bullies were, and I know who the minor was. I know vaguely where the divides are between the people who were on Peter's side and the people who were on management's side. I have kind of a little chart going. I probably won't be mentioning a lot of names. It's my understanding that the minor...
This is the only point in the video that I will give you a little bit of a light toasting for. I do think that this is more than a little vague posty. And if you're going to do this, I know that you ended up dropping the lore in a future UTT stream, but if someone were to just consume this video in and of itself, I can see how you would you would stir the hornet's nest when they reach this part of the video.
Is still a minor at current, and I feel very uncomfortable naming and shaming minors. I have to debate with myself whether or not I'm going to say who it was.
That's fair enough, but at the same time, you falsify your ID and you try to start a harassment campaign. Sorry, I don't care if you're a kid. You're getting punished as if you were an adult. If I had my way, the company would be reporting her to the police. That is what I would do. At the very least, a stern phone call between the CEO and her parents, if they even exist.
And I will probably talk with some of the livers, but I am also aware that they might have their own document coming out about the minor. And by the time they expose them, it won't be in my hands anymore. And the last thing I will say is there is one member who stayed with management who just rubs me the wrong way, but I haven't had time to ask the other livers I've communicated with about them. And it is this one, Erebus Gray. So this is in reply to my big thread where I laid everything out, right? And I think it's important to clarify that in my big thread, I had numerous livers come to my DMs of their own volition and tell me that I basically got everything right. Like there might be little things here or there, but basically I got everything 100% right. I got the timeline right. I got the events right. There's just more context I could add if I had it. So Erebus Gray shows up to something multiple of the livers have praised me for, or at least agreed with me on. It says, do not spread information unless you're given the right by either management or talents. I only ask this because we are extremely emotional time for all of us, and we do not have any privacy, as we are corporate idols. As of right now, it is determined that our beloved manager Peter is safe. Bondlive did try to do damage control, but what most talents who either graduated or are saying or doing is trying.
Bondlive did try to do damage control. I find that to be a very, very... That statement... Actually, Bondlive did try to do damage control. Can anyone identify which word in that statement makes it slimy? No, not quite. That specific phrase. Yeah. Did try. Exactly. Thing is, so long as you are still an active talent at Bondlive, you've neither graduated nor declared that you are graduating, neither of which Erebus has done. Remember what we heard about in that 2022 document. So long as you are a talent, because of internal policies, you are forced to speak up to defend the company. It doesn't matter if you do so willingly, it doesn't matter if you have to do so simply because you want to keep your model and you signed a contract. Either way, if you are a talent that has had no intention, declared no intention to leave the company, has not left the company, you are part of their attempt at damage control. You are always going to be part of their attempt at damage control. And if that sounds dehumanizing, that's because it is. And your company designed it to work that way.
Trying to ask for a break. Yesterday, we watched everything go up in flames. This has been an ongoing issue. This has not gotten solved.
The one at Beanie, what damage control? I know you say that as a joke, but just for the sake of clarification, damage control is not just something... It's not just trying to get out an alternate version of a narrative. It's not just trying to scare people into silence. Damage control can be something as subtle as just having a few representatives of your company or your brand try to solicit others into refraining from discussion because they express that they feel uncomfortable or hurt, etc., etc. Damage control can be something as insidious as simply allowing multiple people to start talking all at once, putting out conflicting statements, circulating them among the public in order to, as we talked about before, essentially drown out all of these statements you don't want people to hear. So, when you think about damage control, one thing I want to caution people against is thinking that it's always, damage control is this sort of, this convoluted thing that a bunch of people decided on in a boardroom with a whiteboard and a bunch of papers strewn about a table while a bunch of suits sit around it, right? Damage control is, in our day and age, it's a lot more complex, insidious than that. The funny thing is that the clause discredits any and all credibility of the talents to speak out in times of crisis. Exactly. That is the great irony of them wanting to use their talents in that way. And now that the public knows about that clause, well, this whole thing is kind of fucked. Yeah, and then they pounce on the other talents that don't engage in damage control. Ah, I see. So a little bit more of a... I see. Yeah, that's real fucked. Yeah.
This is not the wake-up call any of us wanted, nor any of us needed. Our first priority is...
Isn't damage control mostly about manipulating the framing? Yes. And the thing is, how better to manipulate the framing than to make it so that the manager, who almost took their own life, is no longer the victim, but instead the talents are. Victim of the toxicity of this VTuber community that's such an absolute cesspool, etc., etc. Very convenient way of changing the framing, no?
Seeing our managers safe. Once that happens, most of us will resume. Until it does, we will not be sharing any information. All I ask is that as of right now, we respect Peter's privacy, support his mental health, and I beg everyone, please stop digging. It will come out, and if it doesn't, we will make it.
She just said the quiet part out loud. I hope everyone who was watching along with us realized that fact. She did the meme. She said, stop digging. What?
Please, unless the...
At this point, I'm convinced that instead of writing out a predetermined statement for their talents to say, the manager or the upper management or the CEO, whoever is directing the talents to do this, just turned them loose and said, look, if our company collapses, you don't get your IPs, you don't get your models. And now they're just set free to, try and damage control on behalf of the company as best that they can.
Information is 100% factual, backed by either proof from talents, genmates, or management. Please do not spread it. We are all suffering. And they just rubbed me the wrong way. Because I have talked to talents. And they should know I've talked to talents. Because I've posted pictures from their private internal Discord from their CEO. So it should be obvious that I've...
Cease your investigations. Yeah, exactly, Murray.
I'm in contact with it.
If you're going to say that, right, surely you would have a bit more subtlety, a bit more pizzazz to your attempts to get that message across than just say, stop digging. Like, come on. Also, this brings back the thing that we were talking about right at the beginning of the stream, reactance theory. If somebody tells you don't do something, and they don't give you a satisfying justification as to why, no shit, Sherlock, you're going to want to do it purely to spite them. That's human nature. And I think it's becoming a little bit of a recurring theme, where both Bondlive and the people who defend Bondlive seem to be completely oblivious to the implications of human nature, which... Again, honestly, isn't that surprising when you consider that, at least among the upper management at Bondlive, they seem to view their talents as numbers and not people.
At least one talent, even if I'm not in contact with multiple. But I am in contact with multiple, so that's a side point. And I really don't like that they're trying to speak on behalf of all the talents. They're like, oh, we all agreed on this. No, you didn't all agree on that. In fact, multiple talents are super pissed at management. There's multiple talents that want nothing to do with management. I have no idea what you're on about. With, oh, talents agree with management. Yeah, they want to make sure Peter's okay, and Peter was their manager, but they consider Peter separate from management, and they don't want anything to do with your management. They're mad at your management. They're mad at some of the talents.
Note that attempt to conflate Peter and just management in general, because those are quite different things. Those are quite separate things. And in pointing that out, I do think that that's an important little bit of protection that Mizu's given himself against future accusations of trying to, how do I say, misrepresent the situation or maliciously target the company or those inside. Because I don't think those accusations hold any water, especially not given what we are about to say in a little bit.
The only thing I know about Erebus, because again, a lot of the talents are still a bit iffy on talking about this, is that Erebus is kind of considered the golden girl, golden boy, I don't know which, of Bondlive. And that the CEO and the upper management kind of has like a special soft spot for Erebus. At least that's what I've been told by other livers. So, could be the reason that, that they're trying to like suck management off.
I want to point out something that may be... something that a lot of people seem to undervalue, especially on the internet. And that is that silence is always an option. Erebus would not have been talked about in this video if they didn't very conspicuously try to defend the company and discourage further investigation. Now, there is the chance that this was compelled behavior, and if it was, that makes the company more reprehensible, not less. However, so is Erebus the minor? No. There's no reason to believe that. There's no evidence for that. However, what Mizu has just suggested, the idea that Erebus is a beneficiary of favoritism from upper management, I'm not going to lie, with how Bondlive selects its talents and with how Bondlive EN has been run, that does not surprise me at all. I have no trouble believing that particular claim. Although, it's important to note, that is a claim that has no traceable evidence to it. We are going off of Mizu's statement that he has been told this by other people inside the company.
I don't think this is working for them. I think they should have kept their mouth shut. Again, I've had multiple people from Bondlive come and reach out to me. I've talked to probably 6 or 7 livers at this point, all getting like little pieces of the story from all of them. And I even replied to Erebus, like, yeah, I've talked to multiple talents, and they're going to stay anonymous, and you're free to add your perspective, but I'm going to keep talking about it. Because I think this is like a serious issue, right? I don't think it's okay, whatever happened in this organization. And I kind of take it back that I said Niji Sanji was going to be the ultimate black org this year. I think Bondlive is the ultimate black org. This is rough.
They snuck in right at the end, December 30th, right when the clock was about to strike 12. And they snatched victory from the jaws of, well, irrelevance, I suppose. So, that was that video. Now, like I said before, even though there are some claims that are not really, some claims that are not supported by publicized and or traceable evidence, they do very frequently line up with what Peter was talking about in his statement. Mizu was very explicit in criticizing the upper echelons of Bondlive's management and specifically their CEO. None of these things, also on top of that, he included screenshots of internal conversations. None of these things has ever been provided by any of the other members who are trying to make statements about this situation. So, already, this is starting to look like a genuine expose rather than just a random post. Silence is underrated on the internet. Yeah, agreed. They outdid Niji Sanji. No, yeah, their problems have been quietly boiling and bubbling away way before we ever became aware of Niji Sanji being a shithole. So, I think that this, oddly enough, Bond takes the cake from Niji both in terms of severity and in terms of age. Because I don't know exactly when the problems at Niji started cropping up, but they only became obvious around the end of 2023. Whereas with Bond, the problems were obvious right at the end of 2022. Possibly you could make the argument even from somewhere around, halfway through 2022 or beginning or end of 2021, so. However, this video did end up attracting quite a few people who were mad at Mizu for daring to cover the topic. Burner account. Using someone's suicide note for content is disgusting. I hope you realize this. Like the same way that trying to summarize someone's suicide note right next to a throne shill is, yeah? Although that's a little bit of it. That is, that's a little bit of a cop-out, right? That doesn't actually engage with the point, even though it's fun to say. No, the reason why this argument holds no water, right? The reason why this accusation of using someone's suicide note for content being disgusting, being a good reason to dismiss what Mizu has said in this video, the reason why that doesn't hold water is because the content, the focus of this video was on how badly Bondlive fucked up in the construction of its work environment and the effects that that environment has gone on to have on both Talents and Peter. That is the main focus. The statement itself is just used as evidence and context. Now, you can make the argument that yes, that is content, but it's no more or less content than someone talking about the situation in a video or a Twitter post. It is the exact same thing. And I would go so far as to say it is impossible to cover this situation without at least bringing up the note, preferably showing it for the sake of actually giving your audience some form of orientation in this situation. So if you want to do an effective job, you pretty much have to do this. So calling it disgusting just gives the org more opportunity to sweep things under the rug. Tot Musica, I suspect yet another burner. Please delete this. It is so disrespectful on so many levels, especially when you read Peter Boxy's post out loud. How exactly is it disrespectful to... Oh, screen's a little screwy. Sorry, I forgot to switch back to my previous scene. There we go. Hopefully it's better. Thank you for pointing that out, guys. All right. This fixes it, yes? Okay, it fixes it. Yeah. Please delete this. This is so disrespectful, especially when you read Peter Boxy's post out loud. How the fuck is it disrespectful to just read the statement aloud? Especially when you're doing it for the purposes of contextualizing what it is you're trying to talk about. Like, hello? I would say that it is... Like I said, it is impossible to try and cover it without at least acknowledging it. However, if you read it aloud, I would argue that that makes your account of things more faithful, more accurate to what actually happened than if you didn't. And if the disrespect is something that arises out of failing to represent what Peter said properly, I can't conceive of any way that you can do justice to it than by reading it out word for word. It's not like Mizu did a funny voice or anything. There's just no point to this particular argument. Also, I'd say that reading out Peter's post verbatim is a lot less disrespectful than outright omitting key details from his statement in your attempt at quote-unquote retelling it. However, that wasn't the only example of people leaving comments that disagreed with the way that Mizu handled this particular video. You had Meimu herself, Purple Man Accuser, Purple Man Hater, Akemi, coming in to just leave a little bit of a gem. I may have just left Bond last night, and I obviously can't control your actions, but I do not support videos like this. Do not make speculative videos regarding the situation. I'm going to be fair to Meimer. It is possible to have done the video without that, that little bit at the end where you speculated about which talents were on whose side. However, at the same time, I don't really blame you, Mizu, for doing that, because, well, Bond hasn't really left us with a lot of options now, have they? There is no digging for theories or scouting out who the bad guy is when the catalyst of the situation was someone's life. Yeah, why was someone's life threatened? Funny question, but whenever I look at a statement by Meimu, Ai, or Ganymede, that always seems to be the question that all of them manage to evade somehow. Yes, the catalyst of the situation was someone's life, but why was that person's life threatened in the first place? Well, you can argue, yes, it was because of his environment, but okay, sure. Who in his environment? And that's where all the uncomfortable questions lie, and for some reason, those are the questions that all of these attempts at shutting down discussion keep glossing over. Like, what? Someone almost died. Yes, you're absolutely right about that. But why did they almost die? What drove them to make that decision to take their own life? It wasn't just Bondlive. The statement he made was very clear. due to repeated threats from livers. That's the bit that always gets glossed over somehow. You say multiple times how the narrative is out of people's hands, but it doesn't mean you can't show respect for other people, do better. The very infamous, that mic drop, do better. I love it. However, narrative is out of people's hands doesn't mean you can't show respect. Problem with having to try to show respect at all times to all people is that there is absolutely no way that you can respect everyone at once. It's not when you're dealing with a matter that is as grievous and has as much gravitas as this. Someone did something wrong. Their identity is being protected, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally. All we have is that there is a victim and a problem that isn't being solved. How do you decide who to respect here? Exactly. You can say, oh, okay, respect everybody. Okay. Even the CEO? What? And when you say that you are disrespecting somebody, what kind of behavior are you condemning exactly? And that's the thing that a lot of these criticisms tend to lack. Specificity. For example, just then when I was pointing out some of the gripes that I personally have with Mizu's video, I talked about how at the end, when he was talking about things like which talents are on whose side, that was something that, for the most part, kind of detracted from the overall tone of accuracy that was present in the video prior to that point. That is a specific criticism. This is not. Just saying that people should respect people, that doesn't mean anything. Telling someone to do better is not constructive. What the fuck does that mean? To go on, another one by Ainami Rana. I'm saddened someone screenshotted and shared some of the Discord. Why? What was wrong with screenshotting that Discord? Well, aside from the fact that that's probably NDA, but I'm gonna be honest. If your company's gonna break their contract by not paying their talents the full sum of money they owe them, I can't bring myself to sympathize with the CEO when he gets screenshotted in a group chat with the talents. Although I don't agree with a lot of the choices that Mr. Sumiyoshi made, he has, however, been making changes, and nothing he said in those screenshots were trying to be ill-mannered. I think mental health in Japan is very differently treated, so his response feels very weird. He did reopen the chat after concern was shown. He worked with us to make changes to our agreements for the past months. The CEO is not completely bad, and no one is. Right. It's just that your company is somehow completely rotten on the inside. Sure, the company is not a person in and of itself, but surely at some point you realize that you are defending something that is quite indefensible. Like, I understand her sticking up for the CEO. I understand her, asserting that there are changes being made. However, at the same time, like I said, silence is an option, and when you speak out about something that the public has no evidence to essentially assess your claim based off of, you are sticking your neck out for a company that probably doesn't care about you. Because I can guarantee that if this company cared about the talents, they wouldn't have one manager to share between 20 to 40 of them. And that's the claim that I took directly out of Ganymede's documents, so yeah. Give me a second to find my place. As per the bullying, there was a lot of disagreements and misunderstandings through different talents I noticed every now and then. And since we only had limited staff, it went as far as it did and there was no damage control. That's a lot of words to say that there was bullying, but I don't want to admit it. I was trying to be a mediator, but honestly never quite got close to anybody myself. So, you tried to be a mediator and it didn't work out. Probably because the dynamic was way too fucked for you to intervene in. I was kind of always on the sidelines dealing with my own mental problems. And here is where we have the main issue. This is a company that has an actual history, according to the people that have left it, of trying to keep each individual member as isolated as possible. This is not a bug. This is a feature that the company has established as part of its internal policy, albeit maybe not one that's written down on paper, that they have been operating according to for at least a year. At least, no, sorry, not 1 year, 2 years at least. And so it doesn't really surprise me that there is bullying happening on the inside. It doesn't really surprise me that mediation is a lost cause. And here's where I don't really understand why she seems to be trying to deflect from the accusation of bullying. It would have been better to just not bring it up at all. Because all this confirms is that there might have been bullying, but she just doesn't want to confirm it. And she tried to make sure that everyone got along, but she wasn't able to pull it off. And I don't blame her for not being able to pull it off, because the environment sounds shit. The work environment is horrific. I don't expect any talent, not even any manager, let alone any talent, to try and intervene in matters of interpersonal disagreements between individual people. That's way too much to ask. However, this all adds up to the overarching picture of this being at least a branch of a company that is being horrifically neglected by the CEO. Are we saying that Sumiyoshi is evil? No. Are we saying that he is a shit CEO so far as Bondlive EN is concerned? Absolutely. And, like I said before, the public has been given no reason to doubt that assumption. Anyway, this video in general is very disrespectful to Mr. Peter. I have yet to see exactly how that has been the case, and I'm saddened that some of my genmates were a part of this. Peter has expressed he did not want to be involved in VTuber drama. Peter said that he was worried about being made out to be the bad guy. That's what he said in his statement. He also talked about how he was anxious about these exposing streamers documenting little dissatisfactions and potentially attempting to use them against him or other talents later. At no point did he talk about VTuber drama outside of the VTuber drama that was endemic to Bondlive. That was something that was so traumatizing for him. I don't want this video to make him feel worse. I understand my genmates have the right to share their truth and stories, but I wish it wasn't through a VTuber drama cover story. I wish it was just through themselves via their own Google Docs or something. That's the problem, honey. Bondlive doesn't have to give a shit about Google documents coming out from talents, especially if those Google documents are anonymous. The only time they need to give a shit is when those documents start getting picked up by more and more people, especially people who have built up for themselves a reputation like, for example, False ID. If you really think that all you want is for your genmates to express their thoughts, feelings, and struggles in the form of a Google Doc, I'm sorry, but I have news for you. The company wants that as well. That would honestly be the best thing for them, since that would mean that they never actually have to address anything. Because when you factor in that the talents are routinely and deliberately kept isolated from one another, and the fact that if you just put out a whole bunch of Google Docs that are completely disparate and not unified or cohesive at all, you get a situation where there is never any reason, never any pressure on the company to change anything. That's the problem. Oh yeah, Mizu, good point as well. The talents who are under NDA should say this all themselves in public, Lamau. Yeah, no, yeah, that was a pretty obvious flaw with that particular wish. I know if something goes public, we have no control who makes content of it. At the very least, she understands that. That's good. That's applaudable. But I just can't believe some of my own genmates have leaked this information to you. Well, evidently, since you seem to have kept to yourself, you don't seem to understand a lot of the different people who share a gen with you. I don't blame you. Like I said, there were 19 people who debuted in your generation. I don't blame you for not knowing all 18 of the other ones. I understand... We all join to have a chance to achieve the dream of being who we want to be as a character online, especially since this is such an accessible job for people who don't have other work opportunities. I wish it stayed that way. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it was never going to be that way. This is a company that was fucked from day one. It was fucked since 2022. It was fucked throughout 2023. It's still fucked now. You have been sold a lie. This is why I find these companies so abhorrent as well, because they essentially prey off of people for just having dreams, right? There are plenty of people, and I understand them absolutely, who dream of becoming a creator who can express their creativity, make money, doing what they love, interacting with an audience that they personally have built up, who love them, who they love, etc., etc. This is a dream for a lot of people. And the thing is, these companies that try to muscle their way into various entertainment markets with no knowledge other than numbers and money, this is something that they are very aware of. This is something they will actively prey on. And the problem is, all too often, you get talents that are going to fall for the lie. And I understand where she's coming from in terms of not wanting to see the dream that she took the risk to believe in shrivel and die around her. That is something I very much understand. However, at the same time, I can't help but see comments like this, specific attempts at trying to deter people from talking about very obvious gaping holes in your company's conduct and policies. I can't help but see things like this and come to the conclusion that these are all just people being used as useful idiots. And it's abhorrent. Yeah, but Chairman, what about the 1,000 VTuber empire? Yeah, who cares if Bondlive Ian is collapsing? We have 1,023 VTubers under our wing. Fuck's sake. I say again, predatory companies will prey off of desperate people and VTubers who probably, don't have a lot of money or are loyal over the contract. A lot of new/young VTubers will sign anything. Yeah. And the thing is, the reason why I go so hard when I'm roasting these attempts at trying to shut down conversation, roasting these attempts at trying to shut down people, stop them, deter them from talking about this stuff, is to some degree, as a person who has looked into various fuck-ups, corporate fuck-ups especially in this industry, someone who actually cares about the genre, the medium, the industry, whatever you want to call it, I have, at least to some degree, just given up hope. I've given up on the people who are so desperate that they are willing to audition for Bondlive even after being aware of the document that was put out about them in December of 2022. I've given up, because desperate people will do desperate things. There's not really much you can do to intervene. However, when I roast these things, when I talk about these things, when I lampoon these things, when I make fun of these things, when I criticize these things, when I analyze these things, when I dissect these things, I do it not for the benefit of those who are so desperate that they are willing to ignore the obvious. I do it for the people who otherwise would not have had a chance because they weren't even aware of it in the first place. And those are the people who are disproportionately going to be affected if you essentially try to suppress a story. Like I said before, I find it abhorrent when people prey on others' dreams. When cynical suits with no soul run around trying to sell people a vision of something that simply isn't meant to be. Bondlive, I'm sure, has helped some creators achieve their dreams. But those creators are probably mostly on the JP side. Their attempts at breaking into the English market? Well, I don't think I need to comment any further on those. We've had the entire, how many hours has it been? Going on 7 now? Previous 7 hours of this stream explaining how and why Ian never stood a chance. Because at the end of the day, you are not talents to these people. You are numbers. You are content. You are a way of ensuring that a platform has its best possible opportunity at breaking into a new market. And that may sound horrific and callous and cold, and something you would never want to confront if you had any say in the matter. But all the evidence points in that direction. A company that cared would not be where Bondlive is now. Bondlive EN, I should specify. This is all very overwhelming for everyone. Everyone has their own story. I'm sure everyone has already shared their stories and perspectives, but this video doesn't help anyone but nosy people. No, you may not want to accept it. The medicine may be bitter, but this is the only way to make sure that something, or at the very least, if nothing changes, that more eyes are put on the company. Because at the end of the day, companies are not going to change their behavior because of a couple of Google Docs. They're going to change their behavior when the PR cost of not fixing things outstrips the PR benefit of simply chugging on as if nothing happened. Companies, corporations are not people. They don't have morality. They don't have principles. If you want to understand the motivations of a company, you look at what it does and you look at who pays for it. The problem is, when Bondlive did all those things to Peter and the other talents that left throughout 2022 and 2023, nobody paid for it. So it could just keep doing those things. This, whether you like it or not, is one of the ways in which you start making the company pay for what it's doing to its employees. Because not all taxes are monetary. Some of them occur in terms of public image. Some of them occur in terms of PR. That is the function of a so-called drama tuber or news tuber. We are a form of PR tax. I'm sure everyone has shared that, but this video doesn't help anyone. If they want to spread their truth, they should have done so themselves, and risk being retaliated against by the company whose first response to the initial expose 3 days later was to say, we're going to sue the shit out of anyone who slanders us? You are asking for the impossible. You are asking for suicide, ironically enough. People aren't going to do that if they have any sense of self-preservation. And frankly, although I can believe that this comes from a place of personal frustration, just not wanting to let go of a dream, this is the rhetoric of a useful idiot. And I mean that in the gentlest way possible. Your loyalty has been put in the hands of a thing that doesn't care about you. Another comment by Ophelia Breyer. I am one of those who decided to step away from Bondlive. At the heart of my decision is a deep concern for the safety, health, and well-being of everyone affected by this situation, especially Peter. He has made it clear he never wanted to be involved in any kind of VTuber drama, and seeing such a sensitive and emotional situation turned into public content has only added to the burden that he carries. Why did it become public content? What caused it to become public content? I feel like there are a lot of questions here that should be asked but aren't being asked when people are trying to assess or trying to judge or suppress others' attempts at covering the situation. Why did this happen? Is a very underrated question to ask. I will say, because again, I'm still avoiding naming people who messaged me on the Bondlive, that half the mean comments on my video apologized in DMs. Okay, that's good. That's good. Like I said again, my criticisms of how these people have interacted with publicized information or attempts at coverage, they are not designed to be attacks on them personally, just critiques of what it is they are doing, criticisms of what they are doing, no matter how severe. Should they stop doing it, my critiques would disappear. My thoughts are with him, and I truly hope he can find peace and healing he deserves. I hope everyone does. I understand that sentiment. I really do. I understand wanting this all to just get better. Problem is, like I said, we are not dealing with a situation where the thing that needs to change cares about human well-being. Bondlive is a black company. That may be difficult for some people to hear. Some people may want to deny it reflexively, but that is simply the facts of the matter. Bondlive is not going to give people healing and peace so long as they remain there. Because it's not going to change, unless it's pressured into doing so. Problem is, we have no way of judging that because we're not inside the company. So until we see some outward signs that, for example, they have more of, a better manager to talent ratio than 1 to 20/40, we can't really make much of a judgment as to how they are progressing or how they are reforming as just average members of the public. Mental health is incredibly important, and this situation has shown how deeply it impacts everyone involved. The threats directed towards me, my genmates, and others have created an environment of fear and hostility that no one should have to endure. The actions of those who leaked this info is disheartening and feels like a betrayal of trust. Whose trust did they betray? Exactly. When they go to Mizu and say, oh yeah, no, this was the minor that, stirred shit for Peter. These are the talents that have expressed that they don't really give a shit about Peter or whatever. When they leak, for example, screenshots of the CEO behaving in that manner, or, basically having seemingly the first concern being that people are leaving the company instead of one of my employees might have just died. Whose trust is that betraying? And was there ever really any kind of trust there to begin with? Because going off of what we now know of Bondlive, I have plenty of reasons to question both of those things. While everyone has a right to share their story, I wish it had been done in a way that respected the privacy and dignity of all those involved. Again, privacy and personal are not the same thing. Was this personal? Yes. Sure. Was this private? That's a bit more debatable. This fuck-up that Bondlive has committed is definitely not private. And so when the public is interested in this, that's no longer restricted to just being private either. Or the public isn't going to be satisfied with just leaving that private. Because there are bad actors roaming the industry who are just as likely to cause the exact same problems in the next work environment that they find themselves in. That's why people are antsy. That's why people care. That's why people keep speculating. And it's all natural human behavior. Using something so personal for public drama only causes more harm and makes it harder for everyone to recover. There were many misunderstandings and conflicts among talents, often exacerbated by lack of resources and proper mediation. Proper mediation is kind of difficult when you only have one manager per 20 to 40 talents, but I'll go on. I tried to help where I could, but like many others, I was navigating my own struggles. This made it difficult to effectively address the growing issues which only added to the pain. What you have just described is a work environment that is hopelessly badly managed, that has been constructed from the beginning to be an unsustainable heap. There is no hope of reform if this is an accurate description of the environment. Bondlive is as good as dead if this is what it's like on the inside. While I cannot overlook the harm caused, I believe it's more important to focus on supporting those impacted and working towards growth and healing. True recovery comes not from dwelling on the pain, but from building a better and healthier future for everyone involved. And again, the thing that people always seem to skip over when they say platitudes like this: how do you build a better and healthier future? It sure as hell isn't just ignoring all of the problems that have plagued you in the past. And that's what Bondlive is trying to get everyone to do. It is trying to sweep things under the rug. As this chapter comes to a close, my hope is that we can all make it through this safely and find peace and happiness. To Peter, my genmates, everyone affected, I wish you strength, understanding, and brighter days ahead. Let's focus on moving forward with kindness and respect, rebuilding a foundation where we can blossom into happier versions of ourselves, together or apart. That, I can't fault that in any way. I understand why, But at the same time, it is all meaningless idealism if the problems aren't fixed. And Bondlive EN has a shit ton of problems. Now, in response to Mizu posting this video, the three stooges that I mentioned before, yeah, I shouldn't say that. The mag gang, the triumvirate. Fuck's sake. The triumvirate roared into furious motion, trying to make clear their disdain for what Mizu had dared to do. Ganymede, I'm absolutely disappointed and disgusted to hear someone made the situation into content for their channel. For shame, you foul person, he says within 5 posts of another throne shill. Hotaka Te, there we go. That it took a few tries. Hotaka Te, wow, I didn't realize how toxic being a drama tuber really was. Thank you for showing me how to spread misinformation and do zero research into the actual topic. I'm sorry, I'm livid. Idru, I'm sorry, I'm just livid. Damn, it's like I just read it before. These people have no originality. Thankfully, this was the ultimate litmus test for your integrity. Now no one is gonna trust you. You better beg for forgiveness, because guess what? There is such a thing as bad publicity. P.T. Barnum was notorious for exploiting people for his own gain. You know who hasn't been receiving enough bad publicity? The upper management at Bondlive. You know who hasn't been giving them any bad publicity, despite not even giving them any publicity, just not mentioning them at all for some strange reason, pussyfooting around them entirely? You guys. Remember, there were 2 Google Docs that were put out by the 3 of you that pertained to what Bondlive was doing inside. In both of those documents combined, the word Bondlive does not come up even once. Y'all don't seem to understand. At Ganymede Real has literally talked to Peter directly, and I have spoken to Cinny directly. Our sources are about as direct from the horse's mouth as you can get. I will not stand for these people being slandered. They are people too. Now, is it possible that Mizu has been fed information by a different faction, and as a result has biased sources? Absolutely. I'm not going to try to dispute that fact. However, if you're going to try to suppress someone else's perspective in public discourse, you don't exactly set a great stage for yourself to do that. If prior to this point, all you are doing is some weird mess of inconsistent messaging, performative posturing, and tagging VTuber memes to try and talk about somebody almost offing themselves. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. For shame on making content. I'm just livid. Yes. People already don't trust me. This doesn't affect me. Yeah, exactly. Good lord, this guy writes like he's running a D&D campaign. That's actually quite an accurate description, honestly. I won't stand for these people being slandered. They are people too. Very often, that defense has been used to stop companies from receiving any pushback, interestingly enough. However, she goes on to state in the thread, also, that last part is 100% false. More misinformation, believing nothing this tabloid says. They've already proven to be untrustworthy and prone to lying. We're all here trying to move on from this quietly. We? Who's we? You? You're not a Bondlive talent. You didn't even graduate. And yet again, we see another slow shifting of the needle, in terms of judging who the real victim of the situation is, away from Peter and more towards the talents, and now those talents as friends/orbiters. You see how this thing works? You're just putting gas on a fire now. Kindly fuck off, please, and thank you. And with that, I leave you with a reminder of what really happened. Linking to Ganymede's document that blames the VTuber community for what went down, and refuses to acknowledge what the miner did to Peter. And the update, which was posted right before he posted another throne wish list, while also downplaying what the miner did to Peter, including purposefully obscuring who exactly the miner sought to harass. And finally, just to top it all off, this one post by I saying, the people who backed you were probably people amongst the group who were bullying Peter and Lollipop in the first place, by the way. Ever think of that? And with this one post, all of what she previously said about not speculating, not adding fuel to the fire, not giving people ammo to, potentially come up with new theories or rats, all of that's gone out the window. It's now about proving a point. Now, is this possible? Yes, it is. If we're being completely honest, it is possible. It is completely possible that a clique has found Mizu and is feeding him bad information. However, I can't help but notice that Mizu has provided more specific information, been more critical of Bondlive's upper management, while the other side, quote-unquote, has not. And I honestly find that to be quite more than a little bit eyebrow-raising, if I'm being completely honest. I'm now convinced that these three people have personal vendettas against Peter. I wouldn't go so far as to speculate that. We don't know what their relationship with Peter is, but so far, if we actually look at their messages, if their aim was to help Peter, they've done an incredibly shoddy job at that. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. I won't stand people comparing this to D&D. Stand up for what you believe in, my friend. Then, on January 7th, 2025, Mizu posted something quite interesting. What if I told you that the people who told Ilara not to cover the Bond story and who harassed me for covering it have actually been planning to leak it since the entire thing started to a completely different drama tuber. They just wanted them to have exclusive access to it. Captain, in these Discord screenshots, is Ganymede, the one who posted the update document. And here, he posts a few screenshots that come out of False's Discord. Now, we are going to go through these screenshots, and I will clarify this one point preemptively. False's Discord is a public Discord. And as a result, if you speak up in his Discord, you should know that you are in a public space. I said the same thing last year when False was defending himself from Sylvie while she was having a go at him, and I'm saying the same thing now. Discord servers that are publicly available should be treated as if they are public spaces. By the way, there were claims that these screenshots were taken out of context. I went to check the context behind these screenshots. They pretty much sum up exactly what Captain was saying or doing in the Discord. So in this first one, it's just confirming Captain saying on of his own volition that he is Ganymede. Then the second screenshot. Now, it's an exchange between Captain and another user called the Nidface. Indeed, but pretty much what I wrote in the update document was given to me by my source. I'm just a mouthpiece to make things less illegally worded. Now, what on earth does that mean? What does it mean when you say that you are a mouthpiece to make things less illegally worded? I can understand being a mouthpiece if you want to translate something from Japanese to English, for example. But I don't understand what you mean by to make something illegally worded. Is someone dodging NDA by relaying their statement through you? Is that what's going on, or what? What does that mean exactly? And when you say, what I wrote is just given to me by my source, well, if all we're going to go off of is that you have a source, but you, well, rightfully, you refuse to name them, but you also have no other hard evidence in your document, you have inconsistencies that contradict, or at very least deflect from what Peter said in his statement. What are we supposed to do with that? How are we supposed to trust that? And if you start off your update document by saying, take everything I say with a grain of salt, again, why would I trust you? Why would I trust what you are saying if your first move in your update document, your supposed amendment to your earlier statement, starts off with asking people not to take what you say to heart or too seriously? Remember that the 2022 expose started with 1. Pointing people in specific directions to corroborate what was being claimed, and 2. A disclaimer against the policies of the company, and how that might affect the way that the talents who are still in the company approach trying to, comment on evolving stories. When you contrast that with the document that you wrote, what exactly have you done that adds any credibility to anything you say? What right have you to try and throttle the discussion and coverage of others around this particular issue? If anything, you have only served to further the interests of this company in burying this matter before people can scrutinize it. And then Nidface replies, False may or not be unhappy with the swipe that Mamie made at him. Honestly, if that's the case, I don't blame him. I would be mad too. And then Captain replies, but since False did coverage of it, I respect that. He's referencing an occasion where I believe this was around the time that False did a Twitch stream where he briefly commented on that on stream. This was before False put out a video, I think. Or at least, hold on. I think this was either right before or right after False posted a video actually discussing what happened with Bondlive. Peter is likely going to speak his stuff on his own in the future. He's going to need time for now. Now, the context for this, right, is that right before this happened, somebody posted a tweet that I had made criticizing the way that this information, that this story had been brought to the attention of EN audiences. In particular, one of the things that I was talking about in this particular tweet that was sent on False's Discord was how Ganymede in particular has been trying to throttle coverage and discussion around this particular issue through promoting a bunch of double standards for other people to follow. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. The chairman as Oshi marks. I think he needs a throne list now. I don't know what inspired this suggestion. I wonder. So, to reiterate what I said in this tweet, a reminder that making content out of a situation isn't just restricted to streams and or YouTube videos, and that just because you don't place a personal plug in the replies to one of your posts doesn't mean that people can't draw connections between the two at a mere glance. One of the worst aspects of this developing situation is the social media circus that accompanied how it was brought to the attention of the EN audience. I was initially willing to indulge the idea that initial cries against further coverage were due to altruistic desires for reporting with integrity, but I've since seen enough to change my mind. The manager's statement was very clear. His decision was caused by, quote, repeated threats from livers, end quote. Bondlive EN has not confirmed who those livers were, despite the fact that 8 of their talents have just graduated in the wake of this event. To the public, 2 things have been made evident. 1, Bondlive is hesitant to expose the root of its problems, and 2, there were/are snakes in the grass. The manager's statement does not say that he doesn't wish for others to discuss what happened to him at Bondlive, but only bemoans how he had frequently been subject to rumors and misinformation spread against him by talents who had grievances with him. Ironically, the method for this malicious behavior that he directly cites are exposing documents. Now, that was a misquote because I was going off of what Ganymede was saying at this point still. I should have said exposing streamers. I will caution those who would try to further set narratives, shut down discussion with vague accusations of, quote, misinformation, or attempt to enforce double standards on how reporting is done. I think all of you at this point can understand what exactly I'm referencing with this, or who exactly I'm referencing with this. Any monopoly over stories is permitted only as a courtesy. Any monopoly over information is only sustained through force. And both Bondlive EN and those who've attempted to throttle conversation about its now evident failings have thoroughly exhausted both. And the thing that I was replying to, the thing that I was quote tweeting, was Idrew trying to funnel more people towards Ganymede's posts if they want information. That is the thing that I was commenting on. And now with this new information, when you go back, so this was a message that I sent pretty much immediately after. So somebody else in the Discord said something along the lines of, there are a lot of screenshots of posts from Ganymede in here. Yeah, he basically just says, indeed, but pretty much what I wrote in the update doc was given to me by my source. So he pretty much lets go of all responsibility for what he has said to express himself in the document, and then immediately moves on from the main point of my tweet, which is that he has been pushing double standards on how he expects reporting to be done as a way of deterring people from reporting about it and seemingly trying to monopolize the story. However, the next screenshot that Mizu includes in his tweet is very interesting. So, to that particular message from Nidface saying that, False might be upset with my move for taking a swipe at him publicly, Captain says that's absolutely understandable. Then Nidface says, yeah, that swipe was pretty unnecessary when railing against misinformation. They did perpetuate misinformation about False's content. And then Ganymede says, exactly, Peter trusts False's content enough that he actually wanted him to cover it because he trusted his coverage. Which one is it? Does Peter despise and fear all news VTubers and drama tubers? Or does he respects False enough that he wanted him to cover the story? Which one is it? Because so far, what you have told the public does not match up with itself. To continue, Nidface then asks, that's what matters most in this case, at least, replying to the whole, Peter trusts False, etc., etc. And then Ganymede replies with, but I think Meimu did realize that after I discussed it with Peter, so I don't know if Meimu still thinks that about False. I can't speak for her. I can speak for myself, though, and I do have faith in his coverage. You do now, do you? So much faith that when Meimu posted that initial swipe, you just reposted it with no stipulation, nothing, no comment, no mediation, no stipulation, nothing. You just reposted it. You trusted that much. I'm sorry, but I don't buy that. So far, all you have done is rail against news and drama tubers, tell everyone not to make content about it, repost one of your friends taking a direct swipe at the person who you claim to have absolute faith in the coverage of, and that's it. There are quite a lot of inconsistencies in what you have been trying to tell people. And at the end of the day, the reason why I find this particular thing so frustrating, especially the way that I find the Bondlive talents and their orbiters, the way that they responded to Mizu so frustrating, is because of the following. Now, people who've watched my streams before, they will recognize this graphic. The way that social disputes spread throughout social media, right? In order to sum up, you initially start with two or more parties that enter into some sort of dispute. Sometimes social, sometimes legal, sometimes, or I don't know. Is Ganymede alt of Meimu? No, they're separate people. So, at the beginning, you start off with a conflict between two or more parties. Then, one or more of the parties decide to publicize that dispute via a social platform. That news, that social conflict, reaches a passive audience who just consume it and don't interact with it any further than that. However, then it makes contact with an active audience who then goes on to make their own version of the content talking about the issue, etc., and the cycle repeats ad infinitum. Now, the thing is, in this particular instance, right, because this is pretty much inevitable whenever you partake or share any sort of conflict with the internet in general, especially on Twitter, you cannot guarantee, you cannot predict at what point the story or conflict you tell people about is going to stop gaining traction. So, for all intents and purposes, once you reach this stage, everything that comes afterwards is out of your hands. So, following that logic, in this entire graphic, in this entire process, where are the few points where you actually can control what ends up happening down the line? Crazy caller, man. I think Ganymede just wanted attention of bringing story to light via purple guy. Yeah, I've had that thought as well. You can't predict who's the passive or active audience member? Correct. Step 2, yes, that's part of it. You get to decide how you frame the dispute before it reaches your audiences. But where else? Shinji, 1. Exactly. One of the few things you can control is right at the beginning when you're framing who the conflict is even occurring between. because that is the inception point that gives birth to everything else. And this is what I find to be so frustrating about watching the way that, Bondlive's talent, some of Bondlive's talents, not all of them, some of Bondlive's talents and their orbiters have approached Mizu's coverage of this, is because what they have essentially done is shifted the needle, like I said before, on the way that this conflict is framed, from being a conflict between Peter and Bond to being a conflict between the people currently trying to control the narrative on Twitter and Mizu/False. It's gone from being an exercise, a story in understanding corporate malpractice, betrayal of trust, neglect of employees, to being an exercise in trying to judge the legitimacy of people who just might consider talking about the story. And this doesn't solve the problem. If this is people's first impression of this problem, they're probably just going to switch off immediately. Because this does not scream that something is wrong in VTubing. So what you end up realizing is, as the story gains more reach, as the informational accuracy and audience predictability drops, as is usual, once this process has gone on for a while, the focus has ever so slightly, but inexorably, right? Slowly shifted away from Peter and Bond to now being about drama tubers versus the people who want to speak on behalf of Peter. That's it. And so you had this story about Bondlive. You had this story about, managerial neglect, gross misconduct, betrayal of professional trust, a toxic workplace, intra-competitive practices, dehumanization of talent, prioritization of corporate interests over individual employment well-being. A story that had all of these things. And these people reduced it to just being this. By the end of this entire process, if you were to just tune into what was currently, how this controversy, this situation has developed up until now, this would be your impression of it. Not this story about corporate malpractice, this. Not this story about how Bondlive started off, its EN branch started off as a disaster and it never really had much of a choice because of the way that it was set up. No, it had nothing to do with any of these individual points, any of these nuances, any of these individual things that actually go towards criticizing and possibly reforming the company. No, it's just this. And that's what I find to be so frustrating about this entire thing. These people have somehow managed to turn this entire story into a shit-flinging contest between them and real/imaginary drama tubers and news tubers. That's it. And so when I talk about how to break stories, how not to break stories, one of the things that go into determining what you should or shouldn't do, or one of the things that should guide how you decide what you should or shouldn't do, has to do with understanding how your presentation of a story, how your conduct in trying to spread a story ends up shifting or in any way altering the framing of that story. I bet you, I bet you my arm and my leg that Maimu, that Ganymede paid little, if any, attention to how their way of trying to spread this information, quote unquote, spread awareness, ended up shifting the focus of the story entirely away from Peter and more towards them. Them and the drama/news tubers that they despise so much. So, part of the reason why I take special issue with the way that people were responding to Mizu's coverage is that for all intents and purposes, from what we can see, Mizu's coverage actually provoked Bondlive into putting out an actual statement. On January 5th, this should say 2025, my bad, hold on, let me correct that while I'm just here. On January 5th, so only 6 days ago, Bondlive put out an official announcement talking about how not only there were 8 graduations that were about to go through, but that they had also decided to divulge to the public that there were indeed internal problems. Now, I'm going to be very honest. I have no trouble believing. I have no trouble believing that Bondlive would have put out an announcement anyways. It's kind of difficult to hide 8 graduations. However, I genuinely don't think that without Mizu's coverage, they would have even acknowledged that they had internal problems to begin with. Because the way that they acknowledged them, holy shit. Lameboy. Hold on, let me see if you said anything earlier. So Bondlive doesn't even have to get their hands dirty for the distraction. No, because you're in the company, you have senior talents telling you nothing is wrong, and to play defense for the company, it's a special type of brain rot I can't begin to explain without saying it's the threat of lawsuit or termination. Yeah. I'll point out this was released 3 hours after I made a post exposing parts of their contract. True. I forgot to include that. But yeah, Mizu ended up making a post on Twitter that ended up gaining quite a bit of traction where he basically outlined parts of their contract. Or, again, he claimed to expose parts of their contract as relayed to him by his internal sources within the company. So, the company apparently panicked and then released a statement. And as you all probably can anticipate, once they released an official statement, other tubers like myself, like False, felt that this was actually a story with legs, a story with substance, a story that could be covered with some sort of, analysis, professionalism, scrutiny, whatever it is. So, there is a very real possibility that were it not for Mizu blundering in and essentially sticking up the middle finger at everyone trying to suppress it, throttle discussion, and steer it in a different direction, this might not have been a thing. It is entirely possible. So, let's look at the statement itself, shall we? Announcement. We deeply apologize for the recent events that have caused concern and distress to our viewers and supporters. For some reason, I can hear this being read aloud in Riku Tazumi's voice. It is with sadness that we are announcing the graduation of the following members. Suzu, Kitsunobe, Citri Faust, Princess Lollipop, Keika, Fujioka, Kuzuryu Kota, Amanagawa Yuvia, Anne Marielle Fay, and Meimu Akemi. We wish them success in their next endeavor. We would also like to sincerely thank everyone who supported them during their time with us. Furthermore, we regret to announce that internal information from Bondlive EN has been leaked externally. This is where things get interesting. This includes personal information known only to the agency. Details of the agency's contract and various issues the agency is facing. So with that one sentence, they basically confirmed that yes, the issues that people have been hearing about, or at least some of them, are at least to some extent true. But then they pussy out of actually specifying what they are with the next sentence. It is true that there are many aspects of our operations that need improvement, and we are committed to enhancing our management practices moving forward. Need improvement? You need to burn the whole fucking thing down and build over, start over. Your management practices don't need to be enhanced moving forward. You need a mass overhaul of the kind of rhetoric, the values, the policies and principles that your managers have been taught to approach their talents with. There is very little reason for the public to believe that anything has changed since 2022. And the problem is, well, if you don't change those things, you're just going to run into the same problem over and over again. Another thing, though. There is a specific part of the middle sentence in that paragraph. This includes personal information known only to the agency, details of the agency's contract, and various issues the agency is facing. Pretty sneaky. There is one word in that sentence that is quite misleading, or is deliberately designed to carry a bit of a loaded implication. Does anyone know what that word is? Can anyone spot the sussy word? I sincerely apologize for the troubles. Yes. Oh, classic. Bond is very nationality biased, and Peter worked hard to do a passion and turn it. Worked super hard to do a passion and turned it into a problem. Yeah. Speed on, exactly. Personal. When it talks about personal information known only to the agency, personal to whom? And it honestly sounds like they're trying to use personal as a substitute for private. Because what personal information has been given to Mizu? Unless they're talking about the leaks externally being just the talents talking to Mizu in the first place, not what Mizu's been posting. So far, what I can see of Mizu, I mean, the statements that he's made up until this point, there haven't really been any. Actually, there was one. If you want to know what kind of quote-unquote personal information this might be referring to, I would advise you to go watch the Under the Tea podcast episode where Mizu went off about this situation. And the funny thing is that quote-unquote personal information has absolutely no evidence outside of hearsay to suggest that it might be the case, but may or may not have been accidentally reinforced by a few of the burners that were showing up to shit up the chat during that stream. So I'm not going to mention it here for, well, obvious reasons, because it's quite besides the point of what I was talking about. However, if that interests you, go and look at that particular VOD from Under the Tea. We must also address that some of the disclosed information is inaccurate. Excellent. Let's hear what that is. We respectfully request that all parties cease the further spreading of misinformation and about our company. Any further pertinent announcement will be made through our official website or official X account. Fuck's sake. You don't just say, okay, look, you have an environment where there are confirmations from talents who are still with you that there has been bullying happening inside. You've just had a manager publicly declare his intentions to take his own life. You don't get to just say, oh yeah, some of the disclosed information is inaccurate, and then not say anything else. If you don't specify, well, congratulations, all you've done is legitimize what people have been speculating about, which is that your company is fucked. Perhaps irreparably so. Perhaps irredeemably so. And so unless you're going to provide information, you might as well have just left that particular section out of your statement entirely. And they haven't provided information. So for all intents and purposes, Bondlive EN, as far as the public is aware, has made no actual reforms. Because they refuse to even acknowledge what those problems are. They refuse to fess up to them. Even though, at this point, the consequences of them are becoming very readily available to the public. We apologize deeply for the concern and inconvenience the situation has caused. No apology to Peter. Nothing. Not to any of the talents that felt the need to leave after realizing that this was an irredeemable shithole. Nothing to them either. At the very minimum, if you're going to acknowledge the situation, you should extend an apology to Peter, surely. And normally I wouldn't, I'm not one to demand apologies to people usually. But this is a company, and this is someone who almost took their own life because that company left them so unprotected and unsupported. That is a crucial thing that seems to be missing both from both from the accounts from the two orbiters and 1x talent that I was talking about before, and all of Bondlive's official statements. No confession, no acknowledgement that there is any sort of debt owed to Peter by Bondlive. That all seems to be very conveniently and recurringly swept under the rug somehow. So, I don't know what game is being played here, but it's looking kind of suspicious to me. We would be immensely grateful if we could have continuing support for our streamers. Yeah, good luck with that. Like, I understand that this is something that, people are obligated to ask for at the very least, but holy shit. Do you think the public really wants to support this? This. all of these things that are rife within your company, the neglect, the misconduct, the toxicity, the internal competition, the dehumanization, the prioritization of corporate interests over your individual talents or employees. You think people really want to support this? At this point, just give up on expanding into the EN market entirely. Because one of the things about the EN market is that we don't forget about this shit. So long as there are people who are willing to retain, archive, and discuss these bits of information as they come up, we have a pretty decent memory, even if there are ever so occasionally these holes and gaps. So when Bondlive ends up debuting more and more people, when more and more people end up leaving, this is what people are going to keep coming back to. Peter and what happened to him is something that people are going to keep coming back to. Because as far as we can tell, nothing has changed. Admittedly, it has only been 6 days since this was actually acknowledged by the company, so perhaps there's a chance that it might change in the future, but for now, there is no change forthcoming at all. We are anonymous. We not forget. Death penalty, Murray. So, to sum all of this up, from this entire observation of the tragedy that was what happened to Peter and the circus that was how his story was broadcasted to the rest of the EN audience, and how all subsequent coverage seems to have been responded to / handled by some of the people, there are a few do's and don'ts that I've summarized that I want to provide for the benefit of anybody who might ever, even hypothetically, be ever put into a position where they would be called upon to break a story about something happening to the public. In general, though, this is just good advice for when you want someone to care about something that happened to you. So this is pretty universally applicable even outside of specific niches like content creation. When breaking a story, do not, first, attempt to use shame or projected responsibility as a way of appealing to people's compassion and or sympathy. This might work for a few people, this might work for a short while, but in the long term all you're going to accomplish is alienating larger and larger swaths of the public. People like to pretend that compassion and empathy are limitless resources. They are not. All of us have a limit. And if you are going to ask for other people's compassion and or sympathy, complete strangers on the internet, give them a reason to extend that to you besides trying to shame them into doing it or trying to claim that something you're going through or someone close to you is going through is somehow their fault. If you want to talk about something that happened to your VTuber manager friend, don't just blanket blame the VTuber community for it. This thing that doesn't exist, this fabrication to outsource accountability to somebody else. Be specific. And if the audience finds your specifics to be convincing, you won't have to do anything for them to extend their sympathy or compassion. People are innately compassionate and sympathetic. We are human. The problem is that compassion and sympathy gets abused to the point of being completely burnt out. Not at least because of the platforms, the mediums we use to communicate with one another. So if you want people's sympathy, if you want people's compassion, take that into account. Second, do not preemptively declare that you will be scrutinizing all subsequent coverage, quote, like a hawk. This is just a stupid thing to do in general. Because, like I said, you create a social chilling effect, and a chilling effect that is more likely to affect people the more they actually care about their credibility or reputation. And if you want reputable sources to talk about the thing that you're trying to get out into the public eye, the worst thing you can do is express a similar sentiment to this. It is self-defeating, it is futile, it betrays an ignorance of how human behavior functions. My uncle, brother, cousin, Jedediah. It is lamentable that the JP VTuber corpos don't seem to understand that there is a massive difference in how EN fans treat the talent and how they expect the talent to be treated by the corpo. Exactly. That does seem to be one of the grand hurdles that people need to corpos need to try to overcome if they're trying to break into this market. And a lot of them tend to stumble over this hurdle as well. Third, do not mix your efforts to signal boost a message with personal attacks directed at creators you dislike. The moment you stoop down to doing that, you make it more about yourself than the creators that might pick up this story, or even the people involved in the story you're trying to push. Don't make it about yourself. If you want people to cover it, if you want more people to become aware of the situation you're trying to signal boost, just be as informative, concise, and clear as possible, and just leave it alone afterwards. Let it get picked up by whoever wants to pick it up. Don't complicate matters by taking random swipes or trying to start beef with random creators. Fourth, do not attempt to establish a monopoly over information or dictate audience behavior. Reactance theory is a thing. If you tell people not to do something, they are going to get pissed off and do it anyways. At best, it is self-defeating. At worst, you are going to negatively impact the viability of that story in terms of getting out in front of as many people as possible. And if you're trying to raise awareness for something that is as objectively horrific as a work environment being so destructive, so cancerous that it almost killed somebody, I don't think you should be getting in the way of that story making the rounds with the public. Fifth, do not post anything publicly that you are uncomfortable with people discussing in a manner that is equally as public, which includes mentioning and or scrutinizing it in their own content. If you post something, it is public. If you post something on Twitter, it is more public than you could ever imagine. So, if you want people not to use it in their content, DM it to them. Talk to them. Express to them after you've done so that you wish for them to keep it on the down low. And if they accept your information, if they've consented to even taking on that information instead of you just info dumping it onto them, in which case I would argue there's no obligation to keep it secret. If all of that has been established, then you will be able to keep it under wraps. But don't post something publicly and then cry when people also talk about it publicly. And finally, do not expect your audience to take you at your word. Give them a paper trail. Point them at people who can corroborate what you're saying. Give evidence, screenshots. Anything is better than just saying, "Trust me, bro, I have internal sources." Anyone can say that. Give evidence wherever possible. Show a paper trail, ideally. Now, with all of that said, what do you do if you want to break a story? Well, a few things. First, when breaking a story, do protect your sources. This is one of the most important parts of actually breaking a story. Nobody wants anything to do with somebody who can't even protect the people who leak stuff to them. Lumi, hell, I've had people DM me things and ask me not to cover till more info could be gathered, but then they backed out because there was a misunderstanding. It happens. Yeah, exactly. But just DMing people is better than having this out and about roustabout in the public. By having this, this mudslinging contest with people over, little disagreements, petty squabbles in the public eye. Second, when breaking a story, do defer to sources that are closer to the event, especially if you claim to speak on behalf of another person. All of your statements should include a link to any prior statements made by said person. If you're going to post a document supposedly summarizing what Peter said in his original document, I expect there to either be quotes of his statement in your document, or for that document to actually link to his statement at some point in its contents. And this applies to each and every document that you release about the situation, so long as it pertains to him and what he went through. It's not that hard, and it's not that much to ask. At the end of the day, the main focus is on making sure that the needle doesn't shift too far away from the inception of the event. The people, the real victims, as so many people like to say, that were affected by what happened. Third, do provide as much concrete information and proof of claims as possible. This is self-explanatory. Fourth, do keep details specific and expressed concisely. The way you fight misinformation is not through shame. The way you fight speculation is not through shame. The way you try to fight people's natural urge to catastrophize when they know that something's wrong but they don't have any details is not to use shame. It is to provide more information, more complete information, that will satisfy that animalistic part of our brain that is the reason why our species even exists today. Fifth, do attempt to maintain tonal consistency between the event being reported on and the manner in which you report on it. This is not tone policing. This is tone grading. And I don't give a shit as to whether you end up reporting on somebody attempting to take their own life with jokes and nothing else, or with the most somber piece of literature imaginable, as long as you stay consistent whichever path you choose. The worst thing you can do, and I say this out of interest to anyone who has a vested interest in communicating clearly when they try to communicate with other people, is fuck up the consistency of your own messaging. For your sake, consider how consistent what you are saying is with the tone in which you deliver it. If they aren't consistent, like for example, if you tag a VTuber memes page to signal boost a story about someone almost taking their own life, you might need to reconsider your approach towards relaying your message. And finally, do point your audience towards sources and or information that can corroborate your claims or statements where possible. Again, this all boils down to not asking your audiences to just trust you. So at the end of this, when we consider the horrific story of how Bondlive EN emerged, its slow, limping path forwards into its future, the pathological ways in which its work environment was constructed, the tragedy that was what happened to Peter, and the social media circus that was how that story was spread to Ian audiences. There's one thing I want you guys to take away from this, and this isn't addressed to the people who aim to tell a story or the people who aim to relay information to the public, but more to just people who are trying to judge what they should or shouldn't take seriously, what they should or shouldn't believe. You must understand that social platforms are mediums that run on impulse and emotion. Those who use it to solicit your attention understand this fact implicitly, and unless you, as the average member of the public, you as a potential member of the audience, learn to understand this as well, you will find your capacity for compassion and sympathy and empathy being exploited endlessly. Your compassion, your sympathy, your empathy is what makes you human, much like your dreams. And nobody deserves to have that exploited by anybody. And so I hope that this gives you at least a little bit more effective of a tool to help safeguard your own emotional well-being, so that you become a more discerning person when it comes to handing out your trust, handing out your emotional investment. Because that shit is worth a lot. And you shouldn't give it out for cheap. And that's about everything that I've got prepped for the planned yapping portion of the stream. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Oh, holy, there's 300 of you guys here. If you like the stream, like and subscribe, all of that stuff. If you're watching the VOD, leave a comment, all that stuff to do with the YouTube algorithm, engagement, yada yada, whatever. But yeah, I want to thank all of you guys for showing up. This took quite a while to prep. This was quite a lot to get through, but I appreciate you sitting through it all with me. I hope you found this to be entertaining, if not informative. And yeah, next week we're going to be continuing with a streak of going through various various ungraceful demises of corporations, VTuber corpos that didn't quite understand what it is they were doing or who exactly they were trying to, who exactly their fate was in the hands of. Cough, cough, the talents. But yeah. Marcus August, thank you for the gift of membership. Vega, I hope you enjoy that. 'Twas fun, Armchair, I'm glad to hear that. Oh yeah, one thing. Before I end the stream, I want to just quickly say something to any fans of False ID who are currently watching. Okay. When I went to check the context of the various messages that were included in Mizu's tweet in False's Discord, I saw something that I found to be quite concerning. And, well, two things. First, it's no secret that your favorite streamer has built up quite a bit of success for himself. False has struggled over the course of multiple years to carve out a niche for himself in this industry. And this industry is a pretty inhospitable place to False and, admittedly, some other people who occupy the same content niche. It's kind of hard to exist and just do your thing when I'd say, 55% of the industry despises you, 40% just want to use you as their personal megaphone, and maybe 5% actually, is genuinely personally invested in the content that you create. That shit's rough. However, because of False's success that he's earned for himself, his experience doing what he does, he has had to develop a skill to be very critical of what he does and doesn't onboard as trustworthy information. He has had to develop the ability to approach all accounts and all sources with civility, but also skepticism. And when I went into his Discord, that specific thread, and looked through it, I am concerned that that is a skill that not every member of his audience seems to have also developed. You guys follow a creator who has now grown to a size where it is awfully appealing to an awful number of people to use him as a signal booster and nothing else. Don't fall into a trap that was laid for him. Be more skeptical when people show up in your spaces asking to be taken seriously. I'm not saying to be frigid to any talent from a collapsing corpo that enters False's Discord. I'm not saying that you should be hostile to them in any way, or to exhibit any sort of animosity, or to be cold. No. But I am saying that you should try to be a little bit more critical before simply believing what somebody says at surface level, on its face. If your role model is a streamer that does news as his career, I would hope that the things that you start to emulate as fans of him is not constricted to just his interest in VTubing as an industry, but also some of the skills that he seems to possess. The skills that he's had to develop in order to get to where he is now. In other words, yeah, Sharona, exactly. Have standards. Don't be so quick to believe what people say uncritically without examining all the different ways in which it might be contradicted by something else they've done or said. And also, For the fans of False, there are some of you who may need to go back to his Twitch VOD where he reacted to my collab with Rima and just watch the beginning over again, but replace every time he says my name with just insert other drama tuber / news tuber here. And just watch it again. Again, people who are in False's community will know what I mean by that, so... yeah. You are representatives of your creator, and I would hope that you develop a similar set of skills to your favorite creator as a result of that. Because just as there will be people trying to use him, there will also be people who are trying to use you. So just be aware of that. Is it a stream or a vid? I don't know if the VOD's still there, because I don't know how long Twitch keeps VODs up for, but it should be. It should be. What do you say in that stream? I'll leave it. I'll let False accumulate the views from that. So it just reminds me of False calling armchair a chair, now smoking and drinking tequila. Oh yeah, Noxon, thank you for the banner image. By the way, for those in chat who don't know, Noxon was the one who drew that new cover, that new banner image that I'm using on Twitter now. So anyone who's watched the most recent False video, that's where I got it from. Noxon DG. Great artist, by the way, if any other creators want to hire somebody to make art for them. 30 days, False doesn't keep his VODs up? Ah, okay. Twitch keeps VODs for like 2 weeks. Ah, okay. That makes sense. But yeah. Just be mindful of the information you get fed. Not just information you get, but information you get fed. That's a very important distinction, right? Because everybody has agendas and everyone wants a personal megaphone. Why bother making your own megaphone when you can just try to steal or manipulate from somebody else, right? It's cynical, it's awful, but, well... that's showbiz. Like I said, VTubing is not a community, it is an industry. And in an industry, you will always have people who want to puppet others in some manner. Luckily, the internet is universal. True. This is unironically and sadly the purpose of education and schooling, to make accessible to many people like the chair. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, so I think I might end the stream here. Again, thank you all for staying right until now. I'm just going to start going. Let me switch over to the head hort. Oh, I love this screen. Let me just switch over to this while I take a gander through my super chats. Oh, hold on, let me see. I appreciate the support. It was a bit depressing last week. It was getting beat from all sides. No problem, Mizu, no problem. It's always a pet peeve of mine when I see others trying to suppress something purely for the sake of it. Let me see to make sure I haven't missed any supers. Billy Aoki, the pattern is very gay. Thank you for the 2. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I don't believe a lick. That's Huckleberry Finn. Yes, that is. Let me see. I don't think I've missed a lot of others. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. They'll listen to you over the phone. What a luxury. Yeah. Knowing Bondlive, they'd probably try to sell it as one too. Yeah, I don't think I missed any supers. So thank you for all of the gifts. Thank you for all the super chats. It is It is far more than I deserve for simply doing what I do. I am but a humble chair trying to make media analysis and theory as accessible to people as possible. Out of nothing if not spite for the people that taught me the knowledge I now have. Let me see who else is live where I can send you guys off on a raid. 8 hours full work shift, sure. I'm going to have to timestamp this later, so wish me luck. I'm glad to see. I don't think I saw any burners or any accounts shitting up the chat, so that's good. Tender mercies. It's nice that you even have one talent from Bondlive potentially show up to talk about the situation. Nobody else is live at the moment. I might just end stream in that case. Unless any of you guys have a small indie VTuber that you would like to recommend that I raid who is live at this current moment. Maybe they realized the tactic wasn't doing any good. You'd hope so, but... Too potential, maybe they are asleep. Anybody have any suggestions for small indie VTubers, preferably cute ones? The light of armchair banishing burners. I'd hope so. Alien Mixture. She doesn't stream on YouTube, does she? Yeah, no, Ali only streams on Twitch, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's only on Twitch. Come on, guys, you have to have a bit more of a diverse repertoire of VTubers than this, surely. Pirate Software? No, that's not a VTuber. Come on, guys, this is a test. This is a test to see how many indies you actually know. I'm not rating anyone from a big corp. that's not on the cards. She multi-streams. Hold on, what's her account? What? Is she called the same thing on YouTube as she is on Twitch? Hold on, let me see if I can find her. Is it Naria live? Hold on, let me check. Nope. Raimi Ricotta. Oh, is Bonmin live? Hold on, let me check. I almost typed in Banmin. Oh, I'm so cooked. No, she's not live. Hold on. Okay, we're going to go with Mari's suggestion. Hold on, let me grab it real quick. Raimi Ricotta. All right. Oh, flavor. Excellent. Okay, sure. I'll send you guys off to Raimi Ricotta. A flavor member, funnily enough. Is it Flavor? Did I misread her name? I hope not. Alright. Maybe another day we will catch Banmin live. Hopefully the next time that I stream. But for now, I'll send you guys on your way. Behave in Raimi's chat. I will be watching. And thank you all again for tuning into this stream. Keep your eye on my community tab. I'll announce the next stream there. Same thing on Twitter. If you don't already follow me, you already have a Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, etc., etc. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Otsu Chair.